It was an extremely ancient sword. An evil aura was being released by the sword. That made it so that one couldn't help but stare at it. After a long time, Wang Lin slowly awakened. His eyes lit up as he gained some understanding. 3 days later, the entire Tang family city was covered in flowers as thousands of cultivators walked through the streets. Zhang Hu and Wang Lin had left early in the morning and were wandering around in the city. Because Zhang Hu needed to sell the ginseng, he left after talking to Wang Lin for a bit. Wang Lin slowly walked through the city while checking out all of the stalls. Some of the stuff really interested him, but the prices were simply too high, so Wang Lin left. While he was walking, he suddenly stopped. Before him was the stall of a cultivator who had various flying swords, pieces of jade, and a thread-bound book. There were a few small words on the book. Basic formation research. Formation? Wang Lin rubbed his chin and picked up the book. The little book was pretty thick. There were about 50 or 60 pages in the book. The stall owner was a 30-something-year-old man. He raised his head and slowly said, 10 mid-quality spirit stones for the book. If you're not going to buy it, don't carelessly touch it. 10 mid-quality spirit stones was all that Wang Lin had at the moment. After flipping through the book for a bit longer, he saw that the stall owner was getting impatient, so he put down 10 mid-quality spirit stones and left. He checked out a few more stalls and found some wood element materials, but they were all very expensive. There was even a piece of iron wood, but its price was unfathomably high. A day had passed before Wang Lin even realized it. He returned to the inn and, just as he was about to step inside, he raised his brow and stopped. Normally, at this time of day, the inn was really lively, but it was completely silent at the moment. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and his face suddenly changed. There was a mysterious force surrounding the inn that was preventing Wang Lin's divine sense from going in. Without a word, Wang Lin's body immediately moved backwards. He surrounded his body with the attraction technique and his body shot back dozens of meters like a sword. What's this? Your reaction was pretty fast. A slightly surprised voice suddenly came out as a person walked out of the inn. This person was 25 or 26 years old and wore a white robe with black vines embroidered on the cuffs. He looked at Wang Lin, who was quickly backing away. He sneered and said, Teng Jia, Ting Yi, the two of you wait here for that kid, Zhang Hu. Destroy his cultivation, then throw him into jail while I catch this nimble brat. The moment he said those words, 2 shadows shot out and appeared next to him. The 2 shadows were 2 wrinkly-faced old men. One of them said, My lord, these 2 people are in Teng family city. This is against the rules. If the head asks. The white-robed man frowned and stared Wang Lin. He said, If my grandpa asks, just tell the truth. Zhang Hu got help from an outsider to kill his own teacher. How could I let such people get away? With that, he waved his sleeves and his body flew into the air as he quickly chased after Wang Lin. The 2 old men looked at the young man before leaving, then disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin released all of his power and then pushed himself to the limit to run away. Right as he saw the walls of the city, a few shadows suddenly appeared and shouted, Feng family city has a restriction on flying. Fellow cultivator, please stop. Without a word, Wang Lin took out a gourd. He didn't have time to worry about the secret of the spirit water getting out as he took a big gulp. Spiritual energy filled his body as his speed exploded and he shot forward. The expression of the Teng family disciples, who were blocking Wang Lin's path, suddenly changed. Wang Lin charged through as he used his attraction technique to throw the disciples to the side. Like an unstoppable force, Wang Lin broke through. Because of his actions, more than 100 Teng family disciples riding on different treasures chased after him. Wang Lin felt very bitter in his heart. He still didn't really know what exactly was going on. He didn't know what had happened back at the inn to cause those people to be waiting for him there. If he was just slightly slower, he would have already been caught. As for Zhang Hu, Wang Lin could only wish for the best as he was in danger himself. After leaving Teng family city, Wang Lin kept racing south as the Teng family disciples chased behind him. Suddenly, a rainbow color light shot out from Teng family city. The light passed by all of the Tang family disciples and shot at Wang Lin. An almost unreal, large flying sword appeared and slashed down at Wang Lin. At that moment, lightning gathered into countless balls and fell down with the sword. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb as Situ Nen shouted, "This is a nascent level treasure. Wang Lin, retract all of your divine sense. I'm going to teleport you." Blue crystal quickly spread from the crystal in Wang Lin's hand and covered his body. The moment that happened, the giant sword fell down. Sounds of the ground shattering echoed and the balls of lightning fell, creating waves of lightning. Wang Lin's body disappeared the moment the giant sword fell down. His body reappeared 300 meters away and he immediately flew away. Situ Nan's voice sounded weak as he scolded Wang Lin. "That little bastard is already at the foundation establishment stage at that young age. If you were at the foundation establishment stage, I could borrow your body and use some techniques. But right now, with only your chi condensation cultivation level, no matter how much I help, I can only get rid of a mid-stage foundation establishment." Tang Li frowned, but immediately smiled. "You are the first person below core formation who has escaped from an attack from me. If it wasn't for Brother Jima asking me to do this, I really wouldn't want to kill you." Wang Lin didn't even turn his head as he quickly escaped. His consumption of spiritual power was too great. Without any hesitation, he took out a gourd and drank a gulp as his speed rose. Tang Li's eyes became cold and said, "I want to see how many times you can teleport." With that, he pointed his finger at Wang Lin. The sky darkened and the giant sword appeared again. All of the lightning balls roared as the giant sword swung down. Situ Nan didn't wait for Wang Lin to give him permission. He instantly teleported them again after cursing a few times. Tang Li frowned. He snorted and waved his right hand. The flying sword followed his hand and chased after Wang Lin. Two rays of rainbow followed one after the other as they flew across the sky. The Tang family's disciples chased for a while before giving up because they couldn't keep up. The more Tang Li chased, the more shocked he became. With his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, every time he caught up to the brat would teleport away. The more Wang Lin acted like this, the more interested Tang Li became. Teleport was a nascent soul technique. Wang Lin wasn't even at the foundation establishment stage, but could use teleportation. In Tang Li's eyes, Wang Lin must own a treasure that did this. Thinking about that, he licked his lips. The urge to kill Wang Lin for that treasure became even stronger. He was very good friends with Old Man Jima's eldest disciple, Chun Zhong. A few days ago, he received a voice transmission jade from Chun Zhong to kill two people. One of them was Zhang who was the disciple of the fifth disciple of Old Man Jima. Zhang who got outside help to kill his teacher, and at the moment of the fifth disciple's death, Old Man Jima detected it. That Zhang who didn't know that besides the poison, there was also a secret technique that Old Man Jima used to control his disciples inside of him. By using this technique, he saw everything that occurred. In a fit of rage, Old Man Jima used the technique to predict where Zhang Hu would be and sent out his eldest disciple, Chun Zhong, to find the two. Chun Zhong was very far away, so he sent a message to Tang Li to help him with this matter. Tang Li did a search and found that Zhang Hu was indeed inside Tang Family City, and the person with Zhang Hu must have been his accomplice. Those were the events that lead up to now. Originally, he just planned on helping as a favor, but now, he was determined to kill Wang Lin for the treasure that allowed him to teleport. Thinking about that, his speed increased as he chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin drank a large gulp of spirit liquid. He then opened his mouth and spat out a ray of green light. The moment the green light appeared, the smell of blood filled the air. Soon, the green light flashed as it shot backward while Wang Lin continued to charge forward. Tang Li could clearly see what was going on. He didn't mind the green light at all and let out a sneer. He pointed at the green light and a lightning ball appeared that shot toward the green light. The moment the lightning ball touched the green light, it exploded. Tang Li looked at it with a look of contempt before withdrawing his gaze. Just at that moment, a ray of green light flashed 10 meters before him. The light shot toward Tang Lin and hit his body. His clothes were instantly destroyed, revealing glittering armor. After the green light was stopped by the armor, It immediately flashed and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin secretly sighed and felt very regrettable. The green sword appeared in his hand as he continued to run away. Sweat appeared on Teng Li's forehead. What just happened was simply too dangerous. Even with his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, if he was hit, he would have been seriously injured. Also, the light that sword released showed that it wasn't a simple treasure. He guessed that if he was hit by it, he would have died on the spot. Teng Li touched the armor his grandfather gave him and felt like he was very lucky. But his urge to kill Wang Lin had increased even more. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he muttered to himself. Besides the treasure that can teleport, he also has that sword. Little guy, all of your treasures will belong to me. In a desert 3 days later, Wang Lin drank a gulp of spirit liquid and muttered to himself. There isn't enough spirit liquid left. I must find a way to quickly replenish it. Situ Nen weakly said, Kid, I can't hold out much longer. I have used teleport too much in these past 3 days and don't have much essence left. Wang Lin turned his head and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he coldly said. He caught up again. He touched his bag of holding and a green sword appeared in his hand. The sword's color was dull and there were a few scratches on it. In these 3 days, Wang Lin had used the sword many times, but since Teng Li was already on guard, it was hard to launch a sneak attack. Also, Wang Lin's sword couldn't penetrate even an inch because of Teng Li's armor. After sending out the flying sword, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found a forest to the west. The forest was covered in a layer of fog. After pondering a little without a word, Wang Lin flew to the west. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the forest and descended to the ground. Wang Lin knew that he was running out of spirit liquid and Situ Nan couldn't teleport anymore. So if he stayed in the air, he would be caught for sure. It would be better to give up on flying and travel on foot in the forest. Although he didn't know why this forest was covered by fog. He found that when he spread out his divine sense, his senses became muddy and he could only feel a dozen meters around him. Shortly after Wang Lin entered the forest, a rainbow arrived at the edge of forest. After circling the air around the forest, Teng Li stopped at the entrance. He had used up too much spiritual energy chasing Wang Lin in the past 3 days. If he didn't have recovery pills with him, he would have already given up on the chase. But the treasures that Wang Lin possessed had always kept him hooked. He wished he could immediately kill Wang Lin and take the treasures. Also, he didn't expect Wang Lin to last for so long. Even though Wang Lin could use a teleportation treasure, he didn't expect it to be this hard. He thought that because Wang Lin still hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to outlast Wang Lin. So he wasn't in a rush during the entire chase and was waiting until Wang Lin ran out of spiritual energy to kill him in one blow. But he gave up this idea after the second day of chasing. Instead of slowing down, Wang Lin's speed increased as the chase went on. After observing for 3 days, Teng Li was completely shocked. He saw that Wang Lin would constantly take out a gourd and that every time he drank from it, his speed would increase. He had seen this countless times during the 3-day chase. The urge to kill Wang Lin became even stronger. Teng Li stood outside the forest. His eyes became cold, but he was a bit nervous about the forest. He thought, this wild jungle is very mysterious. It is constantly surrounded by a fog and even grandfather said to stay away from this place. Now, should I keep chasing or not? After pondering a little, Teng Li made a decision. The treasures Wang Lin possessed made Teng Li determined to make them his own. There were many ancient trees that reached the sky and were filled with leaves. The ground was covered with half a meter thick layer of dead leaves. Countless poisonous insects crawled on the ground and snakes quickly moved through the leaves. 1,000-year-old trees could be seen everywhere. Countless types of flowers filled the ground, and many different types of beasts inhabited the area. The smell formed by the rotting leaves and animals created a stench strong enough to kill. This place was covered by fog year-round. Strange trees grew tall enough to reach the sky and beasts as powerful as nascent soul cultivators lived here. If one was not careful, then it would be easy to lose one's life here. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense as he quickly moved through the forest. Situ Nan quickly shouted, "Stop! Quickly stop. Wang Lin's body stopped in an instant. Situ Nin sucked in a breath and slowly said, "What kind of place is this? To still have blue line vines? These blue vines are causes of disaster. A rank 2 country was wiped out by blue line vines before." Blue line vine. Wang Lin was startled. Situ Nan seriously said, "Before you is a vine, and on the vine there is a blue line. What is this? Wait, this isn't blue line vine. Strange. Wang Lin, this should be a baby blue line vine. You better avoid it, because adult blue line vine is a nightmare for cultivators below core formation. This stuff is very sensitive to blood, and every time it devours someone, it evolves. If it manages to reach the intermediate stage, then not even spirit-forming cultivators can resist it. Also, this stuff is very sensitive to fluctuations of spiritual energy, so don't use techniques to attack it." Wang Lin looked around with a serious look in his eyes, and his gaze fell on a vine in the distance. This vine looked very normal, besides the thin blue line on it. Otherwise, it looked exactly like any other vine. Wang Lin pondered a little. He didn't listen to Situ Nan's warning, but walked forward without emitting any spiritual energy. He carefully pinched the vine and slowly pulled it out. After pulling it out for 3 meters, he let go and backed up. He cut his finger and flicked a drop of blood onto the vine. The moment the vine was hit by the blood, it immediately began to flail as a few more blue line vines came out of the root and gathered together. After stirring for a while, they calmed down. Sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. He faintly grinned and quickly left. Soon after he left, Tang Li arrived as well. Tang Li had been using techniques non-stop to catch up to Wang Lin, and Tang Li didn't even bother to pay any attention to the few vines on the ground. Although his divine sense was restricted, he could clearly feel that Wang Lin was very close. He let out a sneer as he moved faster, but just as he passed some ordinary-looking vines, a change occurred. 2 days later, Wang Lin was next to a creek, filling his gourd with water while carefully checking his surroundings. His expression suddenly changed as he cursed. "This is never going to end." He sent out his flying sword, put away his gourd as he jumped across the river, and ran deeper into the forest. A moment later, Tang Li carefully chased after Wang Lin, not daring to use any spiritual power. He looked very pathetic. His clothes were torn and his armor had lost its luster. His right arm was limp as he chased after Wang Lin. His hair was disheveled, his face was pale, and his eyes were filled with rage. His hatred for Wang Lin had reached an unimaginable degree. He had always been treated like a genius ever since he was little, and never before had he been put into such a pathetic situation. All of this was caused by Wang Lin. The vines 2 days ago almost killed him. He never thought that such small vines could be so deadly. When the liquid the vine shot out hit his armor, it started to dissolve the plate. If it was only that, then it would be fine. He would have killed it with his flying sword. However, this vine was undying. Every time he cut the vine, it would divide into more. Even the lightning ball created by the flying sword couldn't stop the vines. Then, there were sneak attacks by Wang Lin's strange flying sword. His right arm was injured by the flying sword. Finally, Tang Li had to take out his life-saving treasure given to him by his grandfather. The treasure was very powerful, but it only had one use. He had never used it once ever since he received it, but he knew that if he didn't use it now, he wouldn't be able to save his own life. In the end, under the power of the treasure, a majority of the vines were destroyed and the rest retreated back underground. Tang Li used this opportunity to finally escape. Thinking about it now, his forehead got covered in cold sweat. As for Wang Lin, he now hated him to the bones. Especially the fact that Wang Lin never attacked him head-on and always sneak-attacked him. With that strange flying sword Wang Lin possessed, Tang Li had to keep his flying sword floating around him at all times. He carefully checked the river. After hesitating for a bit, he drank some water from it as he was very thirsty after chasing for 5 or 6 days. The water felt very refreshing and sweet. Tang Li felt rejuvenated and was about to drink more when his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A small green sword quietly appeared before him and stabbed toward his head. Tang Li quickly retreated without any hesitation as he called his own flying sword to protect him. The two flying swords collided with each other, but the green sword was clearly at a disadvantage. After a while, the green sword gained a few more scratches as it suddenly flashed and disappeared. Tong Li looked at the hair the small green sword had cut as he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Damn it! I swear that when I catch you, I'll let you experience all of the torture in the world and then refine your soul." Wang Lin was running through the jungle as his face suddenly turned red, and he swallowed a mouthful of blood. The green sword appeared next to him. He felt pain in his heart when he saw the new scratches. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he kept running. Late into the night, 5 days later, Wang Lin and Tong Li were still running through the jungle. They had already entered into the deep part of the jungle, and on that night, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. Situ Nan quickly said, "Brat, you noticed it too? There is a very powerful spiritual fluctuation northwest of here. Go check it out." In these past few days, he had been on his toes using all of his knowledge to help Wang Lin avoid one danger after another. Without a word, Wang Lin changed his direction to northwest. Shortly after, he arrived at the spot of the spiritual fluctuation. The scene before him caused his pupils to contract. Under the moonlight was a giant tree that had been completely uprooted, laying on the ground. The area was clear of everything besides a dead body lying on the ground. Above his head floated a green bead as spiritual energy gathered from all directions, forming many smaller swirls. Situ Nan was stunned and said, with a surprised tone, "A green core? Didn't think there would be a green core from a rank 4 country here." Wang Lin asked, "What is a green core?" "This is the rank 4 country's demon sect's special cultivation technique, the green core or the fake core. Unlike normal cores, you can have as many green cores as you wish. I remember that there was a madman from a rank 4 country who had tens of thousands of green cores. Not even spirit-forming cultivators from rank 5 countries would dare to mess with him. It has to be said that besides the ability to increase your cultivation, what makes the green core deadly is when it explodes. It is really powerful when tens of thousands of those green cores explode at once." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he suddenly asked, "How many green cores does this person before us have? Can you tell him? Only one is pretty good for him, and this person is also not a living person. He is clearly a zombie that has intelligence. He was probably a demonic cultivator from a rank 4 country that used a technique before his death to turn into a zombie." That zombie had clearly already seen Wang Lin. He didn't move, but raised his finger and flicked. A green light shot out straight toward Wang Lin's forehead. Wang Lin quickly retreated and dodged the green light. The green light didn't chase but made a circle and stopped. The green light projected a blurry image that released an unclear voice. "Leave this place, you die." With that, the image's body moved as it disappeared. Soon, the massive amount of spiritual energy fluctuation disappeared without a trace, as if it was completely covered up. Wang Lin carefully backed away without even batting his eyes. After a bit, a cold light flashed across his eyes and he no longer ran away, but spread out his divine sense, waiting for Tong Li to catch him. Tong Li's flying sword circled around his body, getting rid of anything in his way. He suddenly noticed something as he smiled. He pointed his finger forward and his flying sword shot out. Wang Lin's shadow was within sight. Tong Li became excited as he checked his surroundings. Wang Lin's actions put him on guard. He sneered, "How come you're not running?" Wang Lin pointed with his right finger and the green flying sword appeared. He waved his hand and the green sword shot out. Then he took out a piece of jade, then spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy onto the jade. Suddenly, 4 golden characters appeared from the jade. Tong Li grinned. He bit his finger and flung out a drop of his blood onto his flying sword. Suddenly, the flying sword shook as it released demonic light and grew into a great sword. Countless lightning balls appeared as well, but there were clearly a lot less than before. The moment the great sword appeared, it released a cold aura as Tong Li swung it down. Wang Lin's small sword teleported and arrived behind Tong Li. Right before the sword could strike, Tong Li touched his bag of holding and a bell suddenly appeared and attached to his body. The small green sword struck the bell and waves of ripples appeared on it. While the great sword was swinging down, Wang Lin pointed his finger and the 4 golden symbols shot toward it. Wang Lin backed up until he arrived at the place he saw the zombie. The 4 symbols all exploded after they collided with the flying sword, sending it back up. However, there were simply too few golden symbols, so after pausing in the air for a bit, the great sword continued to swing down. Crackling sounds came from the ground as the ground clearly couldn't handle the pressure. All of the giant trees in the surrounding area fell over. Just as the sword came down, Wang Lin's body was covered in a blue light and he teleported away. Just as the sword was about to come in contact with his body, he teleported 100 meters away with a stream of blood trickling down from his forehead. The great sword slammed down into the ground with a bang. Soon after, a ghostly scream appeared and a ghostly figure that smelled like a rotten corpse charged toward Tung Li. Tung Li's expression suddenly changed. He already had his suspicions, but he didn't expect such a creature to be living here. He pointed his finger forward as the lightning balls slammed into the zombie. The lightning balls were very powerful and lightning was also the weakness of all undead. They immediately exploded when they touched the zombie. The zombie let out a scream as part of its body was blown off, revealing black bones. Tung Li sneered as he waved his left hand. Suddenly, more than 10 lightning balls appeared around the flying sword. The lightning balls charged toward the zombie, with the great sword following closely behind. Wang Lin secretly thought, "Not good." He didn't think that the zombie would be this weak and was about to escape. The zombie also noticed that something was wrong and, in a life-and-death situation, it let out a scream and spat out a green core. The moment the green core appeared, it immediately exploded. A wave of energy expanded outward in a ring around the zombie. All of the surrounding plants turned to dust and Tung Li, who was simply too close, bit the tip of his tongue and spat blood onto the bell attached to his body. In a flash, the bell went from a half-transparent state to a more solid form. There were many ancient patterns on the bell. The moment the wave hit Tung Li, the bell shook violently. It only lasted a few seconds before it cracked. Using the time the bell bought for him, Tung Li threw out one treasure after another. As the bell broke, defensive layers went up in front of him one by one. The countless layers of colorful defensive barriers were quickly broken through by the explosion like a sharp blade going through paper. As for Wang Lin, because he was very far away and the zombie was mainly targeting Tung Li, the shock wave didn't affect him much. When the waves arrived, he calmly took out a piece of jade and threw it in front of him. The jade immediately cracked and released a yellow gas that surrounded Wang Lin. His eyes pierced through the yellow gas and locked on to Tung Li. The shock waves created by the explosion had started to weaken, but almost all of Tung Li's defenses had been broken. When the last layer of defense broke down, Tung Li pointed his finger at the zombie, ordering his great sword to stop its attack. At the same time, Tung Li quickly backed up 50 meters. He had already developed a deep fear of this zombie. If it wasn't for the fact that he had so many treasures, he would have already died. It has to be said that even though the zombie's green core's explosion wasn't as strong as a normal core's explosion, it still took Tung Li's late-stage foundation establishment cultivation with a ton of treasures to barely resist it. He was completely terrified that the zombie would throw out another green core like that. He had already lost all his urge to kill Wang Lin and only wanted to escape. Wang Lin had always been staring at Tung Li. He let out a faint smile as a cold light flashed across his eyes. He raised his right hand before him, put 2 of his fingers together, then gently pushed forward. Suddenly, a green light flashed and Tung Li felt pain striking his back as he was backing up. He panicked and, without looking back, continued to retreat. Wang Lin frowned. Tung Li's almost broken armor managed to stop the sword from piercing through his flesh. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out some blood. The small green sword appeared in the blood and let out a loud sword hum, then quickly flew toward Tung Li. While in the air, the green sword suddenly teleported and stabbed toward Tung Li's back. Tung Li suddenly turned his head. His eyes were bloodshot and revealed a vicious gaze. A few pieces of jade quickly flew out of his bag of holding, forming defensive barriers. At the same time, he raised his left hand and pointed at Wang Lin. His great sword suddenly paused and sliced toward Wang Lin, while several lightning balls appeared and smashed toward the zombie. He was betting on whether Wang Lin's flying sword stabbed himself first or if his great sword would cut Wang Lin in half. If Wang Lin used teleport to escape, then he would lose control of the flying sword and give Tang Li time to escape. He was already almost out of gas, so if he stayed around any longer, he would be digging his own grave. Situnin screamed, "Mad! You are mad!" Without waiting for Wang Lin, Situ Nan decided to teleport them. Right as the blue light appeared, Wang Lin shouted, "It is not time to teleport yet. Stop!" A vicious look appeared on his face. Without looking at the great sword, he controlled the small sword to dodge the defensive layers and appeared before Tang Li. Tang Li panicked. His great sword was already half a meter above Wang Lin's head. A stream of blood flowed from Wang Lin's forehead. Wang Lin didn't even bat an eye as he grinned and said, "Die!" The green sword flashed. It pierced through the armor and Tang Li's body, followed by a trail of blood. At the same time, Situ Nan used teleport. A blue light flashed as Wang Lin's body disappeared under the great sword and appeared before the bloody Tang Li. The great sword smashed down and created a deep rift in the ground. Wang Lin ignored the blood on his forehead, knelt down, and put his hand on Tang Li's body. Situ Nan knew what Wang Lin was thinking. The heaven-defying bead suddenly lit up and a stream of energy flowed from the bead into Tang Li. Tang Li's body quickly froze into an ice sculpture with a terrified expression on his face. All of this happened in a short period of time. It happened so fast that the zombie didn't even realize what had happened. When it realized that Tang Li had been frozen, he cautiously looked at Wang Lin. All of the lightning balls that were charging toward the zombie dissipated. Even the great sword shrunk down to a small silver sword and fell into the rift on the ground. Wang Lin grabbed the ice sculpture and slowly backed away as he pointed the green flying sword at the zombie. The zombie stared at Wang Lin and screamed. It was about to charge at Wang Lin when it looked at the rift on the ground. During that moment of hesitation, Wang Lin had already moved more than 300 meters away and disappeared with a teleport. The zombie let out a roar and shot a look of frustration at Wang Lin's direction. It jumped into the rift and retrieved Tang Li's sword with a look of excitement and swallowed it. Wang Lin held the ice sculpture. His face was pale as he quickly moved through the forest. After making sure no one was following him, he finally relaxed a bit. He took out a gourd of spirit water and chugged it all down before sitting down cross-legged to cultivate. The forest was silent. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes as Situ Nan's discontented voice came. "Brat, are you crazy? If I was a bit slower, you would have lost your life." Wang Lin deeply said, "That was the only opportunity to kill Tang Li. If his spiritual energy recovered, there would never have been a second chance. This person has also chased me for several days. If I let him live, he will be a nuisance in the future, so I decided to take the risk. Also, the speed of the great sword depended on how much spiritual energy he had left in his body. Back then, he was almost out of power, so he couldn't have been faster than my sword." Situ Nan was silent. He found himself feeling as if he had just got to know the real Wang Lin. After a long time, he said, "You are qualified now. With that state of mind, you can establish your own sect in this cultivation world." Situ Nan's voice was no longer filled with arrogance, but with a bit of respect. If it was himself in that situation, he wouldn't have dared to risk it. Wang Lin didn't speak, but stared at Tang Li, who was trapped in ice. His eyes lit up and he said, "Is it fine to steal his foundation?" After hearing Wang Lin's question, Situ Nan replied, "It's completely possible. He is at the late stage of foundation establishment, so if you use him to break into foundation establishment, your cultivation level will rise faster than normal. Also, you will receive a bit of his talent, so your own talent will increase. This kid is already so strong at this early age, so his talent must be amazing. Haha! This time, you got something good from your gamble." With that, Situ Nan explained the chant and the process of stealing foundation again. It wasn't until the sun went down that Situ Nan finished. Wang Lin spat out the green sword and stabbed it into a giant tree nearby. After carving a hole in the tree, Wang Lin jumped inside with Teng Li. He didn't put away the green sword, but had it float around him. The hole wasn't large and was very moist, but Wang Lin couldn't be bothered by that now. He washed his wounds on his forehead with spirit liquid before he started to cultivate. In the morning of the next day, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of spiritual power that turned into mist. Wang Lin didn't stop as his hand formed seals and shot out a blue light. The moment the blue light entered the spiritual energy mist, it started to move like boiling water as it shrunk and expanded. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he kept moving his hand and shot blue light into the spiritual energy mist. As more blue lights got shot into it, it started to shrink and expand even faster. Immediately after, he moved his right hand and grabbed Teng Li's body. Situ Nan melted the ice without Wang Lin even asking. In a flash, the ice crystal surrounding Teng Li disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he pointed his hand at the spiritual energy mist. The mist entered Teng Li's body. His body suddenly shook as his face revealed a painful expression, but his eyes remained closed. Soon, all of the mist entered Teng Li's body. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he revealed a serious expression. He bit the tip of his tongue, then drew a strange blood symbol with his hand. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the symbol landed on Teng Li's chest. Teng Li's body violently quivered as his arms and legs convulsed and blood flowed out of his orifices. However, the blood didn't drip down, but converged together. Soon after, a crisp snapping sound came from Teng Li's body as his face turned red and a strange shade of red appeared on his skin. Drops of blood seeped out of his skin. Wang Lin's expression became even more serious. Without even blinking once, he drew another blood symbol that landed on Teng Li's chest. Teng Li suddenly opened his mouth and let out a few miserable groans as all of the blood vessels in his body broke. Blood flowed out of his body and gathered in the air. In the blink of an eye, a giant ball of blood floated above Teng Li. His red-colored body quickly turned pale. Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat. He watched the ball of blood as he quickly formed seals and sent out techniques toward it. Soon, the ball of blood slowly shrunk until it was the size of a fist, emitting a blood-red light. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His entire body was soaked in sweat. Without stopping, he spat out more spiritual energy and shot blue light into it. Then, Wang Lin motioned with his hand and the mist went into Teng Li's body again. Teng Li suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes had no light and were bloodshot. His lips quivered and his jaw was clenched. Wang Lin drew a complex symbol in the air with his right hand. Then, he bit his finger and flicked a drop of blood onto Teng Li's head. Teng Li let out a groan as his body started to violently twitch. Things started to move under his skin and made their way to his chest. Not long after, Teng Li's body visibly shrunk as all the muscles and veins in his body formed a big ball of meat on his chest. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right hand waved and sent out another technique. With a bang, the ball of meat separated from Teng Li's body. His body was now just a bag of bones. Wang Lin took a deep breath and spat out another mouthful of spiritual energy. The energy entered the ball of meat and, after a while, it shrunk down to the same size as the ball of blood. Wang Lin revealed an exhausted expression. He took out a gourd and drank a gulp before he started to cultivate. After a short while, he opened his eyes and pointed at Teng Li's body. Suddenly, loud cracking sounds filled the air. All of the bones in Teng Li's body crumbled into bone powder and formed a ball of bone dust. Blood, meat, and bone balls lined up, releasing a demonic aura. Wang Lin sighed and muttered to himself, "In order to steal one's foundation, you need their blood, meat, bones, soul, and spirit root. Also, the person can't die when you extract their blood, meat, and bone. This technique is just too cruel." Situ Nan slowly said, "This is nothing. In the country I came from, there are demonic sects that steal cores. That stuff is really cruel. Not only does the person who has their core taken suffer, even the person stealing it has to suffer, all for less than a 1% success rate." Wang Lin pondered a little and regained his focus. He pointed his hand at Tung Li and started to chant. As Wang Lin chanted faster and faster, white gas was coming out of the pile of meat that was once Tung Li's body and gathered in the air. After an unknown amount of time, the white gas got very dense and formed a human shape. If one looked closely, the figure looked exactly like Tung Li. The little person's eyes revealed a confused look and his body shook. Slowly, the confused look disappeared as he looked viciously at Wang Lin and let out some silent screams. Wang Lin didn't even bat an eye. He waved his hand and a red light appeared. The little person seemed to be afraid of the red light and tried to escape, but the area 3 meters around Tung Li's body was like a prison. No matter how hard the little person tried to escape, it couldn't get out. Finally, the little person saw that he couldn't escape. He let out a vicious look and charged toward the red light. Wang Lin revealed a deadpan expression as he waved his hand. The red light circled around the little person a few times and pulled it toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin knew that the soul extraction step was very important. He must safely extract the soul out of that 3-meter range without breaking it. Although a broken soul won't affect him stealing the foundation, he wouldn't be able to use Tung Li's spirit root to improve his own if the soul were to break. That little person's face revealed a painful expression as the red light slowly pulled it out. In the blink of an eye, half of its body had been dragged past the 3-meter mark. At that moment, a yellow light shone from the little person's body, and the yellow light broke the red light. The little person quickly retreated back into the 3-meter space, and with the glow of the yellow light, the little person became more solid. Wang Lin's face darkened as he stared at the little person. His hand moved to cast the technique again. The little person's face revealed a look of horror as he spoke. If you kill me, my grandfather won't let you go. He is a nascent soul cultivator, so if you kill me, you will die for sure. A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He spat out a lot of spiritual energy. Then, he constantly casted one technique after another on the spiritual energy until it became a thin line. The little person's fear became even worse as he said, "My grandfather already knows that I am in danger and he should be here any second. You!" Before he could finish, Wang Lin waved his hand. The line wrapped around the little person and pulled him out. The little person struggled and screamed, "Grandfather, save me!" The yellow light glowed stronger as it resisted Wang Lin. Without a word, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a gourd of spirit water. He poured the spirit water on the line, and the line suddenly became as thick as a thumb as he pulled again. This time, no matter how hard the yellow light shone on the little person, it would no longer resist Wang Lin. The little person was pulled out of the 3-meter range. The moment the little person left the 3-meter range, the yellow light transformed into a yellow gas cloud, forming a shadowy figure inside. The figure wasn't clear, but a voice rang out, "Fellow cultivator, please stop. We can talk about this." Wang Lin was started, but Situ Nan quickly said, "Don't worry. This is an illusion avatar of a nascent soul cultivator. This is different from a physical avatar because it can't attack, see you, or even know your location. It only allows you to hear what he has to say. Also, looking at this illusion avatar, this person is very far away, that's why it is so blurry. As for why it is there, it seems he really loves Tung Li, so he always leaves that piece of divine sense with him." Without a word, Wang Lin pointed at the little person. The little person immediately stopped, struggled, and shrunk until it was a ball that released purple light. The illusion avatar seemed to have noticed that Tung Li's soul was being refined. He shouted, "You killed a Tung family member, so you must pay. I will find you one day and I will kill you." At a mountaintop tens of thousands of miles away, an old man in black robes stood up with a dark expression. His eyes lit up. He clenched his fist and muttered to himself, "Li Er, your grandfather promises that I will avenge you." With that, he hit his chest with his right hand and coughed up black blood. His right hand rapidly drew in the black blood, forming countless strange symbols that floated in the air. Then, purple-colored small people appeared and sat in the air. The little person shouted, "Curse, go!" The little person's hand formed a seal as his divine sense split up and fused into all the symbols. "Curse, Complete. The old man's soul visibly shrunk. It seemed he wasn't afraid to waste his energy at all. Those symbols with divine sense infused into them glowed a demonic light as they floated into the sky. They covered up half the sky, forming a formation, causing thunder to rumble. Curse, turn. The formation started to slowly turn. Blood-colored lightning appeared in the sky, forming a strange diamond shape. Curse, close. The little person let out a shout as the earth shook. He spat out more soul energy as the formation spun faster and faster, and the strange blood-colored lightning became more and more solid. Soon, the formation shrunk until all the blood-colored lightning was engraved onto the diamond shape. The pattern slowly fell down from the sky and imprinted onto the forehead of the little person. The little person let out a dark smile and said, "If you kill people of the Tongue family, you will be cursed by me." Inside the hole in the tree were 4 balls floating before Wang Lin. He pointed his finger at Tung Li's remains and countless specks of gold light floated out of the remains. These specks of light were countless and, of them, dissipated into the surroundings. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He knew that these specks of light were the so-called spirit root. He spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy to devour the spirit root. The devoured spirit root immediately began to reject Wang Lin, and the other disappeared. Wang Lin was only able to devour of Tung Li's spirit root. Just as at that moment, Wang Lin's forehead started to shine and a purple diamond appeared on it. Wang Lin immediately noticed it. He raised his hand to touch his forehead and his expression suddenly changed. Situnen quickly exclaimed, "This person really is high-handed. Wang Lin, you have been cursed by a nascent soul cultivator. With this curse, once you enter a certain range of him, he will be able to instantly teleport next to you. I didn't expect him to give up his own lifespan to use this complicated formation curse on you." Wang Lin suddenly stood up. His face was dark as he asked, "Is there any way to break it?" Situnen pondered a little and proudly laughed. "Actually, you don't have to be too worried. This type of curse doesn't have any offensive capabilities. It only allows him to locate you to teleport to you. Although this person's curse is good, I have spent a lot of time studying curses like this, ones that use formations and the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world to apply the curse. I can't cast any because I have lost my body, but I can still help you break them. With my help, cover your aura. As long as you aren't too close to him, he won't be able to find you, so relax." Wang Lin, this is also another resource. I know of this ancient technique that can be used to make the curse to affect the caster. It requires you to be at the core formation stage. Then, with some help of pills, you will be able to steal half of his cultivation. Your luck is pretty good, kid. Wang Lin pondered a little. He pointed at Tung Li's spirit and began to absorb it. Tung Li's spirit started to swell up and churn. Then, the blood ball quickly shot up and melted into the spirit. Gradually, the spirit began to shrink and the ball of meat and bone also melted into the spirit fog. The spirit had changed greatly. It was now a narrow ring that was floating in the air, emitting a gentle light. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He knew that he was already at the last step. He became even more focused as he placed the soul into the ring. After a long time, the ring suddenly emitted a bright light. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he quickly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. The moment the blood touched the ring, there was a sizzling sound and all of the blood instantly disappeared. After the ring fused with the blood, it started to tremble. The ring started to emit a powerful pressure, and all of the living creatures within a kilometer of Wang Lin felt the change. Several powerful auras appeared and quickly charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even bat an eye. He waved his hand and the ring quickly fused into his chest. A powerful surge of spiritual power suddenly flowed through his body, causing his face to become red. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His body moved and like an arrow as he quickly disappeared into the forest. Not long after he left, a giant python suddenly reared its head. After smelling the area, it revealed a confused expression. After shaking its head, it turned around and left. After that, a 10-foot-tall ape arrived as fast as lightning. It charged into the hole in the tree and searched for a while, then left feeling frustrated. A few more powerful beasts came to check, but they all left in confusion. Wang Lin ran through the jungle with his body filled to the brim with spiritual energy. In addition, as he ran, a foul-smelling black liquid came out of every pore in his body. Wang Lin felt like his body was being torn apart, so he frowned and stopped. After walking in a circle, his eyes flashed and he activated the attraction technique with the large amount of spiritual energy in his body. The dirt on the ground moved to the side as if there were two giant hands pushing it. Soon, a bottomless pit appeared in the ground. Without a word, Wang Lin jumped into the hole. Then, the dirt was moved back into the hole and everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Sitting cross-legged underground, Wang Lin focused his attention to organize the spiritual energy in his body. His body was constantly changing to foundation establishment. With the silence of being underground and no one bothering him, Wang Lin started his third closed-door training. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The ground above where Wang Lin was doing his closed-door training was now covered in layers of decomposing leaves with poisonous insects crawling within them. On this day, the ground suddenly shook and countless poisonous insects scrambled out of the leaves. The dead leaves were pushed apart, followed by a layer of dirt from the ground as a dark figure emerged from the hole. The moment the figure appeared, all of the insects let out fearful screams as they quickly backed away. This foundation stealing technique sure is mysterious. I finally reached foundation establishment. This dark figure was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's gaze was like electricity and his whole body was filled with powerful spiritual energy. He opened his mouth and spat out a green light that turned into the green flying sword. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and the sword sheath flew out as he muttered, "After 2 years of refining the sword sheath, it's almost completely mine. When used with the flying sword, its effect must be very powerful." After putting away the sword and sheath, he pondered for a while. Then he touched the bead on his chest and thought, "Situ Nen used up too much nascent soul essence 2 years ago when he helped me escape from Tengli. He also casted a spell that prevented Tung Huayuan from finding me. He has already been sleeping for more than a year, and I'm not sure when he will wake up. Good thing I have already memorized the underworld ascension method. Now I just have to find a place with a lot of energy to practice it." After making up his mind, Wang Lin took a deep breath and spread out his divine sense. He suddenly moved north until he arrived at a river and washed away all of the black dirt on his body. After finally washing all the dirt off, he felt very refreshed. Sitting on a rock near the river, he recalled his previous near-death experience and felt a lot of regret. He didn't know whether Zhang Hu was still alive or not. He prayed that Zhang Hu managed to survive. Letting out a sigh, Wang Lin put away those thoughts as he began to ponder. After a long time, Wang Lin formed a seal with his right hand and shot out a ray white of light. The moment the white light appeared, its color started to change. It changed from white to gray and its color gradually darkened as it quickly flew towards the west. Wang Lin was stunned. This technique was something Situ Nan had taught him. It was used to find a place with very strong yin energy. The darker the color of the light, the closer he was to a place with extreme yin energy. When the light was black, it meant he had found the place. Without a word, Wang Lin quickly chased after the light that had already turned gray. The light turned darker and darker. When it turned black, it suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Suddenly, Wang Lin stopped. He stared dumbfounded at the distance. He was so shocked that he was unable to say a word. Before him was an endless ruin. There were collapsed buildings and trees as far as the eye could see. The ruins were covered with overgrown vegetation with small animals running through them, occasionally letting out screeches. There were cracks in the ground that looked like they were devouring the life on the surface. The large amounts of metal wreckage mixed with the growing green vegetation gave off a sense of ruin. The depressing atmosphere would make anyone's heart shudder. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He was completely stunned as he stared at the ruins. Just at that moment, from within one of the towers in the ruins, a pillar of white light shot out. Wang Lin was startled. His expression changed as he turned his head toward the nearby jungle. He saw a small beast covered in blood crawling towards where the pillar of white light landed. There was a wound deep enough to see the bone on its right leg. As it walked, it left behind a trail of blood. After a long time it finally arrived under the pillar of white light and let out a scream of joy. In only a few seconds, the wound on his leg was mended and the small beast was fully healed. It happily shook its body before leaving the pillar and disappearing into the distance. Currently, the light pillar was still going. Wang Lin stared at it with a dumbfounded expression. Just at that moment, the pillar dissolved into countless silver specks. Wang Lin stared at that location and kept observing. Half an hour later, the light pillar appeared again. This cycle continued several times. After watching it for a whole day, Wang Lin was finally able to gain some insight. According to Wang Lin's judgment, this light pillar had something to do with sunlight. It seemed that although this place was in ruins, there were still some functioning treasures. After absorbing enough light, it will activate its ability. And it seemed that a lot of wild beasts knew of the healing effect of the light pillar. Within that day, Wang Lin saw no less than 20 wounded wild beasts making their way to the pillar. Seeing that it was getting dark, Wang Lin calculated that the last pillar was about to appear. Without any hesitation, he charged forward and stuck his hand into the light pillar. He felt a very warm air flowing through the light. This was not the feeling of spiritual power, but something Wang Lin had never felt before. While slowly feeling the air current, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He cut his arm and put it inside the light pillar. In the blink of an eye, the wound was healed. Wang Lin pondered for a while. Without a word, he moved within the ruin and arrived before a large tower. This was the ruin of a giant cylindrical tower. Looking from the outside, it was clear that part of the tower had fallen over. However, even with just the ruin, it was clear how glorious it once was. 2 giant statues holding swords stood, and on top of them was a tower about 30 meters high. Wang Lin stared at the ruin. His mind couldn't help but imagine the moment that this once glorious tower snapped in half and part of it fell down on the 2 statues. The light pillar came from a stone bead that was about 2 meters in diameter at the top of the tower. While standing next to the stone bead, Wang Lin began to hesitate. The stone bead was too large and couldn't easily be moved. He also wasn't sure how the stone bead healed. He was afraid that if he removed it, it would stop it from working. After thinking about it again, he didn't carelessly act, but started to observe the area instead. Gradually, Wang Lin's expression became strange. After checking the area, he found that something was off. In some of the well-preserved ruins, there were porcelain wares that were still intact. Some of them even had a black substance in them. The sky was getting even darker now. Wang Lin quickly left the ruin. When the sky was completely dark, Wang Lin arrived back at the jungle. He stared back at the ruins with shining eyes. Wang Lin suddenly had a wild guess. One day, while a family was having dinner, disaster struck. Without the people having any time to respond, the entire city was laid to waste. At this point, slivers of cold energy came from the ruins. This energy became denser and denser until it felt like it had taken a solid form. Looking at the size of these ruins, I'm afraid the population of this city was at least 10 million. The graveyard of 10 million people should be one of the best places to cultivate the underworld ascension method. Situ Nan explained in great detail about the places with extreme Yin during Wang Lin's closed-door training. There were 4 types of extreme Yin places. They were Heavenly Yin, Earth Yin, Mystery Yin, and Underworld Yin. Underworld Yin was the simplest to find. The more death there was in a place, the more death Yin there was. Mystery Yin was a bit hard. It only appeared in extremely cold places. Earth Yin was even harder and completely relied on luck to find. After all, Earth Yin was the Yin emitted from the abyss within the earth. As for Heaven Yin, it was basically impossible to find. In order to find Heaven Yin, a place needs to have Underworld Yin, Mystery Yin, and Earth Yin at the same time. If those 3 come together, they will change into Heaven Yin. The higher quality the Yin, the more benefits it brings to the cultivator. Wang Lin immediately formed a seal with his right hand and he began to chant. Suddenly, specks of red light gathered before him until they formed a red ball of light. This was a technique especially made to test the quality of the yin. Based on the color of the light, one could determine what type of yin there was. The ball could become purple, black, silver, or red, matching with heaven, earth, mystery, and underworld yin respectively. Situ Nan had also explained that even among the same type of extreme yin, there were 4 different qualities which were ordinary, good, dense, and extreme yin. Each level was divided into 10 ranks as well. In general, achieving ordinary rank 3 was enough to cultivate the underworld ascension method. Having ordinary rank 8 was enough to speed up the cultivation. After the red ball of light appeared, it became brighter and brighter. Finally, it shone 5 times. Wang Lin touched his chin. Shining 5 times meant that this place had ordinary rank 5 underworld yin. After pondering for a while, he walked toward the center of the ruins without a word. The surrounding yin energy became even denser as he walked closer to the center. The yin energy was so dense, it made him feel like he was walking underwater. Just a few hundred steps and he already felt like he couldn't breathe. The ball of light became brighter and bright as it followed Wang Lin. This area was ordinary rank 8. Wang Lin didn't stop and continued for a few hundred more meters, until he arrived before the ruin of the giant stone bead. He could no longer continue forward. Slivers of yin energy entered his body. His blood vessels began to feel painful and he was starting to lose control of his spiritual energy. At this point, the red ball split into 2 with a bang. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that this meant that this place had reached good quality rank 1. According to the information Wang Lin had gathered while scouting the ruins during the day, he knew that he was probably not even 1/10,000th of the way in. And the deeper he went, the stronger the yin energy became. This is absolutely the best place to cultivate. Wang Lin slowly backed up until he was at the ordinary rank 5 location. This was the location Wang Lin had decided was the most suitable place for his current body. The density of the yin energy for the underworld ascension method must be increased gradually. This was a point Situ Nan kept stressing before he went to sleep. Wang Lin pondered a little. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. In his mind, Situ Nan's instructions for the underworld ascension method echoed. This underworld ascension method can be divided into 9 layers. Every 3 layers, one can form a cold core. Once all 9 levels are complete and the 3 cores fuse, there is a certain chance to instantly break into the core formation stage. This was the biggest reason Wang Lin became determined to practice the underworld ascension method. Situ Nan also picked this because it was most suitable for Wang Lin and would increase his cultivation level quickest. Of course, there are faster methods like core stealing, but with Wang Lin's current cultivation level, to try and capture a core formation cultivator was no different than committing suicide. The cold core from the underworld ascension method relies on meridian awakening. Meridian awakening is a process that anyone who practices the underworld ascension method has to go through. There are 3 key meridian awakenings in the underworld ascension method. They are the Dantian, Qi-Si, and ancestral meridian. The moment one of those 3 meridians awaken, a cold core is formed. The moment a cold core is formed, the spiritual energy in one's body will become cold. As for the success rate of the meridian awakening, it is heavily related to the quality of the yin. Time quickly passed. When he opened his eyes again, light was appearing and the yin energy was quickly dispersing. The moment the sun appeared, all of the yin energy disappeared. Wang Lin stood up. Since he decided to cultivate here, he should find a place to stay. He looked around and locked his sights on a collapsed house nearby. With the wave of his right hand, all of the debris and rubble flew to the side, clearing out a small area. After finishing everything, Wang Lin sat down in the middle of the cleared area. He took out a book and started to carefully read it. This was the book about formations he got at Tung Family City for a mid-quality spirit stone 2 years ago. Before, he only flipped through the book and found that there was very detailed information about setting up and controlling formations inside. After memorizing all of the information in the book, Wang Lin began to ponder. His hand constantly moved as he unconsciously drew something in the air. The day quickly passed and it was now dusk. Wang Lin sighed and opened his eyes. He muttered, Formations are really deep and complex. Even though the formations in this book are only some simple ones, it still took me an entire day to get some understanding. The illusion formations in the book are especially complex. It relies a lot on predication, and the farther you predict, the harder it gets. Feeling helpless, he gave up on trying to figure out how they worked and just tried them out. He activated the attraction technique and moved rocks to a place outside the room. Following the instructions carefully, Wang Lin managed to make a simple formation called the minor confusion formation. This formation was too rough and simple. It didn't even have the minimum amount of formation flags. Wang Lin bitterly smiled as he looked at the rocks, then at the book. He made some adjustments and the formation finally looked like the one in the book. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His hand formed the instructed seals. Then, a mist suddenly appeared and covered the surrounding area. Wang Lin stared at the mist and let out a bitter smile. This formation might trick some mortals, but it won't do anything against cultivators, so it won't protect him while he cultivates. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin muttered, "If one isn't enough, then I'll lay down two. If anything, I can just lay down all of the formations in the book. It should more or less have some effect." With that, Wang Lin used his attraction technique and moved the rocks in the area. After playing with a few more formations, night came again. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground. The moment the Yin energy appeared, he took a deep breath, put his hands on his knees, and began cultivating. His breathing method was 1 long, 5 short. 1 long means he takes a very long breath in, and 5 short means that when he breaths out, the time is only of the time he used to breath in. This is the fastest way to absorb Yin energy. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had absorbed outside energy to cultivate. In the last 2 years, he had always been using spiritual liquid inside the heaven-defying bead, so it had all been internal absorption. This Yin energy was basically the same as spiritual energy. Wang Lin had cultivated for many years, so he was very used to this, but he immediately noticed a difference. When he absorbed spiritual energy, there was always a layer blocking that spiritual energy from entering his body. Even when it did enter, a large amount would disappear before he could absorb it. However, this was not the same. That thin layer was no longer there, and the Yin energy entered his body at an overwhelming rate. Also, his body felt different from before. Large portions of the Yin energy that entered his body was absorbed, unlike before. Wang Lin pondered about this for a while and he came up with 3 possible answers. One was that the Yin energy was different from spiritual energy and was more suited for him to cultivate. 2. Foundation establishment cultivators absorbed spiritual energy faster than qi condensation cultivators. 3. After absorbing part of Tung Li's spirit root, his own talent had increased a lot. As for which answer was correct, Wang Lin didn't pursue it any longer and instead focused his mind on cultivation. At the start, Wang Lin felt very uncomfortable due to the cold nature of the Yin energy. When he absorbed the Yin energy, it would immediately enter his body and go into his organs. The cold being emitted from inside his body made him shiver. This was the complete opposite of what it felt like to absorb spiritual energy. One gave you a very warm and comfortable feeling while the other made you feel like you were being frozen. As Wang Lin absorbed more and more Yin energy, his hands and feet became cold. Then, his blood started to become thicker and even his heartbeat slowed down. Frost started to appear on his eyebrows, hair, and all of the pores in his body. A surge of cold came from inside his body and perfectly fused with the surroundings. Time flew by. When the sun rose and the Yin energy dispersed, Wang Lin's eyelids trembled as he opened his eyes. He exhaled a breath of white gas. After a night of cultivation, a small mass of Yin energy appeared in his dantian. This small mass slowly rotated, releasing Yin energy. The spiritual energy in his body didn't reject this mass of Yin energy. They ignored each other and didn't interact. Touching his stomach, Wang Lin muttered, "I finally understand why this is called the Underworld Ascension method. The Underworld Ascension method makes one enter a near-death state when cultivating. One uses this state of being close to entering the underworld to make it easier for the body to absorb Yin energy. However, if a mistake is made, one might really enter the underworld. In truth, even in a rank 6 country, not many people have the courage to cultivate the underworld ascension method. Situnan was one of the few that had successfully cultivated this method. Even among all the demon cultivators in the rank 6 countries, this was still considered a strange method. The reason it's considered a strange technique is because the change is too great. For some, the change is great for the cultivator, while for others, the change means death. Wang Lin started living in the ruins. Every night, he would cultivate and absorb the yin energy. A month had passed. During this month, besides cultivating the underworld ascension method, Wang Lin also noticed that the heaven-defying bead could produce spirit liquid here. However, the power contained in the spirit liquid wasn't spiritual power, but yin power. As a result, Wang Lin gained a bit more understanding of the bead. Wang Lin started to collect yin spirit liquid. Midnight was when the most yin spirit liquid appeared. After taking the yin spirit liquid, he noticed that although it contained a lot of yin energy, compared to the spiritual energy in normal spirit liquid, it was not on the same level. If comparing the effectiveness of the yin spirit liquid to normal spirit liquid, then it was only on the level of soaking the bead in snow water. It was far from the pure spirit liquid. Wang Lin knew that, plainly speaking, the underworld ascension method was all about how much yin energy one could absorb. The more one absorbed, the more powerful they'd become. As a result, Wang Lin entered the heaven-defying bead space to cultivate with the yin spirit liquid during the day. With the passage of time, Wang Lin began to absorb more and more yin energy. Every time he cultivated, he would slowly blend into the surrounding yin energy. Each time, his heartbeat would slow down until it became so faint, it looked as if his heart stopped. There were even a couple of times when his heartbeat almost stopped, but he managed to hold out. One morning, Wang Lin woke from his trance. He took a deep breath and said, "I have absorbed a lot of yin energy. I should be able to make the first breakthrough now." Suddenly, he stared at the surrounding fog formation and revealed a confused look. He waved his sleeves and a path opened within the fog. Wang Lin walked out of the formation and saw several deep marks that went deep into the ruins. He remembered that there were some injured wild beasts that couldn't hold out while waiting for the light pillar. But now the wild beasts' corpses were gone. They seemed to have been dragged into the depths of the ruins. Could there still be people inside the ruins? A cold thought entered Wang Lin's mind. When this person came to drag the corpses away, how come he didn't notice them? Wang Lin's eyes became more serious. He quickly checked around his room and found that there were no signs of attack on his formations. He stroked his chin. Then, his body shot out like lightning into the jungle and returned with 2 beast carcasses. After tossing them to the side, he returned to his formation and shot out a white light. The fog of the formation became even thicker and a rumbling sound could be heard in the fog. Having done all of this, Wang Lin still felt uneasily, as if there was a giant shadow looming over him. After a long time, he calmed down and spread out his divine sense. He drank some yin spirit liquid and started to cultivate while vigilantly watching his surroundings. Night came. On this night, Wang Lin didn't absorb any yin energy, but focused his attention on his surroundings. He spread his divine sense to its maximum range. He could feel even a blade of grass moving hundreds of meters away. He paid extra attention to the 2 carcasses. He wanted to see what kind of creature lived in the ruins and would come here at night. Time slowly passed. Midnight was approaching and the yin energy was becoming extremely dense. Wang Lin didn't cultivate, but carefully watched his surroundings. In the area of his divine sense, it was completely silent. The 2 carcasses started to accumulate frost thanks to the yin energy that entered them. Even the jungle outside the ruins was silent to a frightening degree. This was not the first time Wang Lin spread out his divine sense at night. Before, even this late at night, there would be a few cries from beasts. This was the first time it was this silent. Suddenly, Wang Lin's expression changed as the yin energy in the ruins started to stir. His eyes focused on the yin energy as he sneered and watched with cold eyes. He saw that following the disturbance of yin energy in the ruin, a figure quickly appeared. The figure's speed was too quick. Wang Lin's divine sense only saw a shadow before the 2 carcasses disappeared. Wang Lin was startled. When the figure first appeared, he saw what it looked like. It was a humanoid creature with blue skin. The person's skin was covered in strange symbols. In addition, there were 9 half-inch yellow papers placed on various parts of the person's body. This strange person made Wang Lin very surprised. The strange person appeared again. He stood outside Wang Lin's formation with a thinking expression. The strange person took a few steps back. He stared at the fog with doubt in his eyes. After hesitating for a bit, he circled the fog once. Wang Lin focused his attention on observing the strange person and didn't attack. He wanted to see what this strange person could do. After the strange person circled the fog formation once, he revealed a curious look. Then it charged into the formation. The moment he entered the formation, killing intent filled Wang Lin's eyes. His right hand formed a seal and a white light shot into the formation. The fog quickly moved as if it was boiling. Shortly after, sounds of rocks breaking could be heard as the formations were broken one by one. The density of the fog also decreased. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a green light. The moment the green light appeared, it shot out like lightning. With a boom, the green light hit the strange person, causing him to let out an angry roar. A powerful force spread out, blowing all of the stones into the air and turning them to dust. As the fog quickly dissipated, the strange person spotted Wang Lin. His eyes were bloodshot as he walked toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He moved his right hand in the air and the green sword appeared behind the strange person. The sword pierced through the strange person's heart and blue blood burst out of his chest. The moment the blood appeared, it turned into ice crystals and fell to the ground. The strange person let out a painful groan as it quickly took a few steps back, revealing a horrified expression. Wang Lin's heart sank. The strange person received an attack from the flying sword and was still able to move afterwards. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he slapped his bag of holding, and an ancient sword scabbard appeared in his hand. The green flying sword quickly entered the sword scabbard about of the way. The green sword quickly turned from green to blue, then blue to black. The sword left the scabbard and quickly slashed toward the strange person. The strange person saw the black sword and revealed a horrified expression. Just as he was about to back away, the black sword rushed forward and stabbed his chest. A series of explosions occurred inside the strange person's body, causing him to fly backwards like a kite with a broken string. After the flying sword was stained with the strange person's blood, it became stuck inside his body. No matter how hard Wang Lin willed it to move, it wouldn't budge. It even lost its ability to teleport. Shocked, Wang Lin's killing intent became even stronger. He saw earlier that just as the flying sword pierced into the strange person, the strange symbols on his body gleamed. He clearly used some sort of technique to block that blow. Without a word, he slapped his bag of holding and took out the yellow talisman he got from Zhang Hu. Suddenly, Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He saw that strange person's body turn in an unimaginable angle in mid-air and landed on the ground. There was a large wound on his chest that splurted out large amounts of blue blood. The symbols on his body flickered in a chaotic manner. As the symbols gleamed, his wound was rapidly recovering. Wang Lin didn't even bat an eye. He spat out a mouthful of spiritual power into the yellow talisman. The yellow talisman bursted into hot, black flames and hit the wounded area of the strange person. The strange person let out a painful scream as his body was pierced through again. Still not dead. Wang Lin's heart sank. Even after receiving this much damage, he was still alive. What gave Wang Lin a bit of peace of mind was after the talisman's attack landed, the sword was able to break free and return to his side. The strange person's eyes revealed a struggling expression. Suddenly, he ripped off one of the 9 yellow papers. The moment that yellow paper was ripped, green gas spewed from all over his body and surrounded him completely. Wang Lin's face became gloomy. Without hesitation, he put the sword into the scabbard and pushed down. Of the way, the sword quickly turned from black to red. Of the way was the limit of how far Wang Lin could push the sword into the scabbard. With his early-stage foundation establishment cultivation and the sword after it had been, of the way into the sword scabbard, he could put up a fight against mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Just at that moment, the green gas surrounding the strange person was quickly absorbed by his body. When he appeared again before Wang Lin, his body was perfectly fine, without a hint of the wound. He stared at Wang Lin with hate in his eyes. However, he obviously felt a lot of dread toward Wang Lin, mostly because of that flying sword. "Who are you?" Wang Lin didn't immediately attack. The other person had 9 talismans. Using one of them allowed the person to recover completely from a near-death state. This battle would take a very long time for Wang Lin to win. Wang Lin's eyes flashed cold as he said, "I'm here to cultivate, so unless it's really needed, I don't want to act. If you back off and never disturb me again, I will let you go and forget about this matter." The strange man let out a puzzled expression and said some strange words. It was clear that he didn't understand Wang Lin and Wang Lin couldn't understand him. Wang Lin slightly narrowed his eyes and slowly moved to a broken wall. The strange man quickly became alert when he saw Wang Lin move. Wang Lin waved his right hand quickly as he drew on the broken wall. The strange man was dumbfounded. As he stared at Wang Lin's finger, he revealed a look of understanding. Wang Lin's finger quickly drew a picture of the ruin and then, with a slash of his finger, he drew a line that split the ruin in half. Then Wang Lin pointed at the strange man and pointed to the right half of the picture, then pointed at himself followed by the left side of the picture. After doing all that, Wang Lin's finger slowly moved left and right, leaving a mark on the wall as he stared at the strange man. His eyes were filled with killing intent, his intention obvious. "If you come to my side again, I'll waste my spiritual power to kill you." The strange man was surprised. He hesitated for a while as he rubbed his chest with a look of fear in his eyes. He looked at the flying sword with dread in his eyes and let out a shout of strange words. Wang Lin frowned. After the strange person saw that Wang Lin didn't understand him, he quickly became frantic and started waving his hand. He then suddenly hit his head and moved next to a wall and punched it. The moment he punched the wall, a symbol on his body lit up and the wall crumbled. The strange person picked up some pieces of the broken wall. He stared at them with reminiscence in his eyes. He placed the rocks on the ground, then stared at Wang Lin and shouted a few words. Wang Lin's face relaxed a bit. He grabbed in the air and suddenly, all of the stones next to the strange person moved to the side in a specific order. Then, his right hand formed a seal and shot out a light. Soon, the fog formed around the range of the stone. Wang Lin started at the strange person and calmly asked, "Is this restriction that you're talking about?" The strange person quickly revealed an excited expression as he waved his hand and beat his chest. Suddenly, a symbol on his body lit up and he opened his arms. The ground suddenly shook and the piece of land the rock formation was on floated into the air, leaving behind a huge hole in the ground. The small confusion formation floated in the air like a small mountain above the strange person's head. He nodded toward Wang Lin, then quickly left. After moving a bit away, he paused and turned to face Wang Lin. He shouted some words at Wang Lin and made a gesture before disappearing into the distance. Wang Lin stared at the strange person's figure. It was not that he didn't think about killing the strange man, but the yellow talisman on him was too powerful. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to get into a life-and-death fight with the strange man. As he was thinking this, his expression suddenly changed. The flying sword flew to his side as his eyes became filled with killing intent. The strange person came back. Wang Lin stared at the figure before him and said, with a cold voice, "You're courting death." The strange man quickly stopped. He was holding a round object in his hand. He waved his hand and tried to explain. After seeing that Wang Lin's eyes were still cold, he threw the round object toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin slowly took a few steps. The strange man didn't use a lot of strength, so the round object rolled a bit and stopped before Wang Lin. After he threw the object, the strange man let out a smile toward Wang Lin and left. At this point, the day was still bright, so Wang Lin cautiously looked at the direction of the figure. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze. He walked up to the round object and looked down. This was a bead that was only 1/10 the size of a fist. It was covered in dust and even had some cracks on it. After looking at the bead for a while, he let out a surprised expression. He took a stone from the ground and lightly hit the bead. The bead rolled backward for a bit. Slivers of weak spiritual power leaked from the bead. "This is a treasure?" He was stunned. He grabbed the air with his right hand and the bead floated into the air. After observing it for a while, he grabbed it with his right hand without any hesitation. He scanned it with his divine sense and fed it some spiritual power. Suddenly, white smoke came out of the bead. The smoke floated above and formed the shape of an old man. The old man had the hair of a crane, the skin of a chicken, the beak of an eagle, and the head of a harrier. The old man emitted a dangerous aura. He casually looked at Wang Lin and revealed a sarcastic smile. He said, "Do you dare to fight with this old man?" Wang Lin was stunned and took a few steps back. After carefully looking, he noticed that the person was only at the 15th layer of qi condensation. He rubbed his nose. His eyes lit up and he quickly sent more spiritual power into the stone bead. With the input of spiritual energy, the old man's spiritual power quickly rose until it reached mid-stage foundation establishment. The old man's hair moved without wind and his body released a huge fighting aura. The old man floated into the air and said, "Do you dare to fight with this old man?" Wang Lin was completely astonished. He had no idea what use this bead had and decided to pour more spiritual power into it. The old man's eyes shined brightly and his aura quickly increased. His hand moved, causing thunderous roars as his cultivation raised to the point where Wang Lin couldn't even tell what cultivation level the old man was at. The old man's cultivation had already reached a degree that would cause fear with just a glance. The old man let out a breath and released the aura of a peerless expert. He held his hand behind his back and said, "Those below the core formation stage don't have the right to fight me." Scram! Wang Lin withdrew his spiritual power and the old man quickly disappeared and turned back into the white smoke. The smoke returned to the bead and with a crackling sound, another crack appeared on the bead. Wang Lin stared at the stone bead and was unable to utter a word. He was completely convinced of the effect of the stone bead. The stone bead was an illusionary magical treasure, and the illusion it created was almost no different from reality. The old man, regardless of the way he spoke, the aura of a master that he emitted was perfect, just like that last line. "Those below core formation stage don't have the right to fight me." Scram! The aura and expression had reached its peak. Wang Lin believed that even if it was himself, he wouldn't be able to tell that it was a fake. After all, from the view of most people, the old man had the aura of an old master. And with the increase in his own cultivation, he could put more spiritual power into the bead and the power of the old man would increase. This was really the best method to scare people. Wang Lin put away the treasure and muttered to himself, "This strange blue person is really interesting. He must have felt bad after breaking the little confusion formation, so he gave me this treasure." From this little exchange, he immediately realized that the strange person couldn't use magic treasures and that within the ruin, there must be more magic treasures. Now this ruined city became a treasure trove in Wang Lin's eyes. This place has a mysterious light that heals wounds, an illusionary magic treasure, and a strange blue person. What other secrets does this place have? Wang Lin rubbed his chin. Currently, the day was still bright, so he put down the formations again. He sat down in the middle and drank some Yin spirit liquid, then started to cultivate. 2 months flew by. On this day, Wang Lin sat cross-legged in the room. In the 2 months of cultivating the extreme Yin energy, he had gathered enough energy to attempt the first breakthrough. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had already finished studying the underworld ascension method and knew very well how the 3 big breakthroughs will be. The 3 key points of breaking through were the dantian in his stomach, the qi in his chest, and the progenitor meridian. These 3 locations needed to be broken through 3 times each to form the cold cores. In simpler terms, for the first level, the dantian must be opened, and when it's time to reach level 2, the opening at the dantian must be crushed and opened again. The principle of the underworld method was to break first, then recover to gain more strength. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then moved the Yin energy in his dantian in order to start his first breakthrough. Under his control, the Yin energy spun faster and faster, causing a sharp pain in his stomach. Wang Lin was very familiar with the technique, so he knew that the stronger the pain, the closer the moment of the breakthrough. This type of pain was not something a normal person could withstand. The feeling was as if someone pierced his stomach with a sword and churned it around. In just a few breaths, Wang Lin was covered in cold sweat. The Yin energy quickly turned into a swirl under the spin as it grew wider. Looking from the outside, Wang Lin's stomach turned green and frost started to gather all over his body. Wang Lin gritted his teeth as the pain got even worse. Suddenly, the cold energy swept through his body. At this point, with the spin of the Yin energy, a black hole appeared. The moment it appeared, all of the Yin energy sank into it like rocks in water. Shortly after, all of the spiritual energy also started being devoured as it left his body and entered the black hole. A strange change happened inside the black hole. The spiritual power that always ignored the Yin energy, while in Wang Lin's body, started to fight with the Yin energy. The two energies fiercely clashed against each other for control. Gradually, the Yin energy and spiritual power started to devour and mix with each other, and formed a new type of spiritual power that slowly spun inside the black hole. The first layer of the underworld ascension method was complete. The meridian in his dantian was ready to be opened. Wang Lin calmed himself and transferred of the Yin energy outside of his dantian toward his dantian. The Yin energy didn't enter his dantian, but surrounded it and started to charge into the black hole. Although with every charge there was some lost, the Yin energy became more and more fierce as it kept charging in his dantian as if it was waging war. After a long time, the black hole started to crack, and at that moment Wang Lin quickly transferred another of the Yin energy from his body. In one move, he opened the meridian in his dantian. For an instant, Wang Lin felt extreme pain. The moment the black hole broke, the mysterious power started to fill his body. Wang Lin didn't even blink. He started to charge the next meridian. This time, it took a lot longer than before, and after seeing that there might not be enough Yin energy, Wang Lin added the remaining of the Yin energy into the Yin energy stream. The Yin energy steam formed a swirl that was several times larger than the previous one. The swirl spun faster and faster, meaning the time for the breakthrough was close. Night slowly came. Wang Lin was still in the late stage of the breakthrough. The swirl was still spinning, and because it was spinning so fast, it looked like a nebula. Although it looked very slow from the outside, in reality, it was spinning too fast for the eye to see. All the way until midnight, when the Yin energy was most dense, Wang Lin's body was still like a black hole. There was a swirl of Yin energy 20 feet wide spinning around him, quickly being absorbed. Within 10 feet of Wang Lin, it was like a meat grinder for Yin energy. All of the Yin energy was being devoured at an insane speed. The massive amount of Yin energy was absorbed by Wang Lin and instantly added to the swirl in his body. The swirl became larger and larger, until it was almost out of Wang Lin's control and still growing unrestrained. He was immediately stunned and wanted to stop, but found that he could no longer control the swirl as he watched it grow larger and larger. Wang Lin started to become nervous as there was no record of this in the records of the Underworld Ascension method. Wang Lin didn't know that the reason the Underworld Ascension method was called a demonic technique was because the variations were too great. Some were very beneficial while others would kill the user. And Sitanan was still asleep, so Wang Lin had to resolve this himself. As the swirl grew, the suction force grew as well, and the 10-foot radius quickly increased. This was a very vicious cycle. The wider the range, the more Yin energy it will absorb. The more Yin energy meant the faster the swirl will grow, meaning more Yin energy will be absorbed. 20 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet, 70 feet, 100 feet. All of the Yin energy within a 100-foot radius started to move violently as it rushed toward Wang Lin. This large movement of Yin energy affected all of the Yin energy within 1,000 feet, causing it to move as if there was a giant hand guiding it. Wang Lin had already completely lost control of the swirl, and after an unknown amount of time, his dantian broke through with a bang. This was the second time his dantian broke through, and just like the first time, it formed a black hole in his dantian. The change in his body immediately caused the yin energy absorbed to move as well. If Wang Lin was endlessly absorbing yin energy from the surroundings before, that suction was now devouring it. In a moment, all of the yin energy within 100 feet was instantly devoured by the black hole, causing an even more widespread disturbance of yin energy. Soon, the swirl increased from 100 feet to 150 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, 500 feet, 700 feet, and eventually more than 1,000 feet. If one looked from the sky, they would witness a very shocking scene. All of the yin energy was violently surging around one center point. In the depths of the ruins, the strange blue person was holding the body of a beast in his hand. He bit off a chunk of meat and started to chew it, when he suddenly turned to Wang Lin's direction and revealed a shocked expression. He quickly threw away his food and ran toward Wang Lin like a frightened rabbit. After walking a few steps, he paused and noticed that all of the yin energy was rushing toward the same direction. He hesitated a bit, but continued, however. He stopped 3,000 feet away from Wang Lin's location, and his expression became even more shocked. As for Wang Lin, the moment he made his breakthrough, all of the changed spiritual energy quickly gathered in the black hole in his dantian and fused together. The moment all of the spiritual energy fused back together, he gained some control of the swirl in his body. However, the amount of control was very small and not nearly enough to stop the swirl of yin energy inside him. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. He decided to quit trying to stop the absorption of yin energy and to break through a third time. Under Wang Lin's control, the large amount of yin energy smashed into his dantian. His dantian shattered into many blue specks, and within the blue specks was a dark blue crystal. Large amounts of yin energy surrounded and entered the dark blue crystal. The crystal's color got darker and darker until it became green. The 3 breakthroughs were easily completed and a cold core appeared in Wang Lin's dantian. Many small hands extended from the cold core and reached every part of Wang Lin's body. The spiritual energy in his body quickly underwent change after the appearance of the cold core. Wang Lin was still surrounded by yin energy, and he had a feeling that if he kept absorbing the yin energy, he would explode. This feeling was confirmed when he started to feel a sense of swelling. Wang Lin clenched his teeth again and decided that it was all or nothing. He moved the yin energy and decided to attempt the 4th breakthrough. Situ Nan had pointed out that the 1st, 4th, and 7th layers were extremely hard because those were the first times one attempted to make a breakthrough in the dantian, qi, and ancestral meridian. One was supposed to stop after making the 3rd breakthrough in order to nurture the cold core before attempting the 4th breakthrough. But the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body had already mixed with the vast yin energy, and because he needed to expend it, he could only attempt the 4th breakthrough. The qi in his chest opened. The yin swirl slowly raised upward until it reached the qi and started to spin faster again. The swirl endlessly devoured yin energy. Wang Lin tried to break through time and time again, but he failed each time. The sky was slowly starting to light up. The yin energy within 1,000 feet slowly dissipated, until all of it disappeared. The qi in his chest still remained unopened. Wang Lin finally understood why the underworld ascension method was so difficult. He had already tried to open his qi over 100 times, but he failed every time, and every time it failed, he lost some yin energy. The large amount of yin energy was gradually used up by all of the attempts to break through. Along with the fact that day arrived and all of the yin energy dissipated, the remaining yin energy was slowly absorbed by Wang Lin's cold core. Wang Lin absorbed too much yin energy this night. All of the spiritual energy in his body underwent a change and changed to yin spiritual energy. In terms of quantity, Wang Lin could clearly feel that his yin spiritual energy amounted to twice as much as his spiritual energy from before, meaning that he was now at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment. He opened his eyes and recalled what had happened last night. Although he was alarmed, he was mostly weighing the pros and cons of this type of cultivation. The unexpected occurrence during his nighttime cultivation opened up a new way of thinking for him. The advantage of this type of cultivation was self-explanatory, and the con was that it was too dangerous. One wrong move and he would have exploded, but thanks to this experience, he will have full control next time, and that will lower the danger. Wang Lin muttered, "It seems I have to find a new shelter." Although the amount of energy is great, the quality is too low to satisfy my needs to make a breakthrough. Right now, Wang Lin's chance of a breaking through was too low, but according to the records, the higher the quality of the energy, the better the chance for a breakthrough. Wang Lin remembered the test he did a few months ago and remembered that the pillar around the stone bead was high-quality rank 1, so he made his decision. At the same time, the sky outside the forest suddenly darkened as an old man releasing a huge pressure silently appeared. He looked at the forest below him with powerful killing intent in his eyes. Li Er, Grandpa Tai is here to get revenge for you. The person who came was the Tang family ancestor, Tang Huayuan. He cursed during the entire trip here, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the exact location of his grandson's killer. It was as if there was some fog blocking him. He was unable to determine the exact location, but knew that the killer was in the jungle below him. As for this jungle, it was a place he didn't want to venture into unless he had no choice. With just a scan, he could tell how dangerous it was and that it contained a being that even he didn't dare to mess with. But because of Tung Li's death, he couldn't be bothered by much. He believed that as long as he was very quiet and only searched for his enemy, the powerful being wouldn't mind. After pondering for a while, he clenched his teeth and charged into the forest. Within the depths of the jungle ruins, the lid of a coffin opened without a sound. A withered hand glowing black and purple light slowly appeared from within the coffin. The hand gripped hard and suddenly, a purple ball of lightning appeared in the hand, releasing a dangerous aura. The 100-year time is up. My master, you gave up your body to run away before, but this time, you won't be able to get away. Tang Huayuan carefully walked through the jungle with his divine sense spread out. His face suddenly lit up with joy as he found Wang Lin. Just as he was about to teleport, a gust of eerie wind blew, followed by a somber voice. Get the hell out of here. Tang Huayuan's expression suddenly changed. He quickly backed up a few steps without a thought and looked around. He only saw a dark fog flying in from the distance. The dark fog was surrounded by eerie winds. A withered hand extended from the dark fog and reached toward Tang Huayuan. Tang Huayuan scanned the fog with his divine sense and became frightened. This person's cultivation level was mid-stage nascent soul, causing him to back up again. The withered hand lightly waved. A giant hand appeared and tried to grab Tang Huayuan. Tang Huayuan wryly smiled. He turned around and ran without any hesitation, because a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator was not something he could mess with. He knew that there was a powerful cultivator here, but he didn't expect it to be a mid-stage nascent soul one. Tang Huayuan disappeared in the blink of an eye. The hand let out a cold snort and disappeared as well. Tang Huayuan appeared in the sky outside the forest. His expression suddenly changed as a giant hand silently appeared behind him and mercilessly grabbed toward him. Tang Huayuan secretly complained. He quickly took out a beast's skin. He pointed with his hand and the beast's skin wrapped around him and moved him away, barely escaping the giant hand. Despite all of this, he was still hit by the fingers of the giant hand. He coughed out blood and his face became pale, but he quickly escaped without even looking back. A black fog appeared in the air. The fog slowly shrunk until it revealed a person. The person was completely dried up and looked like a bag of bones. He looked at the direction Tang Huayuan escaped toward. However, he didn't chase, but returned to the forest. He calmly flew around back and forth in the jungle as if he was looking for something. Shortly after, he stopped above an open area. He stared at the ground without any emotion. He slammed the ground with his hand and with a bang, a large crack appeared in the ground. The moment the crack appeared, a scream came from the ground as a dark figure flew out, trying to escape. The withered man let out a cold snort and a cage surrounded the area. The dark figure hit the cage and bounced back. It no longer tried to run away, but kneeled down and started kowtowing. The withered man slowly said, "After not seeing it for 100 years, I didn't expect Master's body to turn into a zombie and even form its own soul. You are still considered someone of my generation, so I can let you live, but you must use your connection to the Master to help me find him." The zombie quickly nodded as he stared with fear in his eyes at the withered man. The withered man waved his hand and the cage disappeared. He stared at the zombie and darkly said, "Come, take me to Master. If you can help me find Master's nascent soul, then once I devour it and free myself, I'll help you evolve into a demon." The zombie was startled and revealed a joyous expression, quickly nodded and ran off into the jungle. The man emotionlessly followed. At that moment, somewhere in the ruins where the sunshine didn't reach, the blue-skinned man looked toward Wang Lin's direction with a lingering expression. As for Wang Lin, although he had absorbed a large amount of energy, it was all only rank 6 or 7 good quality. With this quality, no matter much was absorbed, the change to his spiritual energy wasn't much, and it was no longer good enough for him to make more breakthroughs. He turned his gaze to deeper in the ruin. His target was over there. He decided to explore a bit and find where the highest quality in energy was. After all, the higher the quality, the higher the success rate of a breakthrough. At midnight of this day, Wang Lin's hand formed the seal for the energy detection technique as he walked through the ruins. After walking for a distance, the red light flashed rapidly and, with a pop, it split into two. The moment the red light turned into two, Wang Lin revealed a happy expression. He knew that this meant that the energy had surpassed ordinary quality and had reached good quality. As he kept walking forward, the two red lights kept glowing as the rank increased. Good quality rank 2, rank 3, until rank 5. Wang Lin stopped. Before him was a wide road with a ruined building on each side. It was clear that a long time ago this was a very populated area. Wang Lin calculated the distance for a bit and realized that he hadn't even traveled 1/1000th of the radius of the city, so he started to move faster. The red light released by the technique was very eye-catching in the night. Wang Lin's divine sense was spread out, constantly checking his surroundings. The quality of the energy kept increasing. Good quality rank 6, 7, 8. The sun rose and fell. On the 4th day, Wang Lin had already entered the depths of the ruins. He guessed that his current position was the center of the city. If it was not the center, it wasn't far from it. On the way here, he saw dozens of deep pits, meters wide, filled with rainwater. There were also mysterious snakes that would jump out at Wang Lin with their poisonous fangs. In addition to this, the destruction in the ruins became even worse. On the path to his current location, there were no structures taller than 10 meters. Besides the overgrown grass area, there was a swamp. There were also some mysterious creatures living in the swamp. Once, Wang Lin was almost eaten by one of those creatures, making him even more alert of his surroundings. Despite going so deep into the ruins, the quality of the energy still never reached dense quality. On the night of the 5th day, he walked out of the swamp and before him was a large group of buildings. Although all of the buildings had collapsed, you could still see how populated this place must have been. The most eye-catching spot was the 1,000-meter wide and 100-meter deep hole in the ground. This giant hole was very strange. Normally speaking, this hole should be filled with rainwater, but there was no liquid inside it at all. Wang Lin took a closer look. Although it was night and there was dense energy in the way, Wang Lin could still clearly see the beehive-like caves at the bottom of the giant hole. The moment Wang Lin reached the edge of the hole to inspect them, the red light in his hand suddenly reacted. The red light fused into 1, then split into 3, indicating that the energy here had reached good quality. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't rush in, but carefully walked around the hole. When he was on the opposite side, the 3 lights fused back into 1 and became 2 again. He understood that the reason the energy reached good quality was this giant hole. Wang Lin rubbed his chin. After pondering for a while, he didn't immediately jump in, but sat down and decided to wait for morning. Before long, it turned into day. The moment the energy dissipated, Wang Lin jumped into the giant hole. The moment he landed, the small green flying sword came out, releasing a cold aura. Wang Lin raised his head and looked into the sky. With how deep this hole was, it should have been filled with rainwater after all these years. Wang Lin's eyes squinted and he focused his gaze on the countless beehive-like holes at the bottom of the giant hole. Although he didn't know how deep the holes were, all of the water must have drained through them. He touched the holes and found that they were damp, reaffirming his previous thoughts. After carefully checking the surroundings and finding no danger, he sat down cross-legged and waited for night to come. The sun set and night came. As the Yin energy flooded in, all of the beasts ran away, not willing to spend the night here. The light before Wang Lin became brighter and brighter as it turned from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 3. Normal quality rank 4, 6, 8, 10. Good quality rank 3, 6, 10 and broke through to dense quality. It was still not midnight yet and the quality of the Yin energy had already reached rank 1 dense quality. Wang Lin exposed a happy expression. He spread out his divine sense and found that the reason the Yin energy quality was higher here had something to do with the holes in the ground. He could see slivers of Yin energy coming out of the holes and mix with the surrounding Yin energy. As time passed, the red light shone even brighter and reached rank 2 dense quality. When midnight arrived, the Yin energy had reached rank 5 dense quality. Wang Lin no longer hesitated and quickly started to cultivate. With more and more Yin energy gathered at his chest, he found one difference. The purity of the Yin energy was more than 10 times higher than before. A change in quality could cause a change in quantity. This meant that 1 minute of gathering Yin energy now was like more than 10 minutes of gathering Yin energy before. Soon, the Yin energy at his chest started to form a swirl and spin. As the swirl spun faster and faster, the unexpected change that occurred last time happened again. The Yin energy within 100 feet of Wang Lin fluctuated and rushed toward him. As the swirl in his chest absorbed more Yin energy, it became larger. Soon, it reached last time's size of 1,000 feet in radius. The range kept increasing. 1,200 feet, 1,400 feet, 1,500 feet. Within a 10-kilometer radius, the Yin energy moved as if it were being manipulated as it rushed toward Wang Lin and was devoured. As the Yin energy that swirled in his chest grew larger and larger, he started to feel like he was losing control. Knowing his limits, he controlled the Yin energy to start attempting the first breakthrough of his Qi. The Yin energy swirl was like a spinning blade repeatedly stabbing at the Qi to open it. Slowly, the Qi showed signs of opening. The sign grew stronger and stronger. If you compared this breakthrough to trying to destroy a stone wall, then this wall was now filled with cracks and was ready to collapse. After 1 hour, the Qi was no longer able to withstand it and collapsed with a bang. Large amounts of human potential exploded from the Qi like a volcano. It quickly mixed with the Yin energy, forming a very powerful Yin force. Currently, the spiritual energy in his dantian became restless. It quickly moved toward the newly formed Yin force and started to devour it. Whenever a sliver of Yin force was formed, Wang Lin's spiritual energy would devour it to strengthen itself. Gradually, as Wang Lin's spiritual energy devoured all of the Yin force, his spiritual energy became even stronger. A nebula-like scene appeared in Wang Lin's Qi. Waves of blue spiritual energy spread out from the nebula. Wang Lin felt the very strange spiritual energy in his body. His eyes lit up as he lightly touched a stone next to him. In an instant, there was a flash of blue light and the stone was completely frozen, releasing Yin energy. Wang Lin took a deep breath and quickly kicked the frozen stone. With a series of crackling sounds, the stone broke into many pieces. Wang Lin carefully checked and quickly sucked in a breath of cold air. Upon closer inspection, he found that the internal structure of the stone was constantly changing. This was no longer rock, but more of an ice crystal structure. In other words, with one touch of his spiritual power, he didn't just freeze the stone, but completely changed its structure to ice. Wang Lin didn't know that after a session of devouring the Yin energy, his spiritual energy had undergone a great change. Even if Situnan was awake right now, he wouldn't be able to figure this out. In ancient cultivation times, besides the different ranks in cultivation level, there were also 3 ranks for spiritual energy, which were Ji, Dao, and Shi. The 3 realms weren't ranked in any order, but advance in parallel. Once a realm had been entered, one couldn't switch to another realm. The difficulty to enter the 3 realms wasn't high, but it wasn't easy either. It all depended on luck in the end. In ancient cultivation times, Any knowledgeable cultivators would know not to choose the G realm. While the offensive power of the G realm was high, there were too many drawbacks. One of the most deadly drawbacks was that once one walked the path of G, one could only use G spiritual energy, which presented a huge issue in breaking through to the soul formation stage from the nascent soul stage. Soul formation required one to integrate with the world and not walk an extreme path. However, even with those downsides, the G realm also had a lot of benefits. It could be said that people of the same cultivation level couldn't defend against G realm at all. Although one had no chance of reaching the soul formation stage, after reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage, one could become the number one of everyone below the soul formation stage. More importantly, with the increase in cultivation, G-realm cultivators didn't even need magic treasures because their G-realm spiritual power was already the most powerful type of spiritual energy. As for the Tao realm, it was the dream of all cultivators. Once your spiritual energy entered the Tao realm, then entering the soul formation stage was very easy. Because of this, the Tao realm was the most sought-after realm in the ancient cultivation world. As for the Sure realm, if G realm was death, then Sure realm was life. It was not a realm people below soul formation could comprehend, and even for soul formation cultivators, it was something they could only wish to have. The three spiritual energy realms were very difficult to grasp, and with the destruction of the ancient cultivation world, the information about the three realms gradually disappeared. The cultivators now wouldn't mind their spiritual energy. The only thing they minded was their cultivation level. Wang Lin didn't know that because of all the Yin energy he devoured, his spiritual energy changed to the G realm. The reason for all this was because of the underworld ascension method. It was one of the few methods that could create G-realm spiritual energy. However, the underworld ascension method Situ Nan gave Wang Lin wasn't like the one from the ancient cultivation world. With the passage of time, parts of the methods were lost, and it was their successors that reorganized the remaining information. As for Wang Lin's spiritual energy entering the door to G-realm, the most important factor was the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin stared at his fingertips and his eyes lit up. Just at that moment, he raised his head and jumped out of the hole. He looked and saw the blue-skinned man quickly closing in. Wang Lin chuckled. He no longer felt much hostility toward this strange blue person. He felt like stretching his body, so he quickly dashed forward like a rabbit. The distance between the two quickly shortened. When the strange blue person saw Wang Lin charging toward him, his eyes locked onto Wang Lin, ready for battle. However, he let out a laugh when he noticed that Wang Lin wasn't using the green sword. He stopped, completely forgetting the reason he came here in the first place, and prepared for battle. Without any hesitation, he ripped off a talisman that released a blue gas. He sucked the blue gas into his body and his aura suddenly became a lot stronger. His eyes revealed a serious expression as he spat out a few words in his strange language, as if he was trying to tell Wang Lin something. Wang Lin knew that the talismans on the blue man were very strange. Even after receiving a heavy injury from Wang Lin, with just one talisman, the blue man was able to completely recover. After that, Wang Lin became very curious about the talismans. Now, the strange man ripped off another yellow talisman and his strength suddenly doubled. Without a word, Wang Lin waved his hand. His spiritual energy cycled through his body and his aura suddenly changed as well. Slivers of blue energy hovered around him. A cold aura surrounded his body, and an extremely cold expression appeared on his face. The strange man's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and spat out a word that Wang Lin could understand. Strength! With that, he formed a fist. His arm glowed and grew larger as he threw a punch at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The Yin spiritual energy inside his body came out and formed a fist that collided with the strange man's fist in the air. In the moment of impact, the strange man entered a strange posture. He had one foot was on the ground while leaning toward the left and he started breathing in a strange pattern. Suddenly, a gust of wind swirled around with him as the center, blowing away all of the nearby rocks, creating a clean, open area around them. Wang Lin's face turned red and he involuntarily backed up 3 steps as he stared at the strange man. The strange man's heart was in even more of a shock than Wang Lin. He could clearly feel the strange Yin spiritual energy entering his body from Wang Lin's fist. The cold energy spread out throughout his body with waves of extreme coldness. If it wasn't for all of the strange symbols on his body, which helped him contain this cold energy, his whole body would have already been frozen solid. Looking at his right hand, which was completely frozen, he was horrified to find that all of the muscles and bones in his right arm had become ice. He looked at Wang Lin with his face pale, and said another word Wang Lin could understand. Ji? Wang Lin didn't say anything. Because he didn't know what Ji meant, he shook his head. The strange man was stunned. He ripped off another talisman, causing white and green-colored gas to appear. After the gas disappeared, his right arm returned to normal, but Wang Lin could see that his arm was trembling. He looked at Wang Lin and let out a snort. He blabbed for a while before finally leaving. Wang Lin looked at the strange man until he was gone, then sat down to recall the battle. The energy in the strange man's punch was very strange. It didn't seem to be spiritual energy, but some other type of energy. Strength? He remembered the word the strange man shouted before throwing out that punch. Ignoring the strange punch the strange man threw, Wang Lin was very happy with the power of his Yin spiritual energy. He named this type of spiritual energy that could change the structure of things, Ji Yen spiritual energy. Ji! This was what the strange man said after seeing his power. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "It is about time to leave. Once I reach the 5th layer of the underworld ascension method, it will be time to leave. I must find more extreme Earth-Yin locations. I must." Wang Lin knew that he must find extreme Yin because in order to break through to higher layers of the underworld ascension method, he would need higher quality Yin energy. Although the ruins had dense Yin energy, Wang Lin knew that the Yin energy here was only around rank 10 dense quality. It may be able to reach rank 1 extreme quality at most. It has to be said that among heaven, earth, mystery, and underworld Yin energies, the difference between mystery and underworld wasn't big, but the difference between them and earth and heaven was enormous. Rank 1 good quality earth Yin energy was the same as rank 1 extreme quality mystery or underworld Yin energy. As for the heaven Yin energy that one could only wish for, just rank 1 of ordinary rank was as good as rank 1 extreme quality mystery and underworld energy. While he was pondering, he lifted his head and saw that the strange man was returning. After the strange man came back, he gestured to Wang Lin for a while. The strange man pointed at the surroundings, sucked in a deep breath, then vigorously shook his head. Then he pointed at Wang Lin, then at himself and made a bunch of gestures. Wang Lin gradually began to understand what this strange person wanted. It seemed the strange man wanted Wang Lin to follow him. Curious, Wang Lin nodded. The strange man moved very fast. He was very familiar with the surroundings and avoided all of the dangerous pits in the swamp. The strange man even entered a fissure in the ground and went into the tunnels underground. After a while, Wang Lin was shocked that they had traveled past the vast swamp area so quickly. 2 days later, the two of them arrived at a deserted corner of the ruins. During these 2 days, the two of them had only stopped to rest once. After they arrived, Wang Lin noticed an intact tower nearby. At the top of that tower was a stone bead almost 2 meters wide. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This stone bead was almost exactly the same as the one in the ruins. The strange man didn't stop and climbed to the top of the tower. He formed a few seals and touched the stone bead. A ray of light shot out from the stone bead toward the center of the ruin. From a distance, the pillar of light seemed endless. After doing all of that, the strange man jumped down. He waved his hand toward Wang Lin and the two of them left the place. Time passed. Wang Lin followed the strange man going from one bead to the next. In most places, the towers had already collapsed, but the stone beads were all in perfect condition. One by one, the stone beads were started and the lights all shot toward the center of the city. When the last stone bead, which was the first one Wang Lin saw, started, the entire city seemed to have changed. Along the way, Wang Lin secretly calculated that there were 8 of these stone beads. The strange man looked into the sky and revealed an anxious look. The two of them rushed toward the center of the city without any rest. At dusk on the 4th day, the two arrived outside the center of the city. The 8 pillars of light were gathered here. The strange man stopped and bowed. His eyes were filled with devotion as he let out song-like words. As his voice became more and more acute, the earth shook as a 100-meter-tall statue rose from the ground. The statue rose halfway up before stopping. The statue was that of a man with long hair. The man looked quaint, his eye intelligent, and his hand held a 100-meter-long spear as he looked into the distance. Around his body was a coiled dragon with its mouth open, as if it was going to attack. The scales on the dragon were so detailed that they almost looked real. The 8 rays of light gathered at the statue, and the eyes of the statue became brighter and brighter. Wang Lin felt like the illusion of this man with long hair was alive. After the statue appeared, the devotion in the strange man's eyes became even deeper. He waved at Wang Lin and urgently pointed at the mouth of the dragon. Wang Lin pondered a little. Without a word, he jumped up several times and arrived near the dragon's head. The moment he got up there, he felt a powerful energy coming from below his feet. Wang Lin immediately sat down and formed a seal, making a red light appear. The red light immediately split into 4 and flashed rapidly until all 4 exploded. Wang Lin was in shock. He knew that this meant that the energy in this place had reached the limit of underworld energy. It reached extreme quality. Surprised, he quickly started to cultivate and absorb the energy. However, this time, the suction range wasn't large and was focused entirely in the few meters around him. From a distance, it looked like a red sphere had appeared and surrounded the dragon's head. Wang Lin sat there for 5 days. In these 5 days, the strange man waited and became more and more anxious each day. He looked into the sky as if something was going to be attracted by the statue. The 9 talismans on his body moved without any wind. Seriously, he was ready to take them off at any time. The Qi Si was finally opened on the 3rd day and reformed in the early morning of the 5th day. The 5th layer of the underworld ascension method was complete. One more step, then he could form his 2nd cold core. When that was complete, he wouldn't fear late-stage foundation establishment cultivators anymore. Even now, he no longer feared mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Next, he tried to raise the quality of his spiritual energy by mixing in the extreme quality energy. While he was controlling the fusion, he was also observing his own spiritual energy. He noticed that his spiritual energy turned darker and darker and went from blue to dark blue. He didn't know that his spiritual power was even closer to the G realm. At that moment, the world suddenly changed. The sky darkened and the clouds moved as if someone was pushing them with a large hand. Dark fog gathered until it formed the shape of a coffin. An illusionary figure slowly appeared on top of the coffin, its body quickly becoming more solid. A hoarse voice came from the sky. "You mean to say that Master's nascent soul is hiding inside the statue?" The strange man's expression changed greatly. The strange man's face suddenly changed. He removed the 9 talismans from his body, then jumped up to where Wang Lin was. He ripped apart the red sphere without any hesitation and grabbed Wang Lin. Wang Lin woke up the moment those 2 arrived. He noticed the panic in the strange man's face and allowed himself to be dragged down from the statue. The moment the 2 landed, the strange man made a seal and put his hand on the statue. A black portal appeared and the strange man dragged Wang Lin into it. At the same time, the 8 pillars of light disappeared and the statue started to slowly sink back into the ground. At that moment, the young man's body solidified. His body looked like a mummy's and his expression was cold. The zombie emitting an awful stench was standing next to him. The young man stared at the slowly sinking statue. He spread out his divine sense over the whole area. Then his gaze returned to the statue. As for Wang Lin, the moment he was dragged into the statue by the strange person, he spread out his divine sense and revealed a surprised expression. The space inside the statue wasn't very large. There were white crystals floating around and there was a black, stone person sitting in the center. The stone person's appearance was exactly the same as the statue's outside. There were slivers of purple lines connection the stone person to the statue. Soon, a light curtain appeared in the space. The light fluctuated a bit and displayed the scene from outside. Through the light curtain, Wang Lin could see what was going on outside. He then looked at the strange person and immediately noticed the great amount of hatred in his eyes. The young man stood outside the statue. He stared at the statue and slowly said, "Master, 100 years passed by so quickly. This time, you won't be able to run away." Wang Lin sucked in a breath. He turned around and stared at the strange man. He asked, "You are his master?" The strange man blankly stared at Wang Lin. Just at that moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he spat out a green light. The green light flashed across the space and mercilessly lunged toward the stone person sitting in the air. A ray of purple light appeared to block the sword, but the sword teleported past the purple light and stabbed the stone person. A violent roar echoed throughout the space as a ball of light escaped from the stone person. Wang Lin waved his hand and the sword turned around and shot toward the ball of light. The strange man finally reacted and his eyes were filled with anxiousness. He stared at Wang Lin with anger hidden in his eyes as he pointed at the sword and shouted a few times. Wang Lin was stunned. Just at that moment, a very hoarse voice came out from the ball of light. "Little friend, please don't be impulsive. I don't mean any harm. I am the master of the person outside." At the same time, countless rays of light gathered from all directions at the ball of light. Slowly, the ball of light turned into a small person 1 foot tall. This little person looked very weak. His face was pale and he looked like a kid. The little person kept dodging the green sword while looking at Wang Lin with an ashen face. The strange person let out an angry roar and was about to block the flying sword. Wang Lin backed up a few steps the moment the little person spoke. He waved his hand and the flying sword returned to his side. The flying sword circled around Wang Lin with the tip pointing at the little person. The strange person walked up to the little man. He shouted angrily at Wang Lin a few times, his eyes filled with disappointment. The little person bitterly laughed. His body floated up and landed on the shoulder of the strange person. He said, "Adai, don't be rude to our guest." The strange person's expression suddenly eased, but he still cautiously looked at Wang Lin. The little person sighed. He looked at Wang Lin and warmly said, "Little friend, please don't be rash." Before he could finish speaking, the man outside said a strange word. The moment the strange word came out, the whole statue shook and stopped descending. The little person's expression slightly changed. His hand formed a seal as he spat out purple gas. The moment the purple gas appeared, it entered the statue. The statue's eyes shined a purple light and continued to descend. The young man let out a cold snort. He grabbed at the air and the statue shook again. It started to sink slower. At the same time, he sent out many seals, causing the statue to tremble, but the statue still stood. The small person inside the statue let out a relieved look, but he looked even more tired. He said to Wang Lin, "This statue can last half an hour under the attack of AMU. More than enough time for me to tell you the story behind all of this." Wang Lin didn't say a word as he stared at the little person. The little person sighed and said, "My name is Wu Yu. Has little friend ever heard of the corpse sect?" Wang Lin's expression remained normal with the small sword next to him as he shook his head. Wu Yu bitterly smiled and said, "Little friend doesn't need to be alert. I am only a nascent soul without a body. Coupled with countless uses of nascent energy throughout the years, I am no threat to you. It is your sword that almost killed me." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering a little, he asked, "Who is that person outside? Are you his master?" Wu Yu's eyes revealed a helpless expression. He answered, "He is my corpse puppet. Alas, I was one of ancestors of the corpse sect." The corpse sect had a rule stating that every disciple that joins must find a corpse to make their own corpse puppet. As our own cultivation level increased, the corpse puppet would grow as well. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Your corpse puppet rebelled?" Wu Yu wryly smiled. He nodded and said, "That is right. Originally, with the technique used, the corpse puppet could never rebel. Unfortunately, I came to this place 300 years ago, hoping to use the Yin energy here to break past early-stage nascent soul. Not only did I fail, but my corpse puppet took the opportunity to seriously injure me. During the shock of the injury, he was able to escape from my control. At that moment, the statue started to tremble even harder. The little person revealed an anxious look and quickly continued. I had to retreat to heal my injuries, so I didn't chase after it. 100 years later, when my injuries got better, I found my corpse puppet. However, he had managed to gain his own consciousness and even had a lucky encounter, causing him to enter mid-stage nascent soul before me. I didn't stand a chance, so I gave up my body and escaped with my nascent soul. My nascent soul took heavy injuries and has been hiding inside the statue ever since. I'm too afraid to go out. That zombie was my body from back then. It seems to have gained its own consciousness in these 100 years in this place. Wang Lin coldly smiled and said, "What a bunch of nonsense. If that corpse puppet is really as you say, why didn't it leave instead of continuing to look for you?" Wuyu wryly smiled. He hesitated for a bit and said, "Forget it, little friend, you don't know, but this is related to the corpse sex secrets. Although this corpse puppet is out of my control, I have still refined it for hundreds of years. It is connected to my soul, so if it goes more than 100 kilometers away from me, it will die. The only way to fix this problem is to swallow my nascent soul and seal it within him. Only by doing that would he truly escape my control." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he said, "He never found you in these few hundred years?" Wuyu touched the inner side of the statue and said, "When I was running away, I accidentally entered this statue. This statue can hide my presence. Only with the help of the statue did I survive. Also, after the corpse puppet reached mid-stage nascent soul, every time it came out it would need to rest after a while. Every rest takes about 100 years. That is another reason why I haven't been eaten yet." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly asked, "Oh? Then why haven't you escaped during the 100 years he was sleeping?" "I have tried to escape countless times, but this jungle is surrounded by a vast fog. This fog is very harmful to the nascent soul. I can't withstand touching it even a little. The corpse puppet can't find me, but I didn't expect my body to gain its own consciousness. With the connection between me and my body, it was able to find me. Also, Adai did things on his own and made the statue appear for you, which attracted them. Alas, this is my own fault. I can't blame anyone else." Wuyu wryly smiled and continued, "Little friend, Adai has already told me about what happened between you and him. If it was 300 years ago, I would have tried to possess your body, but I have already wasted my chance on trying to possess Adai. Now, I won't have another chance until I reach mid-stage nascent soul." Wang Lin didn't believe a word of what this little person said, but his expression remained normal. He looked at the strange person and asked, "His name is Adai?" Wuyu nodded and said, "Little friend, I found Adai in this statue. When I entered here, I found Adai sleeping and tried to take possession of this body. However, his body contains a very strange power. After using the majority of my nascent energy on his body, I was finally able to escape. Although I failed in possessing him, this allowed Adai to wake up and caused him to have the feeling that our lives are connected. From then on, I knew that there would probably be no chance for me to escape until Adai told me about you." With that, a flash of excitement entered Wu Yu's eyes. Wang Lin didn't speak, but quietly stared at the little person, waiting for the rest. Wu Yu revealed a pleading expression and said, "I beg little friend here to please help me." Wu Yu revealed a pleading expression and quickly said, "I can't leave this place, but I would like to ask you to go to the corpse sect and ask my senior apprentice brother, Yi, to come and save me." Wang Lin's expression didn't change. "Do you have a way for me to leave without being noticed by the corpse puppet?" he asked. Wu Yu quickly nodded and sincerely said, "I can use the last of my nascent energy to open up a transfer array that will take you directly to the corpse sect." Wang Lin stared at Wu Yu. He faintly smiled and said, "If you can open up the transfer array, why don't you go back through it?" Wu Yu sighed and said, "The corpse puppet can't go more than 100 kilometers away from me, and I can't go 100 kilometers away from him. If the corpse puppet leaves the 100-kilometer range, it would immediately die. If I still had my body, my soul would take a heavy injury, but now I am just a nascent soul. I really don't want to die with the corpse puppet. The frequency at which the statue was trembling was increasing. Wu Yu saw that Wang Lin's expression still hadn't changed. He clenched his jaw and said, I, Wu Yu, swear on my nascent soul that I mean you no harm. So please help me, little friend. I can even gift a die to you. The 9 talismans were already on his body when I found him, and they contain unimaginable power. In addition, I can feel that your spiritual energy contains Yin properties. I also use the Yin method of cultivation. I assume you came here to use the Yin energy for cultivation. The Yin energy here is the underworld type of Yin energy. If you go to the corpse sect, there is a cultivation spot that has earth-type Yin energy. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes and said, if the corpse sect has a location with earth-type Yin energy, why did you come here to make your breakthrough? Wu Yu gave Wang Lin a deep glance. This youth was very careful. No matter how much he tried to convince him, Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. After hearing Wang Lin's question, he wryly smiled and said, little friend, I have already sworn upon my nascent soul. This corpse puppet is not the same as a living being. Every time it is about to make a breakthrough, it must absorb underworld-type Yin energy, so I brought it here. Just at that moment, the statue shook violently and cracks appeared all over its body. A series of crackling sounds could be heard as the cracks became larger and the statue seemed to be about to collapse. Wu Yu's expression suddenly became very anxious and said, little friend, if you want to cultivate your Yin technique at the corpse sect, you can pretend to be my disciple. I'll teleport you directly to the corpse sect and they won't suspect a thing. Little friend, consider it yourself. The moment he finished speaking, the statue suddenly shook violently. The cracks now covered the entire statue and some parts even started to fall off. Wang Lin's mind spun. He knew that if he didn't leave, his life would be in danger when that corpse puppet broke in. He instantly knew that the corpse puppet was a cold-hearted killer. Thinking about that, he nodded toward Wu Yu without a word. Wu Yu took a deep breath. Both of his hands constantly formed seals as a pentagonal ring slowly appeared before him. This ring of light emitted a rainbow color and a small suction force could be felt. At that moment, the statue broke with a bang and a cold voice came in. Master, I want to see where you will run to now. Wu Yu reveal a horrified expression. Without waiting for the transfer array to completely open, he shouted, little friend, go quickly. Whether I survive or not is all in your hands. With that, he flew into the stone person floating in the air. At the same time, Wang Lin charged toward the transfer array. The transfer array was unstable and seemed like it might collapse. The strange person hesitated for a bit and followed Wang Lin into the transfer array. Just at that moment, the statue completely collapsed. The young man came in with a mocking smile. However, the moment he saw the transfer array, his expression drastically changed. As for Wang Lin, after he entered the transfer array, he found himself inside a tunnel. He could feel his body being stretched and there were countless specks of lights flashing by like the stars in the sky. Wang Lin looked back He saw a Dai behind him looking left and right. After a Dai noticed that Wang Lin was looking at him, he shouted a few strange words toward Wang Lin. His eyes were no longer cautious of Wang Lin, but were filled with confusion. After an unknown amount of time, a light appeared at the end of the tunnel. The light became larger and larger until it covered most of the tunnel. Wang Lin and a Dai felt a suction force from the light and were sucked in. The corpse sect was a demonic sect in Zhao. Although they were weaker than the number 1 sky demon sect, the corpse sect was much more mysterious. Could be said that the corpse sect was the number 1 most mysterious sect in Zhao. How many disciples the sect had, where the sect was located, how many nascent soul cultivators the sect had, and such information were all unknown to the outside world. There were even rumors that the corpse sect had already been completely wiped out. In short, this was a very low-profile sect, but this kind of low profile was something the world could never forget about. The only thing people knew about the corpse sect was their cultivation method. The disciples of the corpse sect only had one chance to refine a corpse. Once they refine one, they will never refine another. This was a very miraculous technique. For the corpse sect's disciples, besides their own cultivation, the cultivation of their corpse puppet was also important. The reason this technique was so miraculous was that 500 years ago, a Foundation establishment disciple had a nascent soul corpse puppet. Although this disciple ended up mysteriously disappearing, his appearance caused a stir in Zhao, especially among the lower-level cultivators who now dreamed of joining the corpse sect. But no matter how many people tried to find it, the corpse sect was like a floating cloud that no one could find. In a location in the far west side of Zhao was an area surrounded by yin energy all year round. Even cultivators didn't come here often, because aside from the fact that this area was shrouded with yin energy, there was also the 9 earth energy that not even nascent soul cultivators were willing to touch. Anyone below the nascent soul stage would be injured from touching it. Supposedly, areas with this many restrictions should be hiding some sort of big treasure. This was the idea in many cultivators' heads. Finally, a few of the demonic sects got together with their experts and broke the restrictions to search the area. But what surprised everyone was that there was nothing there at all. Some of the people expanded their search to the underground and still found nothing. This treasure hunt turned into a joke. They were mocked by the orthodox sects. Gradually, due to the fact that this place had many restrictions and no treasure, it was forgotten by everyone. At the center of the plain was an area covered by fog. Inside the fog was a marsh that took up most of the area, and under the marsh was a giant cave. There were numerous tunnels connecting the giant cave to smaller caves and tunnels from those caves to others. The entire underground area was covered with big and small caves connected to each other. This was where the most mysterious demonic sect of Zhao, the corpse sect, was located. The largest cave in the center was the size of several of the Hung Yu sect's main hall. Inside were 8 pillars of purple wood, forming a formation. There were endless waves of purple energy emitting from the wood pillars. There were countless strange symbols and patterns carved into the 8 wood pillars. There were also strings of light connecting them. If one looked at them from above, they could see that those lights formed a total of 49 rings of light. Sitting on the 8 wood pillars were 8 young men. A coffin floated behind each one of them. 5 of the rings lit up and a youth wearing blue and a coffin appeared in the cave. One of the 8 youths on the pillars opened his eyes and looked at the person who had just arrived. He spoke with no emotion in his voice at all. "Where did you came from?" The blue-robed youth quickly bowed and said, "Rank 2 Cultivation Country Lu Corp's Sect Branch. I, Lin Yi, am here to participate in the promotion exam." The youth coldly glanced at the person and said, "The 18th cave to the right, go." The blue-robed youth respectfully clasped his hands and exited the formation. Afterward, he calculated for a bit and entered a cave. The youth on the pillar slightly nodded. He no longer minded the blue-robed youth and closed his eyes. Within the next several hours, more people came out of the transfer array. The strongest person to come caused 13 rings to light up. The moment the 13 rings lit up, 2 of the 8 youths opened their eyes. Time slowly passed. The rings in the formation lit up again. This time it was 6 rings. A youth on a wood pillar opened his eyes. Just at that moment, there was a sudden flash of light and 7 more rings lit up. "What is this?" At that moment, another youth opened his eyes. The 2 looked at each other, then carefully looked at the formation. Shortly after, the formation flashed again and the amount of rings to light up increased from 13 to 28. "It seems there is a senior coming here." 2 more youths opened their eyes. There was a hint of respect in the 4 youths' cold gazes as they stared at the formation. The moment that was said, there was a rumbling sound coming from the formation as the number of rings of light that were lit up increased from 28 one by one. The remaining 4 youths opened their eyes with shocked expressions. When 40 rings lit up, the 8 of them stood up, kneeled down on one knee, and formed a strange sign as they said, "Welcome, Senior." The moment the word Senior came out, 3 more rings lit up, making it a total of 43 rings. After 43 rings were lit, no more lit up, but they started to shine in sync. The attitude of each of the 8 youths changed again. Their faces were filled with shock. Then that changed to a near-crazed level of respect. They went from one knee on the ground to 2 knees as they carefully stared at the transfer array. It has to be said that if 40 rings light up, That means the status of the person in the corpse sect is very high, and if it's above 40, then it is a nascent soul ancestor. With that knowledge, it made sense for the 8 of them to have this reaction. Slowly, the 2 figures that appeared in the formation became more and more solid. One of them was about 20 years old. He looked very handsome, had an air of coolness, and was wearing black clothes that made him look even more upright. Behind him followed a strange, blue-skinned person with countless strange symbols all over his body. The most eye-catching part was the 9 yellow talismans stuck to various parts of his body. The moment the 2 appeared, slivers of cold air spread out. Suddenly, one of the 8 youths let out a surprised sound. Soon all of them were shocked. This person was Wang Lin. The moment he appeared, he opened his mouth and spat out a green light. The flying sword circled around him, releasing a cold aura with the sword tip pointing at the 8 people on the wood pillars. With a scan of his divine sense, Wang Lin relaxed a bit. All 8 of the youths around him were only at the 15th layer of chi condensation. If he wanted to, he could kill them all in an instant. The strange person, Adai, also for some reason stopped looking around like he was when they were inside the tunnel. He stood behind Wang Lin and stared at the strange symbols on the wood pillars, seemingly lost in thought. The 8 people on the wood pillars stood up. One of them had a strange expression on his face as he asked, "Senior, you are?" Wang Lin already planned out what he was going to say during the trip here. Currently, he was very calm as he coldly said, "I am Wang Lin. Please inform Uncle Master Yi Zizai that I have something important to tell him." The youth was startled. He looked at the other youth, then said, "Senior, I can't help you with that. Let me take you to see the elder." Wang Lin nodded. He walked out of the formation and Adai followed behind. The youth jumped off the wood pillar and the coffin followed behind him. "Senior, this way." With that, the youth flew toward one of the tunnels. Without a word, Wang Lin followed the youth. Along the way, the youth secretly inspected Wang Lin. The more he saw, the more respectful he became. After all, strength was everything in the cultivation world. And with Wang Lin's foundation establishment cultivation level, the youth naturally respected Wang Lin. Adai, who was behind Wang Lin, attracted most of the youth's attention. Similarly, Wang Lin was also inspecting the youth, especially the coffin behind him. Waves of cold energy were emitted from the coffin, and there was a layer blocking out his divine sense. However, as Wang Lin was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he saw through it with a little effort. There was a corpse inside the coffin. The body was like dry wood and sleeping. The moment Wang Lin saw the corpse woke up. Although its eyes were cloudy, it was filled with killing intent. The youth seemed to notice and smacked the coffin. The corpse closed its eyes and the youth smiled. "Senior, this corpse puppet was given to me by my master. Master got it from the outer world battleground. It is very sensitive to divine sense and is filled with killing intent. It took me a very long time to finally refine it." Wang Lin nodded and said, "Your corpse puppet has early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Not bad." The moment the youth heard those words, he was secretly shocked and his respect for Wang Lin deepened. It has to be said that the coffin has the ability to block out divine sense, yet Wang Lin was able to see through it instantly. Clearly, Wang Lin was no ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Maybe even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Thinking of that, his attitude became even more respectful as he asked, "Senior, is this your corpse puppet?" Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded. The youth's face was filled with curiosity as he looked at Adai before exclaiming, "Senior, how did you get your corpse puppet to be so intelligent?" The only other corpse puppet as intelligent is Ancestor Zay's flying Luosha. Wang Lin looked at the youth and didn't answer. The youth kept looking at Adai, making him very nervous, until Adai couldn't stand it anymore and started to yell at the youth. The youth was startled when he heard Adai speaking and asked, "Senior, your corpse puppet has already evolved to the point of speaking?" Wang Lin slightly frowned. This person really talks too much, he thought. The youth didn't seem to be aware of how annoying he was and kept talking even though Wang Lin didn't answer. After less than a quarter of an hour of walking, The youth went from talking about Wang Lin's corpse puppet to his fellow disciples, then his own master, the ancestor, and so on. Although Wang Lin was annoyed, he was able to learn a lot about the corpse sect. The Zhao branch of the corpse sect is really amazing. People from the upper rank 4 and 5 countries to the lower rank 1 and 2 countries, they all pass through here as a transit point. For example, the corpse sect branches in rank 1 and 2 countries qualification test is held here. The tunnel became wider and wider as the youth kept talking. Wang Lin really couldn't stand the youth's chatter, so when he saw the exit of the tunnel, he immediately sped up and flew toward it. Inside the cave were 5 large stone pillars, and on top of each pillar was a large ball of blue flame. On the top of the pillar, in the middle, sat an old man. He had a very ruddy complexion. His face was red and his hair moved without any wind. While he was cultivating, slivers of gas from the balls of fire entered his body, exited his body, then entered the pillar. The cycle continued. It was very strange. The moment Wang Lin flew into the cave, the old man opened his eyes. His eyes glowed as he carefully examined Wang Lin with a cold gaze. Wang Lin checked with his divine sense and found that the old man was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. At that moment, the youth also quickly entered the cave and said to the old man, "Elder, this senior just arrived through the formation. 43 rings lit up when he arrived and he wants to see Ancestor Yi." After hearing this, the old man's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Wang Lin with a strange expression and asked, "Fellow cultivator, who in the corpse sect opened the tunnel for you?" Wang Lin calmly answered, "Wu Yu." Hearing that name, the old man's expression changed. He stood up and said, "Ancestor Wu Yu who disappeared for a few hundred years. What is your relationship with him?" Wang Lin looked at the old man and said, "Disciple." The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Wu Yu's status was extremely high within the corpse sect. If what Wang Lin said was true, then he couldn't afford to offend this person. With that, he quickly smiled and said, "So it's Uncle Master returning. Junior's name is Mu Rong. What is Senior's name?" Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "I'm Wang Lin. As for being called Uncle Master, I don't deserve it." Mu Rong let out a laugh. He turned his head and looked at the youth. His expression went cold as he said, "You can go now. I'll lead Uncle Master Wang to Ancestor Yi." The youth quickly agreed. He turned around and muttered to himself before quickly leaving. After the youth left, Mu Rong invited Wang Lin onto the stone pillar and asked, "Brother Wang, why didn't Ancestor come back with you?" Wang Lin looked at the person and responded, "My master's corpse puppet had some problems, so he is taking care of it." Mu Rong nodded and said, "Ancestor Wu Yu's corpse puppet is almost as powerful as Ancestor Ye's. The more powerful a corpse puppet is, the harder they are to deal with. However, with his strength, it shouldn't be too much of a problem." He looked at Wang Lin trying to figure out some secrets. Unfortunately, Wang Lin's expression never changed the entire time. Mu Rong pondered a little and said, "Please wait here, Brother Wang. I'll contact Ancestor Yi right away." With that, he slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. He held the jade in his hand with a serious expression for a moment, then tossed it. The jade flashed a few times, then quickly flew into one of the tunnels. After doing that, Mu Rong looked at a die behind Wang Lin. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Lin spoke as he looked at the blue flame on the pillars with a surprised expression. "Brother Mu, these yin flames contain yen energy as well. They don't seem ordinary." Mu Rong let out a laugh and said, "Brother Wang, this blue Fire Lord flame was created by melting the cores of several core formation cultivators from the Orthodox sects hundreds of years ago. After they were further refined by Ancestor Yi, they became treasures of the corpse sect. They benefit our cultivation a lot and are especially beneficial to our corpse puppets." Wang Lin stared at the blue flame. He waved his hand. A sliver of the blue flame floated to him. He observed the flame, then sent some of his yin energy into the flame. Sizzling sounds came from the flame and it turned into a small blue ball floating in his hand. Mu Rong's expression slightly changed to a smile. "Brother Wang, turning this gas into solid form isn't easy without a lot of yin energy. It seems Ancestor Wu Yu really loves you. The last sliver of doubt that Mu Rong had toward Wang Lin disappeared after Wang Lin displayed that move. He didn't know that although Wang Lin's Yin energy was similar to the Yin method the corpse sect practiced, they were very different. At that moment, the blue flames suddenly dimmed as more and more gas gathered from the blue flames. The gas formed into the figure of a person. The figure emitted a heavy pressure. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. Under the pressure of the figure, he felt a sense of terror. Then, he looked at Mu Rong, who was already kneeling on the ground. A grim voice came from the figure. "You are junior apprentice brother Wu Yu's disciple?" The moment that loud voice spoke out, the sound transformed into violent wind that caused the balls of fire in the surroundings to dim. Loud sounds echoed in the cave, giving off the feeling of divine punishment. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Greetings, Senior Yi." The figure slowly became solid and turned into a 40-or-so-year-old man. This person was very handsome. His eyes sparkled like the stars and his skin was as smooth as jade. He looked at Wang Lin with no emotion on his face and said, "Mu Rong, you can leave." Mu Rong, who was kneeling on the ground, quickly stood up, charged toward one of the caves, and disappeared without a trace. Yi waved his left hand and a curtain of light suddenly appeared and surrounded them. He sighed and said with a sense of melancholy, "Wang Lin, you are not a disciple of the corpse sect. There is no need to lie. My junior apprentice brother Wu Yu must have met with some trouble. Wang Lin, there is no third person here, so tell me." Wang Lin straightened his back. He had already thought about it on the way here. There was no way he would be able to lie to a nascent soul cultivator like Yi, so he decided to tell the truth. After pondering a little, Wang Lin recounted everything that happened in the ruins. Yi silently listened and didn't say a word. He sighed after Wang Lin finished speaking, then closed eyes and thought. What this Wang Lin said should be true. When Brother Wu Yu left, he did say that his corpse puppet was about to advance, and what Wang Lin said matches his personality. A corpse puppet rebelling. Alas, junior apprentice brother, how could the rebelling of a mid-stage nascent soul corpse puppet be as easy to deal with as you stated? Even if I go, I can't help you at all. Since you made Wang Lin deliver the message, you must have other ideas. With that, Yi spread out his divine sense and was shocked. The method this Wang Lin cultivated was very close to the corpse sex. He was filled with Yin energy. After pondering for a while, Yi understood Wu Yu's intention. This was Wu Yu's way of sending a distress call while sending the corpse sect a disciple. After scanning Wang Lin, he looked at a die. After he pondered for a bit, he completely understood Wu Yu's intentions. Adai's body was built for cultivating the corpse sex cultivation method. After Yi withdrew his gaze, he slowly asked Wang Lin, "He is Adai, who accompanied my junior apprentice brother for all these years?" Wang Lin nodded. Yi took a deep breath and decisively said, "Wang Lin, I checked out your spiritual energy, and it contains a lot of Yin property. If you were to cultivate here, you would have a much easier time. Wang Lin, are you willing to become a disciple of the corpse sect?" Wang Lin already guessed everything that could happen on the way here. Yi's recruitment was within his expectations, so he respectfully said, "Disciple is willing." Yi nodded again and said, "Fine. Since you had the luck of meeting my junior brother Wu Yu, then you might as well become his real disciple. From now on, you are the corpse sect's second-generation disciple." With that, he pointed at Adai and said, "I'll be taking Adai with me." He saw Wang Lin's uncertainty and said, "Don't worry, he has such a deep relationship with my junior brother. I won't dare to hurt him. I'm going to take him as my personal disciple." With that, he waved his right hand and threw out a dark blue jade. Then he grabbed Adai with his hand. Adai let out a scream as they disappeared into the caves. Wang Lin caught the jade. He scanned it with his divine sense and his expression became strange. There were only some simple techniques and not a trace of the corpse sex cultivation method. This must be because Yi was worried, so Wang Lin didn't mind. As he was checking out the jade, Mu Rong peeked out from one of the caves and walked out. After he found that Yi Zi had left, he flew to Wang Lin and was about to speak when he noticed the jade in his hand. He was shocked and quickly took a few steps back as he said, "Disciple Mu Rong greets ancestor." Wang Lin was shook and stared at the jade as he said, "Brother Mu, there is no need to be like this. Does the color of the jade mean anything?" Mu Rong looked at the jade in Wang Lin's hand with envy as he bitterly smiled and took out a light blue jade and said, "Ancestor, you didn't have a jade before, so we could talk to each other as if we were peers. But now that you have your jade, the corpse sect has strict rules regarding ranks, so how would I dare to call you Brother Wang again? Look at the color of my jade." The jade is the only form of identification in the corpse sect. The first ancestor's jade is green. Ancestors' jades are dark blue, elders' jades are light blue, and all disciples' jades are white. Wang Lin put away his jade and was just about to speak when the balls of fires on the pillar suddenly flashed a few times, releasing green smoke. Mu Rong's expression changed a bit. His hand formed a seal and he said, "Gather!" The green smoke quickly came toward Mu Rong and entered his forehead. Mu Rong closed his eyes. Shortly after, he reopened them and said, "Ancestor, first ancestor Yi Zi has arranged a room for you. I'll take you there shortly." Wang Lin was very surprised about the techniques of the corpse sect. Just like the technique that just now used smoke to transmit a message. He rubbed his chin and nodded. Mu Rong flew toward one of the caves. Wang Lin jumped and followed behind. The two moved quickly through the caves as Mu Rong talked to Wang Lin about the corpse sect. Along with the youth's explanation, Wang Lin now had a certain understanding of the corpse sect. The corpse sect was one of the 4 demonic sects of Zhao. They had over 1,000 disciples and they all lived underground. Each had their own cultivation room. Everyone other than the few disciples that would go out to purchase things while everyone else was cultivating in their rooms. Although, calling them a demonic sect wasn't really fitting compared to the Tian Dao sect's demonic flame, He Huan sect's eviline, and Wu Feng Valley's murderous aura. Though the corpse sect had corpse puppets, everyone there were really just cultivation maniacs. Every disciple cultivated like a madman, and the reason for this was because of the cruel requirements the corpse sect had. If one doesn't reach the 10th layer of qi condensation in 10 years, doesn't reach foundation establishment in 30 years, or doesn't reach core formation in 100 years, they will be refined into a corpse puppet. This cruel system was like a whip that caused all of the corpse sect disciples to cultivate like crazy. Every year there were several people that were refined into corpse puppets, and every time all of the disciples watched the process. Similarly, every year, there were disciples that were sent out to find fitting mortals to replenish those lost disciples. It's not that the disciples didn't want to rebel, but all of the disciples that were accepted would have part of their soul removed and sealed into a jade. The jades were split into 4 ranks. The first ancestor's green jade could control any disciple in the sect. The ancestor's dark blue jade also had a similar effect, and then the elder's light blue jade. Under layers of control, no one dared to rebel. Mu Rong also told Wang Lin that this corpse sect was only a branch of the real corpse sect. He once saw a messenger from a rank 5 country. Even that messenger slave was at least at the nascent soul cultivation level. The more Wang Lin heard, the more shocked he was. He wondered why when Yi Zi gave him the jade, Yi Zi didn't seal part of his soul in it. The same question came from Yi Zi's body after he returned to his own cave. "Why didn't you seal part of his soul into the jade?" asked a hoarse voice that sounded like 2 iron plates rubbing together. Yi Zi slapped his palm on Adai's forehead and sealed his senses. Then, he turned around and sat cross-legged on the black bed. He pointed at his forehead and his body shook as an illusionary figure appeared next to him. This figure was very blurry. One couldn't clearly see what he looked like. He floated around Adai, observing him. Then he reached out his hand toward Adai's head. Yi Zi frowned. He waved his right hand and coughed out a mouthful of blue Yin fire. After the Yin fire appeared, it formed a wall that blocked the figure's hand. Yi Zi coldly said, "Luo Sha, this person is my junior apprentice brother's personal disciple. You can't hurt him." The figure let out a laugh. He floated in the air with his arms hugging his own shoulders and said, with a high-pitched voice, Yizazai, you and your junior apprentice brother are only furnaces for us. Your brother left early, before Lord Z could awaken, and now he is calling you for help. He is really throwing himself into the net. Yizazai, since you already know his location, why aren't you going to help Lord Z devour Wuyu? Yizazai's face was gloomy. He stared at the figure and sneered. Before you completely devour me, don't think I will listen to any order from you. As for Lord Z, I won't go to help him or my junior apprentice brother. Whether he could devour my junior apprentice brother, it's all up to himself. The figure let out a creepy laugh. He didn't seem to mind and said, if you don't want to go, I won't force you, but the next wave of bodies has been prepared by a rank 5 country. This time there are 10 people. You must pick your furnace carefully. Remember, you are only an outer disciple of the corpse sect. Also, what are you going to do with this brat Adai? Yizazai pondered for a while and secretly let out a sigh. 400 years ago he entered the corpse sect and, thanks to his talent, he was able to reach the nascent soul stage in 400 years, but just at that moment, his corpse puppet gained a sense of self and started to devour his consciousness. This process was very slow, and this allowed him to learn of some of the corpse sect's secrets. The corpse sect is a very large sect. Based on Yizazai's knowledge, the main corpse sect is based in a rank 5 country, and the rest of the branches are scattered across the planet. All of these branches have very rigid systems to force the disciples to train like crazy. After Yizi found out the truth, he felt like they were being raised like animals. After the animals reach the core formation stage, there is a ceremony. That is when souls from rank 5 countries that have lost their bodies will be placed into corpse puppets. To say it plainly, the corpse sect is the largest provider of bodies for sects from rank 5 countries. It has to be said that rank 4 or higher countries wage a number of wars every year. In the foreign battleground, injuries and death are inevitable. All cultivators above the nascent stage have a chance of escaping with their nascent souls if they are careful. That's when the corpse sect comes in. Whether it's someone who lost their body or is getting ready to possess a body, all transactions dealing with bodies are done at the corpse sect. The bodies the corpse sect provides all have excellent talent and have been training in the cultivation method provided by the corpse sect since they were young. Every branch of the corpse sect provides different cultivation methods to their disciples. The corpse sect deals with a lot of sects from rank 4 or 5 countries, and some of them sign exclusive deals with the corpse sect in order to get bodies faster. One part of the deal is that the sect provides their basic cultivation method, effectively making a branch their sect's personal body farm. Zhao's corpse sect comes from a demonic sect in a rank 5 country. The cultivation method is called the underworld method. Yizi let out a sigh. It was not that he didn't think about rebelling, but the more he knew, the more he understood how small he really was in comparison. He wasn't qualified to rebel, and once the possession starts, it can't be stopped unless his cultivation level greatly surpasses the cultivation level of the soul in the corpse puppet. There is another rule in the corpse sect. If a disciple reaches the nascent soul stage, even if their body is possessed by another, they are given the chance to possess someone else. Yizazai, for example, once he is completely devoured, his soul will be placed in the corpse puppet of someone he chooses. He will then possess that person through their corpse puppet, just like he is being possessed right now. But he only has one chance. If he can't break through the nascent soul stage and get to the soul formation stage, then the only road left for him is to be sent to the foreign battleground to be used as cannon fodder. Once one reaches the soul formation stage, they are promoted to elder in a branch in a rank 4 country. They then have 1,000 years to reach the soul transformation stage. The consequences for failure are the same. Yizazai coldly replied to Luosha's question. Adai is not even at the core formation stage yet, so what does he have to do with you? He is also my junior apprentice brother's disciple. So as long as I'm still around, I'll guarantee his safety. As he was speaking, he felt pressure from the figure in the air. He then said, word for word, I won't allow anyone to harm him. Anyone. Luosha let out a laugh. His eyes lit up as he said, Yizazai, Adai's body is very good. He would be a good candidate for you to posses. Yizazai let out a cold snort. He indeed did have this idea in mind. When he first saw Adai, he decided that he was going to prepare a Dai's body for himself. The figure faintly smiled and said, "That brat Wang Lin has a weird cultivation method. He has a hint of the true underworld cultivation method about him. No matter how he cultivated, he would make an excellent furnace." "Yizazai, you still haven't answered my question. Why you didn't seal part of his soul earlier?" Yizazai closed his eyes and said, "A Dai is not my only choice. Including Wang Lin, I have several possible candidates. Also, I haven't decided on who will be the host and who will be the corpse puppet yet. I won't seal part of their soul before they reach the core formation stage because once I seal a part of their soul, they will be recorded within the corpse sect. If they get taken by someone else, then I would have done all this work for nothing." Yizazai didn't care if Luosha knew. He was doing all of this to create a path for himself. In a way, it was him admitting defeat to Luosha and allowing Luosha to possess his body. With that, he opened his eyes and added, "The clean-up of the foreign battleground is about to start. I believe the tokens will be passed out in a few days." The figure licked his lips and laughed with a hoarse voice. This time, after the messenger from the Cultivation Union opens up the portal to the foreign battleground, I only need to absorb 3 breaths of spiritual energy to finish the possession. Yizazai, according to my agreement with the corpse sect, once I possess you, I'll keep your consciousness intact. Once you have decided on a candidate, I'll help you once in exchange for your body and raise that person's cultivation to the core formation stage to make it easier for you to possess them. After Yizazai found out the secret of the corpse sect, he knew that this day would come. The clean-up of the foreign battleground every 100 years is the time where a majority of people complete their possession. Yizazai secretly sighed. He closed his eyes and no longer spoke. As for Wang Lin, he quickly moved with Mu Rong through the caves. Wang Lin could clearly feel that they were going deeper underground. The farther they went, the more clearly he could feel the yin energy coming from underground. After a long time, Mu Rong stopped before a cave. He looked enviously at Wang Lin and said, "Ancestor, this is the cave prepared for you by the first ancestor. This is one of the best cultivation spots in the corpse sect." After a few exchanges with Wang Lin, he entered the room. The cave was only 1/5 the size of the cave Mu Rong was in. There was a thick layer of ice on the ground that was emitting a blue light, making the room look very strange. There were countless tiny holes on the walls. Slivers of yin energy came out of them. Aside from that, the cave was empty. Wang Lin squatted down and touched the ground. Suddenly, yin energy entered his body. But the instant it entered, it turned into white gas and disappeared within his body. Wang Lin's expression changed. The yin energy in his body had far surpassed the yin energy from the ground. Wang Lin sat on the ground. His hands formed seals according to the technique recorded inside the jade. He sent out the technique while spreading out his divine sense. The walls in the cave started to move strangely until all of the holes were closed. The entire cave was now a sealed area. Wang Lin looked around and began to ponder. He was forced to join the corpse sect because back in the ruin, if he hadn't entered the transfer array, he would have gotten mixed in with the battle between the corpse puppet and Wu Yu. From the looks of things now, it seemed that Wu Yu wasn't lying. This place was very fitting for cultivating the underworld ascension method. But just from being here, Wang Lin felt a sense of danger, especially from Yizi. Although his expression was kind, Wang Lin felt like he was being watched by a poisonous snake. This feeling immediately moved from Wang Lin to a Dai the moment Yizi saw a Dai. Nevertheless, not only did Wang Lin's caution not decrease, but he became even more cautious. This Yizazai must have some bad intentions in mind, he thought. Wang Lin slightly frowned and muttered to himself, "Unfortunately, Situ is still asleep. With his experience, he would be able to see through Yizazai instantly. I must find a chance to escape. But since I'm already here, I must take this opportunity to cultivate." Thinking about that, his eyes lit up. His hand formed seals and shot out multiple techniques. Immediately, rumbling sounds came from the small holes in the wall, and white gas filled the room. Wang Lin opened his mouth and sucked all of the white gas into his body. But soon, even more white gas appeared from the holes on the wall. The moment the white gas entered his body, It was absorbed by his spiritual energy. Wang Lin revealed an odd expression. Both of his hands formed a seal as he shot out a pillar of light. The pillar quickly condensed into a ball of light. Wang Lin didn't even bat an eye as he watched the ball of light glow light blue and flash once. His eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, "Earth-in ordinary quality rank 1. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed as he felt a powerful pressure coming in from all sides. He felt like he was losing control of the spiritual energy in his body. Wang Lin's expression became very serious as he quickly closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Large droplets of sweat fell from his forehead and his body was soon soaked in sweat. At that moment, an enormous rainbow-colored cloud appeared in the sky above Zhao. It can be said that it covered the entire sky. The moment the cloud appeared, it was as if divine retribution had descended. The expression of every cultivator below the nascent soul stage, no matter where they were, what sect they were from, or what they were doing, changed. Under the huge pressure, all of the Qi condensation disciples were terrified as they lost control of the spiritual energy in their bodies. All of the foundation establishment and core formation cultivators quickly sat down to cultivate in order to regulate the spiritual energy in their bodies. Only nascent soul cultivators were able to resist, but their expressions changed greatly. In a secret area in the back mountain of the Xiandao sect, Punanzi suddenly opened his eyes. His expression changed multiple times before revealing a look of ecstasy. Without a word, he disappeared from the secret area and reappeared 100 kilometers away. Inside the area of Zhao, several streaks of light appeared in the sky, all charging toward Heaven's Tower in the center of Zhao. With how the cultivators reacted, the mortals reacted even more strongly. All of them were kneeling on the ground toward Heaven's Tower. Legend has it that the rainbow-colored divine retribution will arrive once every 100 years. It has finally appeared again. All of the powerful nascent soul cultivators flew toward Heaven's Tower. Deep in the caves of the corpse sect, Yi Zizai's eyes lit up as he disappeared from the room and quickly teleported away. Before he left, he used his green jade to send out a command to every corpse sect disciple. "I'm going out for a few days. Open up the defense formation and kill anyone that dares to leave." The Tang family ancestor, Tang Huayuan, was cultivating inside the Tang family ancestral home when the rainbow-colored cloud appeared. His eyes lit up and hesitation appeared in his eyes. After a while, he left a voice transmission jade and left. The same scene happened across various major sects throughout Zhao. From the area of Zhao, all of the trails of light gathered at Heaven's Tower. Heaven's Tower was the symbol of a country that was part of the Cultivation Union. When a country joins, the Union sends someone to build the tower. A messenger lives inside Heaven's Tower. This messenger doesn't interfere with the affairs of the country they're in and only comes out to settle big problems. Punanzi was the first nascent soul cultivator to reach Heaven's Tower. After all, he was the last remaining nascent soul cultivator from 500 years ago. His cultivation level was already mid-stage nascent soul and he was only one step away from late-stage nascent soul. Along with the experience he got from the foreign battleground, he had a solid hold on the position of most powerful cultivator in Zhao. He was wearing a gray robe as he appeared at the base of Heaven's Tower. Looking at Heaven's Tower, the octagon-shaped tower reached all the way up to the sky. There were bursts of light coming from the tower, making it look very mysterious. Punanzi looked up at Heaven's Tower with fear still lingering in his eyes. This was the second time he had been here. The first time was 500 years ago, when all 23 nascent soul cultivators of Zhao were forced by a rank 4 country to enter the foreign battleground. 500 years later, he was the only person who returned. Punanzi didn't even know how he survived these 500 years. There were several large battles every day and life and death was decided in an instant. Over these 500 years, he saw many powerful cultivators. These powerful cultivators would only need to move their fingers to kill him. One of the nascent soul cultivators from Zhao, the ancestor of the Hangyu sect, Punanzi personally saw him being swallowed whole by a very ordinary-looking cultivator. The more Punanzi saw, the more scared he became, and the more scared he became, the more he wanted to break past the nascent soul stage. In those 500 years in the foreign battleground, he learned that beyond the soul formation stage, there was the soul transformation stage. With mixed feelings, he bowed toward Heaven's Tower and said, "Messenger, Xian Dao Sex Punanzi is here. Punanzi, you and I can be considered old acquaintances. You don't need to be so formal." A hearty voice came from the tower, followed by an old man. This old man was slightly round, kind of ugly, and was wearing a green robe that highlighted his round belly, making him look kind of funny. But Punanzi didn't dare to show any disrespect. He waved his hand and took out a bag of holding. He handed it to the old man and said, "Lord Messenger, these are some materials I have gathered since I returned. Some of these are materials you asked for." The fat old man narrowed his eyes and let out a laugh. He accepted the bag without even looking at it and put it away as he said, "Punanzi, you are the first nascent soul cultivator from Zhao that managed to return from the foreign battleground since I became the messenger of Zhao. I have already sent all of your information to my sect. They have sent word that if you manage to break into the late stage of nascent soul within 100 years, then they will break the rules and accept you as an honorary disciple." Punanzi revealed a look of ecstasy and nodded. As the two were talking, two streaks of light arrived, landing in an open area. A man and woman were in them. The man looked about 30 years old. He was very handsome in an evil kind of way. When he saw the fat old man, he quickly and respectfully said, "He Huan Sex Chun Huan greets Lord Messenger." The female was very beautiful. She looked at the fat old man and respectfully said, "He Huan Sex Chun Yen greets Lord Messenger." The fat messenger nodded and no longer paid them any attention as he began to chat with Punanzi. From his view, only Punanzi barely had the right to talk with him. Shortly after, more than 10 people arrived, including Teng Huayuan. The last one to arrive was Yi Zizai. The moment he entered the tower, the fat messenger exhaled softly. He looked at Yi Zizai and let out a faint smile. When all of the nascent soul cultivators arrived, the rainbow-colored cloud became even denser in the sky. The fat messenger's expression became serious as he formed a few seals and shot them into the sky. Shortly after, the cloud began to stir and a ray of red light landed from the sky onto Heaven's Tower. Soon, the other 6 colors of the rainbow landed on Heaven's Tower as well. After Heaven's Tower absorbed the 7 rays of light, it shook and a ring of light dozens of meters in diameter appeared from the top of the tower. The ring of light shot into the sky, forming a black hole. Rings of white lightning surrounded the black hole. Looking up, one could see waves of energy spreading out with the pillars of light as the center. The clouds melted like hot water being poured on snow. Gusts of wind appeared from the pillars of light. The gust hit everyone's clothes, making popping sounds. Most of the people present were early-stage nascent soul cultivators. All of them backed up a few steps under the wind. Only 4 people withstood the wind and didn't back up. These 4 people were Punanzi, Yi Zizai, a white-haired cultivator from the Piao Miao sect, and a skinny old man from the Tian Dao sect. The fat messenger's expression became very serious. He flew into the air and respectfully shouted, "Rank 3 Country Moderator Sure Lini welcomes the arrival of the Cultivation Union Messenger." A huge head appeared from the black hole and coldly looked at everyone. Including the 4 that didn't back up, all of the nascent soul cultivators here felt as if their nascent souls were about to collapse under that gaze. They didn't doubt at all that if the person in the black hole stared at them any longer, their nascent souls wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and explode. Punanzi was the first to recover. His face was pale. He recognized this figure very clearly. It was an expert of the giant demon family from the foreign battleground. This family of cultivators cultivated by devouring other cultivators. The ancestor of the Hong Yu sect was swallowed by a member of the giant demon family before they even revealed their true form. The giant's gaze landed on Lini and his expression became a bit softer, but he impatiently said, "This desolate area barely has any spiritual energy at all. If it wasn't for the dam treaty, I could suck all of the spiritual energy from here in one breath. All of you listen well. The foreign battleground will open up in 5 months. You guys of Zhao are responsible for the 100,000 square kilometer area 58 degrees north of the entrance. There are 7 tokens there. Same rules as normal. 4 of them must be broken. Only at most 3 sects are allowed to enter. If more than 3 tokens remain after 5 months, the country of Zhao will lose its right to participate. With that, the giant opened his mouth and 7 rays of light flew out of it, landing on the ground and revealing 7 tokens. With that done, the giant's head went back into the black hole, but his head suddenly poked back out and he shouted, "If you find a bead like this in the foreign battleground, you must immediately turn it in. Anyone who turns it in will be rewarded a soul transformation level magic treasure. Their sect will be rewarded 10 soul formation stage zombies, and their country will be raised by 1 rank. But if anyone dares to keep it to themselves, their entire country will be wiped out. Lini, this is a message sent out by the higher-ups from Suzaku. You will get the message in a few days." With that, his eyes lit up and the clouds in the sky moved to form an image. The image was that of a bead with a few clouds carved onto it. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately recognize that it was the bead that he had been storing near his chest. With that, the giant muttered a few times and then a giant hand came out from the black hole and grabbed the light pillar at the top of Heaven's Tower. He shook it a few times and said, "Lini, I'm taking this 7-color magical treasure. I can't just come here for nothing." After a large rumble, the pillar of light was pulled into the black hole and disappeared along with it. The rainbow-colored cloud in the sky scattered, and the huge pressure covering Zhao disappeared. The fat messenger's face became ugly. He let out a cold snort as he waved his sleeves and entered the tower. From the tower came his gloomy voice. "The same old rule. Core formation and nascent soul cultivators aren't allowed to join. Bring your foundation establishment cultivators. They are your main fighting force. Everyone go back. The battle will start in 3 days." The 7 orthodox and demonic sects picked up their tokens. They looked at each other and left without a word. The only interesting part was that the nascent soul cultivators of the 3 orthodox sects all went in the same direction. Tiandao sect's skinny old man viciously looked at the 3 people that left and said, "Fellow cultivators, how about you all come over to my place for a bit?" As for Wang Lin, after the pressure disappeared, his expression darkened. Yi Zizai had left the moment the pressure appeared. There must be something going on here, he thought. Although Yi Zizai had left, the corpse sect was even more on alert right now. After thinking about it, Wang Lin thought that this might not be a good opportunity, so he spread out his divine sense. But just as his divine sense touched the walls, it was blocked. Only the holes in the wall didn't block him. But the holes were filled with Yin energy and were very deep. Even after Wang Lin went more than 100 meters into the hole, he still hadn't found anything strange. However, the Yin energy became even more powerful, to the point where his divine sense couldn't withstand it anymore and was showing signs of collapsing. He pondered for a while. He didn't act rashly and firstly withdrew his divine sense. He calmed his heart, then formed a few seals as all of the spiritual energy in his body began to work. Then, a layer of deep blue light appeared on his body. After the light appeared, it formed a whirlpool that sucked in all of the white gas. All of the disciples that were cultivating inside the corpse sect had just recovered their senses from the pressure. They were all in shock as they could clearly feel the Yin energy decreasing while Wang Lin cultivated. Because the Yin energy came from a mysterious place deep underground, they were all very surprised. When Wang Lin saw the endless stream of Yin energy coming, he quickly stopped absorbing it and started to digest the Yin energy in his body. While he was cultivating, he suddenly felt the area where he held the bead turn cold. He quickly took out the bead and found that countless drops of liquid had gathered on it. Wang Lin was immediately surprised. It has to be said that the one weakness of the heaven-defying bead was that there was no spiritual energy inside it, so he had to drink spirit liquid to keep cultivating inside. But the effect of the spirit water decreased with usage. Only spirit water from dew maintained its effectiveness. But collecting dew was too slow. That's why he hadn't been training inside the bead much after he started cultivating the underworld ascension method. However, he had still been collecting dew to use every now and then. Now, for some odd reason, the heaven-defying bead suddenly produced this much liquid. He could clearly feel that the spirit liquid contained yin energy, and the amount of spiritual power wasn't any less than that of spirit liquid made with dew. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Without a word, he started to gather the liquid. After he finished collecting all of the liquid, his eyes lit up as he began to cultivate yin energy again. Immediately, white gas appeared. This time, he kept his divine sense on the stone bead and noticed that some of the white gas entered the stone bead, causing several drops of liquid to appear on it. Wang Lin revealed a joyous expression. Just like that, he collected a gourd of spirit liquid. The gourd had completely changed color. It was now a dark blue that emitted a ghostly light. Even when Wang Lin touched it, he felt a bit cold. If someone else were to touch it, just an instant of contact would allow the yin energy to invade their body and freeze their blood, muscles, and bones. He carefully put away the gourd inside his bag of holding. As he took out another gourd, his gaze suddenly locked onto the stone bead. There was originally only one leaf on the stone bead, but now there was a second leaf that was symmetrical to the first leaf. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. According to Situ Nan, the bead needed to absorb the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only after that would the bead be truly unlocked and acknowledge an owner. The water element was already full, which was why the clouds on the bead had disappeared. The leaf indicated that it needed wood element. But wood element materials were hard to find. When Wang Lin checked the market in Teng Family City, he found a few, but their prices were all extremely high. And he didn't know how to make the bead absorb them, or even if those materials were enough to complete the bead. So he gave up on them. But looking at it now, there was an extra leaf on the bead. This caused Wang Lin to go into deep thought. After carefully looking at the bead for a long time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was no longer in a rush to leave, at least not until the bead finished evolving or until he figures out the secrets of the bead. But there were still things that needed to be done. Wang Lin put away the stone bead and his hand formed a seal that shot out a beam of blue light toward the wall. When the blue light hit the wall seemed to melt. A hole opened up in the cave. Wang Lin went through the hole and went the originally planned route. The tunnel wasn't long, so it didn't take much time for him to reach the other cave. Just as he came out of the tunnel, he suddenly stopped as he saw Mu Rong sitting there, cross-legged. Mu Rong stared at Wang Lin and said, "Ancestor, please go back." The first ancestor left an order stating that no one may leave their personal cave. "Ancestor, please don't make it hard on me." Wang Lin's gaze swept the room as he nodded and took a few steps back. He turned around and headed back toward his own cave as he thought to himself that the situation had changed. Wang Lin understood that the corpse sect had strict rules, but no matter how strict they were, there was no need to place a mid-stage Foundation establishment expert outside his room. Before, when he arrived, he clearly remembered that the person in that room was a 13th layer Qi condensation disciple. Thinking about this, Wang Lin went toward another exit inside his own cave. After a while, he came out of the tunnel into a smaller cave. But just as he took a few steps out, he immediately stopped. On the floor of the cave sat a youth dressed in black. He coldly looked at Wang Lin without a word, and behind him was a green coffin. Another mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he backed up and left. It wasn't until he went really far that the youth's divine sense finally stopped locking onto him. And so, Wang Lin checked all 11 tunnels connected to his cave. Aside from the 5 that were sealed, the other 6 all had Foundation establishment cultivators guarding the cave, and one of them even had a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Lin returned to his cave with a heavy heart. He sat down and began to ponder. All of this was definitely not a coincidence. It was not hard to guess that this was arranged by Yi Zizai to prevent Wang Lin from leaving. Wang Lin frowned. Of the 6 people, besides the one late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, Wang Lin was confident that he could defeat them even if they had a corpse puppet. But this was only the first layer of caves. On the way here there were over 30 caves. As a result, he is unable to leave in a short period of time, so before he would even be able to make it to the last cave, he would be stopped by the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, or even a core formation cultivator from the corpse sect. Wang Lin couldn't help but let out a smile. He wished that Situ Nan was awake right now. If Situ Nan was awake, it would be much easier to leave by utilizing Situ Nan's experience. Wang Lin called Situ Nan a few times inside the bead, but gave up after not getting any response. But Wang Lin knew that if he wanted to leave this place, it was not something he could do in a short period of time. His actions earlier were only to check out the situation. Both of his hands formed a seal and closed the cave. He began to cultivate Yin energy once more. Not only did he have the bead, but his divine sense also entered the holes in the wall. Wang Lin didn't split up his divine sense, but moved all of it as one into one of the small holes. As a result, the range of his divine sense increased greatly. Originally, with his divine sense, his range was 1 kilometer, but the interference from the cave wall was extremely strong, so it was trapped inside the cave. As Wang Lin cultivated, the white gas quickly gathered toward him. His divine sense was like a thin thread traveling through the tunnels in the walls. Although the tunnels were very long, their complexity was even more amazing. Soon, he arrived at the farthest he had ever probed, which was about 100 meters away from Wang Lin's cave. After his divine sense reached there, it became difficult for it to go any farther as waves of Yin energy rushed forward. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin was cultivating the underworld ascension method, which made him very resistant to Yin energy, his divine sense would have collapsed under one wave of this Yin energy. Nevertheless, the speed at which he was probing had slowed down by a lot. After an unknown amount of time, his divine sense had reached 300 meters into the tunnel. The white gas that was rushing toward him came in waves until it almost formed a wall that blocked his path. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and smashed through this wall with his divine sense. The scene before him caused the Wang Lin, who had been sitting there cultivating with closed eyes, to open up his eyes. This was a very large cave with countless small holes on its walls. Wang Lin's divine sense came out of one of those small holes. In the center of the room was a huge coffin. This coffin looked very normal. In fact, there weren't even any decorations on it at all. But waves of powerful Yin energy were being released from the coffin. The Yin energy turned into white gas that was sucked into the countless holes. Wang Lin hesitated and observed the coffin for a while. Then, he attempted to check it out with his divine sense and, to his surprise, he entered without any resistance. The coffin was completely empty except for a large hole. The Yin energy was coming out of this hole. The Yin energy was very dense. The waves of Yin energy prevented Wang Lin's divine sense from seeing through it. In his own cave, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a determined light. In order to find out where this Yin energy was coming from and why the bead could absorb this Yin energy, he took out the gourd from his bag of holding and took a gulp without any hesitation. Even with Wang Lin's current physical condition, he couldn't help but shiver. He was quickly losing consciousness and his body became numb. Wang Lin didn't waste any time and quickly circulated the spiritual energy in his body to absorb the Yin energy. As he absorbed the Yin energy, his divine sense became more powerful. With the constant flow of energy, his divine sense charged into the hole in the coffin. His divine sense struggled inside the hole and many times the Yin energy almost scattered his divine sense. When he went down 400 meters or so, the Yin energy formed a wall. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and took a large gulp of Yin spirit liquid. He charged through the wall and was shocked by what he saw. An extremely large body was floating in the air. If Wang Lin were to compare his body to this giant's, he would only be the size of the giant's finger. On the body were these strange, greenish-purple plants. The plants would move in a strange manner and the body would visibly shrink, but quickly grow back to normal. As the cycle continued, the purple plants rapidly released Yin energy. Wang Lin was stunned. He spread out his divine sense, observed it for a while and was stunned. This body was purposely left here by someone. Its purpose was to be nutrients for the greenish-purple plants. It was clear that the reason the corpse sect had this Yin energy was due to these plants. Even the reason why the heaven-defying bead evolved must be these planets. Wang Lin felt that this place was very weird because the moment he entered, he had this feeling of danger. Just as he was about to leave, a difficult-to-understand voice could be heard. Wang Lin didn't say a word and attempted to withdraw his divine sense, but he was shocked to find out that the Yin energy in the room was blocking him from leaving. Soon, the voice grew closer and closer, until he was almost able to hear what it was saying. "Save me." Wang Lin decisively took the gourd and drank all of the remaining Yin spirit liquid. His divine sense shook as he charged into the surrounding Yin energy. Large amounts of Yin energy entered his divine sense and mixed with the unabsorbed Yin energy in his body, causing Wang Lin to cough out a mouthful of blood. By the time the blood was coughed out, it was already frozen solid. Even so, his divine sense broke through the obstacle and quickly returned to his body. He coughed out more frozen blood as he revealed a terrified expression. He didn't dare to check again and quickly began to cultivate to regulate his body. After a while, he opened his eyes and began to ponder as he stared at the holes in the wall. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had already been at the corpse sect for 4 days. In these 4 days, aside from 3 days ago when he explored underground with his divine sense, he didn't go out at all. He spent all this time collecting Yin spirit liquid from the bead. During this time, the bead went from 2 leaves to 3 leaves. According to Wang Lin's calculations, the total number of leaves should be the same as the clouds from before, a total of 10. Wang Lin also knew from previous experience that each leaf would take longer than the last. If he just continued like this, then it would take years before he could complete the wood element. But the corpse sect was not a place he could stay in for long. He decided to check that place out once again to find a way for his body to enter. If he could get some of that plant, he was sure he could make the bead evolve much faster. But the danger of doing this was simply too great. Even Wang Lin was unsure. After pondering for a long time, he gave up on going down there in person. He understood that with his current cultivation level, no matter how careful he was, the chances of him being able to get some of that greenish-purple plant were low and that he was more likely to lose his life. After thinking about the situation, he knew that it was not safe. After he made up his mind, he slapped his bag of holding and an ancient-looking sword sheath floated before him. After Wang Lin obtained this sword sheath, he had only refined it once after he stole Tung Li's foundation. Although he didn't successfully refine it, he gained some control over it, but the effect wasn't great. He had only been able to make the flying sword sink 3/5 of the way in. Wang Lin had studied this sword sheath many times. Even Situnen said that this sword sheath was very strange and was more valuable than the small flying sword that went through blood refining. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he muttered. Sun Hao said before that he found this sword and sword sheath inside an ancient cave and that besides his master, only people who had reached the core formation stage could refine it. There are truths and lies in this. It is not that you can't refine it if you are below the core formation stage, it is just the amount of time and spiritual energy it takes is too great. Once you have reached the core formation stage, the fire in one's core shortens the process greatly. Unfortunately, the blood refining technique can only be used on one item. If it could be used on both at the same time, then things would be much easier. Wang Lin didn't even blink as he stared at the sword sheath. In order to increase the power of his flying sword, he must try to refine this sword sheath again. Although he didn't have a core, he did have a cold core from cultivating the underworld ascension method. All of the spiritual energy in his body was managed by the cold core in his body. Wang Lin had studied it for a while, but Situ Nan once told him that a cold core was far from a real core and that unless it was a last resort, his cold core shouldn't leave his body. After the cold core leaves the body for a period of time, it dissipates, meaning that he would have to form another one. The first time he refined the sword sheath was when he first entered the foundation establishment stage. Now that he has cultivated the underworld ascension method, not to mention the change in quality of his spiritual energy itself had also increased greatly. He was now at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment and was only one step away from mid-stage foundation establishment, so it would be much easier this time. Thinking about that, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of Yin spiritual energy. The moment the Yin spiritual energy touched the sword sheath, a layer of frost covered the sword sheath. Wang Lin pointed with his finger and the sword sheath slowly turned in the air while radiating a blue light. It looked very beautiful. Wang Lin's hand didn't stop as he shot out multiple beams of blue light. Every time the blue light touched the sword sheath, the sword sheath would tremble. Gradually, Wang Lin's hand moved faster and faster, until it looked like there was a stream of light connecting Wang Lin's hand with the sword sheath, and the frequency of the sword sheath's trembling escalated. Large drops of sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead, but they were instantly frozen and fell to the ground. Wang Lin didn't have time to bother with that at all, as he quickly shot out a few more rays of blue light. Then, he quickly slapped his bag of holding and drank some spirit liquid before he continued to refine the sword sheath. Time slowly passed. After the sword sheath had trembled for such a long time, the blue light surrounding it went on and off. Slowly, a pentagon shape appeared on the sword sheath. After he saw the pattern, Wang Lin relaxed a bit. He no longer shot out blue rays of light and instead regulated the spiritual energy in his body as he thought. My cultivation is about 5 times stronger than before. Situ Nan told me of a method that can force the formation on the sword sheath to appear by using my spiritual energy. Last time, I shot out 5,000 rays of spiritual energy before the formation appeared, but I was too tired to continue. This time, it appeared after only 1,000 rays. Although my cultivation level has increased a lot, it is still too far away from the core formation stage. Situ Nan said before that at the core formation stage, only a few rays of spiritual energy would force the formation to appear. He took a deep breath. His right hand formed a seal and pointed at his abdomen. His stomach shrank back in as he revealed a painful expression. His right hand slowly rose from his abdomen, and he opened his mouth as a blue orb the size of a baby's first floated out of his mouth. Wang Lin's face was pale. After breathing slowly for a bit, he quickly pointed at the cold core. Suddenly, the cold core melted into a puddle of blue liquid. Wang Lin's face became even more pale. There wasn't even a trace of blood. But Wang Lin's expression became even more serious as he carefully guided the melted cold core toward the sword sheath. After finishing that, Wang Lin's expression became even more serious as he stared at the symbol on the sword sheath. He formed a seal with both of his hands and he spat out a mouthful of blue spiritual energy. The moment the blue spiritual energy touched the sword sheath, a blue flame surrounded it. It doesn't seem right to call it fire. Although it had the shape of a flame, it didn't have fire's temperature. In fact, the moment this flame appeared, the temperature of the entire room dropped. Wang Lin didn't even blink as he controlled the cold flame to refine the sword sheath. This cold flame was something he came up with while trying to copy a core formation cultivator's core flame. Because he had no one to consult with, he was very careful about it. After theorizing for a long time, he believed that his cold flame was enough to refine the sword sheath. Time slowly passed. 3 days later, Yi Zizai returned to the plane above the corpse sect like a meteor. The moment his feet touched the ground, he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already inside his own chamber. He was very unsettled as he thought about his deal with the other 3 demonic sects. The qualification exam to enter the foreign battleground was won by the demonic sects before, but now there was Punnanzi and his Xiandao sect, so the outcome was uncertain. His brows were locked as he muttered, "Are you confident in killing Punnanzi?" A hoarse voice came out of Yi Zizai's body. Although that junior is only at the mid-stage of nascent soul, he is at the peak of the mid-stage. If he is lucky, he can break into the late stage within 100 years and become the master of a rank 3 cultivation country. If my possession is complete, he won't be a big deal, but right now I don't want to make matters more complicated. Yi Zizai pondered for a long time in silence. After a long time he took out a piece of jade. The jade was green with points of blood flashing non-stop. All Foundation Establishment disciples from Cave 77 to 99 quickly gather in Cave 36. After he finished speaking, he pondered for a while and looked at the corner he sealed a die in. Then he came to a decision. He placed a jade on his forehead, then threw it out. Mu Rong was cultivating when his eyes suddenly opened as a jade in his bag of holding flew out by itself. His expression slightly changed and he picked it up with an unsettled expression. After a long time he sighed and muttered, "Good thing I broke through the early stage to the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment 3 years ago and jumped from Cave 82 to 72, or my life would be in danger this time." Suddenly, green smoke appeared before him, forming the shape of a piece of jade. Mu Rong was stunned. After he scanned the jade, he sneered and turned toward Wang Lin's cave. After a short period of time, he arrived at Wang Lin's cave. Seeing that the cave was sealed, he pressed his hand on the entrance and used his spiritual energy to shake the cave. After that, he shouted, "Ancestor, the first ancestor is gathering Foundation establishment cultivators in Cave 36. I'm here to guide you there." After receiving no reply, he frowned. From the first ancestor's message earlier, Wang Lin didn't seem to be favored. Also, before the first ancestor left, he ordered him and several other Foundation establishment cultivators to guard Wang Lin. In conclusion, Wang Lin was like a prisoner. But Mu Rong was very smart. He wouldn't say any of this out loud. Just at that moment, the sealed cave opened with a cracking sound. A tired Wang Lin walked out. Mu Rong looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "Ancestor, what happened to you?" Wang Lin didn't answer, but took out his dark blue jade and said, "Brother Mu, please guide me to Cave 36. Mu Rong didn't mind. He nodded and walked in front of Wang Lin. A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes as he coldly smiled in his heart. Although he wasn't able to completely refine the sword sheath in these 3 days, he was now able to go 4/5th of the way into the sword sheath, increasing the power of his flying sword greatly. They walked past one cave after another until they entered a giant cave with 16 stone pillars. On top of each stone pillar was a ball of blue flame. The ghostly light from the blue flame made the place look very creepy. Inside the cave neatly stood 20-ish people. Each of them had a coffin behind them. The coffins came in various shapes, but all released powerful auras. After having lead Wang Lin here, Mu Rong looked at the people present with a complicated look. He then turned around and left without a word. Wang Lin frowned. He felt like there was something wrong here. After carefully checking out the people, he became even more cautious. Almost everyone here had just entered the Foundation establishment stage, and all of them seemed very dumb, as in without much intelligence. There weren't any mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators present, but there were some late-stage ones. These 3 were clearly very different, like the difference between a dead and a living person. Wang Lin's pupils shrank when gas came out of the 16 blue flames. The gas gathered and formed the shape of Yi's eye. Wang Lin noticed that after he appeared, the eyes of everyone in the cave were filled with admiration. Yi's eye's gaze swept past everyone. His gaze stopped on Wang Lin for a few seconds. He plainly said, "The foreign battleground that opens up once every 100 years is about to open again. In order to gain the right to enter, we might fight against the orthodox sections. The rule is that core formation and nascent soul cultivators aren't allowed to enter. Soon, you all will be teleported to Juming Valley. Du Chun will be in charge of the everyone there. Du Chun, come here." A black-clothed middle-aged man walked up. Wang Lin looked at him and saw that he was one of the 3 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators who had already entered the realm of pseudo-core formation. "This is the token to enter the foreign battleground. Hang on to it well. Remember, the goal of this competition is to steal the other tokens. Also, be careful of the other 3 demonic sections. Anyone who kills 5 enemies will have their soul freed with that." He handed over the token, then took out 3 pieces of jade as his cold gaze suddenly landed on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was normal as he silently looked at Yi's eye. Yi's eye's tone was normal as he calmly said, "These jades contain a sliver of everyone's soul besides yours." Without a word, Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out some blood. He touched his forehead with his right hand and a golden light shone, causing the blood to become a drop of golden blood. The technique to extract a sliver of his soul was recorded in the jade Yi's eye gave him. Wang Lin pointed at the drop of golden blood. It shot forward and landed on one of the jades in Yi's eye's hand. Yi's eye was stunned as he looked at Wang Lin. He didn't expect Wang Lin to be so willing. Originally, he was prepared to directly kill Wang Lin if he resisted. He had already made the decision to not use Wang Lin as a corpse puppet or possession target anymore. After all, aside from the strange cultivation method, Wang Lin's talent wasn't nearly as good as that of the ones he had already prepared. Any one of the people he had prepared for his body or corpse puppet had much more talent than Wang Lin, so he chose a die in the end. Upon seeing that Wang Lin obeyed orders, Yizizai looked at Wang Lin and waved his hand. A giant cave opened up. It was very dark inside, and there was a suction force coming from inside. Yizizai threw the 3 jades containing slivers of everyone's soul toward Du Chun and 2 other people. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he noticed that the other 2 were the remaining 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. The doubt in Wang Lin's heart became even more intense, but his expression remained normal. He carefully remembered the cultivator that held the jade containing part of his soul. Yizizai blandly said, "Go. I'll wait for the good news." Du Chun respectfully nodded. He was the first one to step into the giant cave and disappear. Wang Lin's expression was normal. He didn't hesitate at all as he disappeared from the corpse sect. After everyone left, a hoarse voice echoed in the cave. Yizizai with 20+ puppets and that brat as a sacrifice, once the puppets consume them, their cultivation level will jump to pseudo-core formation. This time, the corpse sect's qualification is assured. Yizizai calmly said, "The Yin energy in Wang Lin is very pure, so he must have some secrets on him. If it was a few years earlier, I would have taken the time to investigate it a bit, but now I only have 3 months left to live. The day the foreign battleground opens is the day I die, so there isn't any point to it anymore. Since I'm not going to use his body, might as well use it as feed for the corpse puppets to boost their strength. Luo Cha, I'll ask you to boost a die to the core formation stage. Once the foreign battleground opens, go find me a good corpse puppet. In return, I'll make a trip to the jungle to help Lord Z possess my junior apprentice brother Wu Yu." The hoarse voice laughed madly and agreed. Zhuming Valley was at the southern edge of Zhao. The valley was very large. It contained several jungles and rivers. Being the place used for the competition for entering the foreign battleground, this area was shrouded by fog year-round. At this point, in the northern area of the valley, a large door appeared as cultivators with coffins behind them floated out one by one. After the last person appeared, the giant door turned into points of golden light and slowly dissipated. Just at that moment, the 3 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were about to crush the jades containing the slivers of soul with their hands. Wang Lin had kept an eye on the person that was holding the jade containing a part of his soul. The moment he saw that the 3 were about to crush the jades, he opened his mouth. A green flying sword flew out and attacked the 3. The moment the green light appeared, the temperature in the area dropped. The flying sword that Wang Lin blood refined had also changed after Wang Lin started cultivating the underworld ascension method. Yin energy had entered the flying sword. The Yin energy on the sword was very tyrannical. All of the plants in the area suddenly froze. Even all of the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators felt their bodies go numb as frost started to form on their clothes. The cultivator holding the jade containing Wang Lin's sliver of soul was shocked. He didn't have time to crush the jade. All he could do was quickly back up. But not even in his dreams did he expect the flying sword to start humming, then suddenly disappearing from his view. He quickly threw out magical treasures to defend himself, but it was too late. The flying sword appeared 1 meter away from the cultivator and pierced through his throat. Blood sprayed out from the spot the sword pierced. He held his throat with both of his hands as he fell down with a look of disbelief on his face. Wang Lin jumped. He grabbed the jade and threw it into his bag of holding. All of this happened too quickly. Calling it a strike of lightning would be very appropriate. At the same time, the other 2 cultivators had crushed their jades. Pink smoke appeared and spread like waves into the surrounding area. The moment the coffins that the corpse sect's disciples were carrying came into contact with the pink smoke, scratching sounds could be heard from inside the coffins. It was as if people were lying in the coffins and scratching the inside with their nails. Looking at the Foundation establishment cultivators, they all looked like they were under the effect of a binding technique. They couldn't move at all. After crushing the jades, the 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators didn't even look at Wang Lin as they charged back toward the gate that was about to collapse. The 2 disappeared into the gate in a flash, and then the gate dissipated into specks of golden light and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin didn't say a word. He quickly backed up as he looked at the disciples of the corpse sect and began to ponder. The scratching sounds became even louder, until one of the coffins broke and a hand reached out, followed by the sound of heavy breathing. Slowly, a mummy with long, black hair sat up in the coffin. Its eyes emitted a green light as it scanned its surroundings until its gaze finally landed on its master. Its bloodshot eyes turned cold as it let out a scream and grabbed its master. It breathed viciously with its nose. The early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator trembled as his body turned into a white gas. The white gas was inhaled by the corpse puppet. At the same time, the withered body of the mummy started to recover. Not long after, the cultivator was a bag of bones while the corpse puppet had returned to human form. The corpse puppet sucked again and the cultivator let out a scream and died. A yellow gas escaped from the cultivator's body. The corpse puppet grabbed the yellow gas and put it into its mouth. Soon, the corpse puppet changed until it looked exactly like the cultivator that had just died. At the same time, one by one, the coffins broke and one by one the hands of corpse puppets reached out. All of these corpse puppets attacked their masters once they escaped. Not all of the corpse puppets did this. About of the corpse puppets came out and just stood there, confused. Wang Lin was stunned as he looked at scene before him. All of the corpse puppets that had turned into something resembling their masters had late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation. Wang Lin stared at these freaks. His scalp numbed as he slowly backed up. Screams could soon be heard from that direction. All of the corpse puppets that had taken the forms of their masters jumped on the remaining corpse sect disciples. Blood and body parts flew through the air. Wang Lin turned around and escaped without a word. After escaping far away, Wang Lin stopped right outside of a jungle. He felt like he had finally experienced how vicious the corpse sect was. If he didn't stop that cultivator from crushing the jade, he would have become those creatures' food. Wang Lin coldly laughed in his heart. He knew that this Juming Valley was very dangerous, as both the orthodox sects and demonic sects were gathered here for the competition for the right to enter the foreign battleground. Wang Lin didn't want to get mixed into this. He just wanted to find places of extreme ease and go into closed-door cultivation to become stronger. The more he came in contact with the cultivation world, the more danger he experienced. He felt like one wrong step would lead him to his death. But since he had already entered the cultivation world, the only way to secure his own safety was to get stronger. At the same time, the wood element the heaven-defying bead needed was also an important matter in Wang Lin's heart. While thinking about this, Wang Lin suddenly stepped back. A black light zipped by where Wang Lin was just standing. It was followed by a laugh. "Brat, you dodged pretty quickly." A youth wearing luxurious clothes slowly walked out. After checking out Wang Lin, he asked, "What sect?" Wang Lin coldly replied, "Corpse sect." The luxuriously dressed youth was startled. He asked, "Corpse sect? The rumor is that all of the corpse sect disciples carry around a coffin. Where is yours?" Wang Lin stared at the youth and frowned. The youth coldly snorted. He pointed his finger at Wang Lin and a black light appeared in his hand as he said, "It doesn't matter if you're from the corpse sect or not. Leave behind your bag of holding." A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He spread out his divine sense and found that there were 3 more people in the jungle. He didn't say a word as he backed up a few steps. When the youth saw Wang Lin back up, he revealed a look of contempt. He waved his hand and shot the black light toward Wang Lin's chest, aiming for the heart. Wang Lin raised his brow and waved his sleeves as the attraction force technique formed a giant hand before him. The black light penetrated a few inches into the attraction force technique before disappearing. Wang Lin coldly looked at the youth. He noticed with this divine sense that the 3 hiding in the jungle were quickly heading over. He didn't want to waste time with them, so he quickly backed away. The youth became angry. Although both of their cultivation levels were early-stage Foundation establishment, he had 3 brothers coming, and one of them was already at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. The 4 of them didn't move with the other people of the Tiandao sect. They decided to use this as a chance to steal from others. It has to be said that during this competition, All of the sects had given out a lot of magical treasures to raise the power of the Foundation establishment disciples. When the youth saw that Wang Lin was only one person, he had the urge to kill him, and now that he saw Wang Lin trying to run away, he slapped his bag of holding and an 8-inch ruler flew out. This ruler was completely green. When it appeared, it emitted a powerful fragrance. The youth took a deep breath and without a word, pointed the ruler forward. The ruler shook and a large black mushroom grew out of it. The mushroom detached from the ruler and floated in the air. The youth's expression was serious as he quickly took out something from his bag of holding and threw it. Wang Lin saw a flash of red light as a red wasp flew toward the mushroom and devoured it with only a few bites. The wasp suddenly became several times bigger. It was the size of a fist. It let out a scream and charged toward Wang Lin. Although all of this sounds slow, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as the small, green flying sword appeared before him and charged toward the wasp. The wasp let out a hum and dodged to the side of the flying sword, but at the same time, the flying sword suddenly disappeared. The flying sword reappeared before the youth and pierced through his chest, leaving a bloody hole there. The luxuriously dressed youth wasn't even able to react before he died. The moment the youth died, the ruler dimmed and fell to the ground. Wang Lin used his attraction force technique to quickly grab it, as well as the youth's bag of holding, and left. The wasp circled once in the air and quickly chased after Wang Lin. At the same time, 3 figures charged out of the jungle. There were 2 males and 1 female. One of the male's face was gloomy as he looked at the body on the ground and shouted, "Chase!" In this very moment, in a small town at the northern border of Zhao, appeared 2 uninvited guests. One of them was very skinny, wore a black robe, and had eyes that contained a poisonous gaze. To his side was a very fairy-like person. This person was very old and full of wrinkles, but had a special air about him. The aura he released made a clear contrast with the dark aura of the skinny man. Currently, he was standing outside the town with an ancient mirror. His hand constantly formed seals as he was calculating something. The black-robed man was filled with killing intent as he said, "Fellow cultivator Qiming, did you manage to calculate it?" The cultivator frowned and said, "Teng Huayuan, you don't know that person's name or appearance. How am I supposed to find him with just the power of a curse?" The black-robed old man was Teng Huayuan. He stared at the other man and said, "Word for word, fellow cultivator Qiming, I'm willing to take out Wu Feng Valley's token for your ability to predict the heavens. If you can find me that person's family, then I'll help you with anything you need, as long as I'm capable." The cultivator pondered for a while. He sighed and said, "Fine, I'll try my best. But fellow cultivator Teng, all vengeance has a start and all debts have a collector. I hope you don't kill too much." Teng Huayuan let out an eerie smile as he released a massive killing aura. He secretly thought, "Li Er, Grandpa is going to get revenge for you." Thinking about Teng Li, Teng Huayuan couldn't help but feel grief in his heart. The most outstanding 4th-generation disciple of the Teng family suddenly got killed by someone. After Teng Li died, Teng Huayuan dug into the matter and found out what really happened. Aside from Wang Lin, anyone else who was involved was noted by Teng Huayuan. The other cultivator sighed and said, "Fellow cultivator Teng, according to my calculations, that person is at Juming Valley. Why do you want to find his family? Forget about this. All debts have a collector. If word gets out that you took your anger out on mortals, it won't look good." Teng Huayuan's face sank as he stared at the other cultivator without a word. The cultivator bitterly smiled as he shook his head. He held a bronze mirror and formed a seal with his right hand. The bronze mirror immediately floated into the air and started to wander around, as if it was looking for something. However, after flying back and forth for a long time, it wasn't able to find the direction. The cultivator frowned. He knew that this was happening because there were too few clues. He pointed at the mirror and it flew back into his hand. The cultivator bit his finger and quickly drew a symbol with his own blood on the mirror. He tossed the mirror out again. This time, it grew to several times its original size. The mirror was crystal clear and there were ripples on the surface. The mirror slanted and faced Teng Huayuan. The cultivator said with a serious expression. Don't be surprised, fellow cultivator Tongue. My mirror needs to absorb the aura of the curse between you two. Traces of black gas came out of Tung Huayuan's forehead and went into the mirror. The ripples on the mirror increased until the image of a large house was imprinted onto it. Tung Huayuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. After he finished looking, he turned to look at the other cultivator. The cultivator hesitated and let out a sigh. He waved his right hand and the mirror flew to the ground. It immediately increased in size until it was as large as a person. The cultivator forced a smile and walked into the mirror. Tung Huayuan let out a smile and followed behind. After the two entered, the mirror shrank until it disappeared without a trace. There was a small town 100 kilometers away from that spot. The Wang family could be considered a big family in these parts. It was said that the Wang family had younger generations who had joined cultivation sections. These kinds of news spread fast in these small areas. The Wang family started out as a carpenter family with various shops in the towns. From the eyes of an outsider, the Wang family was the largest family in the area. In the entire town, the most luxurious building had to be the Wang family's main house. On this day, the sun in the sky was like a giant furnace baking the earth. A guard of the Wang family was leaning against a pillar, fanning himself to get rid of the heat. His cotton robe was already soaked in the chest and back area. This damn weather is so hot. How are we supposed to live in this? The guard opened up his robe and fanned harder. At that moment, the door of a side building opened up and a servant girl came out with a bowl. She walked through the main household until she arrived at the door. She let out a laugh and said, "Brother, drink this sour plum soup to relieve the heat." The guard turned around and saw the girl. He suddenly smiled and received the bowl. He drank it all in one go. He soon felt a cool sensation in his body and sighed. The masters really know how to enjoy themselves. This ice-cold sour plum soup is really delicious. Little sister, when you came out, you didn't let young Master How see you, right? The girl took the fan and helped fan the guard as she smiled and said, "Brother, you can be at ease. The young master didn't see me. I used the moment when he wasn't looking to come out. Besides, young Master How is a very good person, so even if he saw me, there wouldn't be any problems." The guard enjoyed his little sister fanning him. He nodded and said, "That is true. Young Master How is an immortal. How could he be bothered with us? Little sister, you have to show off more. If you catch young Master How's attention and become his concubine, then your brother here would have it easy. Just give me work as a house staff and I'd be happy." The girl's cheeks became red as she rolled her eyes at her brother and said, "Brother, you've worked for the Wang family for longer than I have. I heard that there are a total of 3 young masters who were chosen by immortals, but I've been here for 3 years now and aside from young Master How, I only saw young Master Zhuo once. Where is the third person?" The guard proudly said, "This I know. That third young master is named Wang Lin. He can't compare to younger Master How and them. I heard that he was a—" As he was speaking, he suddenly closed his mouth and stared at the sky. He saw a rainbow-colored light quickly flying toward them and landing on the ground in the blink of an eye, revealing a youth in black. This youth's skin was as smooth as jade and his face was very handsome. He had a sword on his back. But if one looked closely, they would see that this was no longer a youth. There were lines near the corners of his eyes. The arrogance from his youth was no longer there. Instead, there was a sense of age. Young Master Zhuo." The guard stammered and quickly bowed. The girl was startled by the way the young master landed. She quickly hid herself behind her brother. This person was Wang Zhuo. He frowned as he looked at the guard and said, "Your name is Wang Tao, correct?" The guard didn't think that Wang Zhuo would remember his name. His spirits immediately rose. He replied, "Master, I am Wang Tao." Wang Zhuo hesitated for a bit and slowly said, "Wang Tao? Who told you about Wang Lin? What did they say?" Wang Tao's heart trembled as he said, It was the housekeeper who said it. They said that he is too ashamed to return home and that he was a piece of trash that tried to fight with you for the right to become an immortal." Wang Zhuo pondered silently. After a long time he let out a sigh. He muttered to himself as well as to Wang Tao. Trash? Compared to him, I'm afraid I'm the real trash. Wang Tao was startled. He heard Wang Zhu's words and became very confused. Just at that moment, a youth walked out from the house. This youth was very sturdy and handsome. He stood there, looking at Wang Zhu, and plainly said, Wang Zhu, long time no see. Wang Zhu bitterly smiled and said, Wang Hao, we haven't seen each other in 3 years. You've changed a lot. Wang Hao's face was filled with melancholy. They both became silent. The guard Wang Tao and his little sister stood on the side, not daring to breath. He knew that these two were the geniuses of the Wang family, high above them both. Wang Hao whispered, Any news about Wang Lin? Wang Zhu revealed a complicated expression and said, After he left the Hangyu sect, there has been no news. Wang Hao sighed and asked, What cultivation level are you at now? With your talent, you should have caught the eyes of many elders at the Shen Dao sect. Wang Zhu bitterly said, It's been hard to improve. I'm at the 11th layer of qi condensation, and that is only because I managed to win the competition last year by luck and was allowed to enter the back mountain. I wonder what cultivation level he is at now. He must at least be at the 15th layer already. Wang Hao pondered for a while and laughed at himself. I'm only at the 7th layer. It's only been a few years and the gap has already widened. Wang Tao was shocked. Although he didn't know what qi condensation or foundation establishment were, from the talk of the two young masters, he understood that this Wang Lin was not the trash that the housekeeper made him out to be. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened and the heat in the air suddenly disappeared. A huge mirror quietly appeared in the sky. Ripples appeared on the mirror's surface as two people walked out. One of them had a very immortal-like aura and the other was covered in an evil aura. A huge pressure descended from the sky. Wang Zhu and Wang Hao's expressions changed greatly. They didn't even dare to breath. Wang Zhu quickly clasped his hands and said, Junior is Shen Dao sect's Wang Zhu. Greetings, both seniors. The fairy-like immortal was startled and asked, Shen Dao sect? Do you have proof? Wang Zhu's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen as he quickly took out his identity jade. The cultivator took the jade and looked at it. Then he looked at Wang Hao and asked, You are as well? Wang Hao was smart. He nodded without hesitation. Teng Huayuan let out a snort as he waved his hand. With two bangs, the heads of the guard and his little sister exploded. Blood sprayed everywhere. 2 clouds of yellow gas floated up from the bodies. Teng Huayuan took out a flag and collected the 2 clouds of gas. Shortly after, 2 faces filled with pain appeared on the flag. It was the guard and his sister. Teng Huayuan grimly said, Today, no one will be left alive. He stepped past Wang Zhu and Wang Hao into the main household. As for Wang Lin, he was quickly moving through Juming Valley. Behind him were 2 male cultivators and 1 female cultivator. They were filled with killing intent as they chased him. As he was running, his heart suddenly hurt, as if a stake was stuck through it. This pain wasn't from any injury, but a feeling in his heart. An unknown sense of panic and frustration appeared in his heart. Wang Lin had never felt something like this before. This was a pain that made him want to tear his own heart out. It was as if all of the blood in his body was instantly sucked out. Waves of dizziness hit his head. Wang Lin withstood this unexpected pain as he quickly ran. He turned away and saw that those 3 were still chasing him. His eyes turned cold as he changed his direction to the corpse sect gathering area. For beams of light quickly flew across Juming Valley. The only thoughts in Wang Hao and Wang Zhu's minds were panic and helplessness. They didn't even dare to move as they watched Wang Tao and his sister die before them. The fairy-like cultivator revealed a complex look on his face. He sighed and turned around so he longer had to look at them. Teng Huayuan smiled as he walked into the house. He closed his hand. When he reopened it, a ring of purple light appeared, preventing people from leaving. Then he took a step and entered one of the side houses. This was where the servants lived. Waves of miserable screams came from the house and streams of yellow gas were collected by the flag. 7 or 8 painful-looking faces of the Wang family servants appeared on the flag. Teng Huayuan didn't stop as he walked into the next house and more screams followed. Wang Hao's body trembled. He wanted to resist, but was unable to say a word. Soon, all of the Wang family servants had been turned into ghosts, and Teng Huayuan's face was very serious. The rest of the Wang family was alerted by the screams and tried to escape, but to their horror, they found a purple light preventing them from leaving. They could only hear the constant stream of miserable screams coming from outside. This kind of fear caused the entire Wang family to become unsettled. Teng Huayuan muttered to himself, "Li Er, that person killed you, so I'll kill his entire family to get revenge for you." With that, he stepped into another room. Wang Hao's body shook as if there was some power rushing out from inside him. He took a few steps forward and loudly shouted, "No!" Teng Huayuan turned around and sneered. He waved his hand and that house turned to dust without a sound, revealing a man and woman whose faces were filled with fear. This man and woman were Wang Lin's third uncle and aunt, which were also Wang Hao's parents. Teng Huayuan's right hand reached out and Wang Hao's father floated into the air with his hand around his neck. His face immediately became red and he opened his mouth, revealing a suffering expression. Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot as tears flowed out. He let out a roar and was about to run out when Wang Zhuo held him down. Wang Zhuo whispered, "Wang Hao, don't be rash. That person is a nascent soul cultivator." Teng Huayuan sneered. His right hand closed. With a bang, Wang Hao's father's head turned into pulp. His body fell to the ground. Then his soul came out and was collected by the flag. "No!" Wang Hao's voice turned hoarse. He felt a pain in his chest as he coughed out blood. He looked at his father's body and muttered, Why? Teng Huayuan once again seized Wang Hao's mother, crushed her skull, and threw her before Wang Hao. Wang Hao's body shook as he coughed out more blood and finally collapsed. He held his mother's body. Tears flowed down from his eyes as he shouted, "Why?" Teng Huayuan's expression darkened. He waved his hand and under the shining purple light, all of the houses turned to dust. There were around 40 people on the ground. All of them were Wang family members. The women started to cry. They were all filled with fear. Aside from the people that were alive, there were only dead bodies without heads. Teng Huayuan smiled as he grabbed a person. This person was Wang Lin's father's third uncle. He was currently the most senior member of the Wang family. Surrounded by screams, his soul was taken by Teng Huayuan and he died. Wang Hao stared at the scene dumbfoundedly. He didn't even notice that the hand Wang Zhuo was using to pin him down had already carved out blood marks on his body. Wang Zhuo didn't dare to look at his parents among the crowd. He lowered his bloodshot eyes. Wang Lin's fourth uncle had lived in the wilderness for a long time, so he was much more brave than most people. He let out a wry smile and seemed to have thought things through. His wife died 1 year ago and his son had already been sent out to a martial arts sect, so he was gone already. He asked, in a loud voice, "Immortal, what has my Wang family done to offend you? I know we mortals are like ants in your eyes, but even ants have the right to know what the cause of all this is." The fairy-like cultivator let out a surprised sound as he examined this man. "Why?" Teng Huayuan pointed a few times and several more people died. Blood sprayed everywhere from their messy, dismembered bodies. "Someone from your Wang family dared to kill my great-great-grandson, so I decided to kill his entire family." With that, he struck the air with his right hand and more than 10 people died. Wang Hao struggled free from Wang Zhuo and was about to charge forward when Wang Zhuo pinned him down again. Wang Zhuo's face was filled with tears as he whispered, "Wang Hao, no matter how it was before, we have to live. Only by living can we get revenge." Wang Lin's fourth uncle bitterly smiled and said, "Immortal, how could someone from my Wang family kill your great-great-grandson? In these past hundreds of years, my Wang family has only had 3 immortals." He suddenly stopped as if he realized something. Among the surviving people, Wang Zhuo's father kneeled on the ground and said, "Immortal, is the person who killed your great-great-grandson named Wang Lin?" A cold light flashed across Teng Huaowen's eyes as he secretly thought, Wang Lin. So he is called Wang Lin. He looked at Wang Zhu's father, reached out, and held Wang Zhu's father before him. He looked Wang Zhu's father in the eyes and said, word for word, tell me everything about this Wang Lin. Wang Zhu's father quickly told Teng Huayuan everything about Wang Lin, including where his parents lived. He viciously thought in his mind, die, all of you, die. Even if this person wasn't killed by you, the Wang family is dead, so your parents should die as well. After Teng Huayuan finished listening, he let out a laugh. He then closed his hand. When he opened it, a ball of lightning appeared. He casually pushed it forward and a circular wave spread out. Wang Zhu's father was the closest one. When he touched the shock wave, his body shook and turned into dust along with his clothes. As the ripples spread out, everyone who touched it died and their souls were collected by the flag. When the ripple was about to hit Wang Lin's fourth uncle, he had already closed his eyes, but a gentle white light covered his body and blocked the ripple of the ball of lightning. Teng Huayuan turned around and stared at the fairy-like cultivator. The cultivator sighed and said, fellow cultivator Teng, leave this person alive. He is useful to me. Teng Huayuan sneered as he pointed at Wang Zhua and Wang Hao and said, you won't butt into the matter with those two then? The cultivator lightly smiled as he looked at Teng Huayuan and said, fellow cultivator Teng, why are you asking such an obvious question? Of course I won't stop you, but if Senior Pun Nanzi asks, I'll have to tell him the truth. Teng Huayuan looked at the fairy-like cultivator. After a long time, he stomped his feet and the entire Wang family estate turned into rubble. As for Wang Zhua and them, he didn't even look at them as he flew toward Wang Lin's parents. Wang Zhu's body trembled as he looked at the ruins. After pondering for a while, he kneeled on the ground and kowtowed. His forehead bled and his expression was extremely serious. Wang Hao clenched his teeth. He let out a miserable laugh and fell down. Wang Zhua got up and picked up Wang Hao. He bowed toward the fairy-like cultivator and flew toward the Shen Dao sect. All of his memories of the Wang family were swept away. The fairy-like cultivator sighed and thought, this is really a sin. I don't know if what I did was right or wrong. But this middle-aged man is really not normal. I'll save who I can. Thinking about that, he waved his sleeves and disappeared from the Wang family estate along with Wang Lin's fourth uncle. Teng Huayuan almost immediately arrived at the small village Wang Lin's parent lived in. With him was a small flag with more than 100 faces of the Wang family. All of them wore very painful expressions. Waves of miserable screams came from the flag, causing waves of cold wind. After arriving at the village, he spread out his divine sense. He quickly found Wang Lin's house and rushed toward it. 15 minutes later, Teng Huayuan walked out of Wang Lin's house. His right hand hit the flag and it grew to a giant size as Teng Huayuan spat out some nascent blood. Bursts of scream came from the flag as ripples appeared on it. Slowly, the ripples disappeared, revealing an image. This image showed Wang Lin quickly moving through a jungle. Teng Huayuan smiled and his right hand pointed at the image. As for Wang Lin, under the effect of this unexplainable feeling of horror, he led his 3 pursers toward the corpse sex gathering location. The pain, unimaginable pain, indescribable pain. This kind of pain drowned Wang Lin like a flood. Cultivators were very sensitive toward certain things. Wang Lin experienced a sense of panic he had never experienced before. His parents' faces appeared before him. Shortly after, Wang Lin saw a scene that he will remember for the rest of his life. No! 2 streams of blood flowed down from his eyes. His expression was painful, his body trembled, and slivers of Ian's spiritual energy moved violently in his body, completely out of his control. Every plant within a 10-meter radius of him froze. This freezing aura kept growing stronger. It was in this moment that the Ji inside Wang Lin endlessly climbed up, reaching the Ji realm. In ancient times, Ji, Dao, and Shi were the 3 realms of spiritual energy that were hard to comprehend. In terms of mysteriousness, the Ji realm can't match the Dao realm. In terms of unpredictableness, the Ji realm can't match the Shi realm. But if there was ever a Ji realm cultivator in ancient times, it was a catastrophe. Although the G realm isn't as mysterious as the Dao realm or as unpredictable as the Shi realm, in terms of how terrifying it is, the G realm and the other two simply can't be compared. Cultivators with the G realm will, without a doubt, be several times more powerful than other cultivators of the same level, and their spiritual energy will be completely based on the G realm. As a result, the only word to describe the G realm is terrifying. Among cultivators of the same level of cultivation, a G realm cultivator is invincible. However, the weakness of the G realm is also very obvious. With the G realm, a cultivator can never reach the spirit severing stage. The late stage of nascent soul is the limit. However, a late-stage nascent soul G realm cultivator is someone not even a spirit-severing cultivator would want to mess with. If this was all there was to it, then the G realm wouldn't be considered terrifying. What is really terrifying is that in ancient times, when a soul transformation cultivator was going through his trials, people found out that he had the G realm. This news was something that startled everyone in the ancient cultivation world and filled them with fear. It has to be said that this cultivator rampaged the cultivation world for 3,000 years. In those 3,000 years, he was like a king of the cultivation world. If anyone displeased him, he would wipe out their family and sect. In these 3,000 years, just saying his name would cause people's skin to crawl. The G realm is a heaven-defying existence. Not only does it make someone invincible in a fight against cultivators of the same cultivation level, spiritual energy infused with G realm can take techniques to their extremes. All of this is already very overwhelming, but when the only weakness of not being able to reach the spirit severing stage is removed, then when a cultivator past the nascent soul stage with G realm shows up, it can really be considered a catastrophe. Because of this, whenever a G realm cultivator appears, they are hunted down by all of the other cultivators. The G realm was considered by the ancient cultivation world something that was truly heaven-defying. If the demonic cultivation path is considered a ferocious beast, when compared to the G realm, it is only a tamed house pet. The truth is that in ancient times, the study of G realm never stopped, but in the end, there is only some introductory understanding of the G realm. Luckily, only that one person seemed to be able to break past the spirit-severing limit of the G realm. All of the G realm successors in later generations were stuck at the late stage of nascent soul. Most of the records about the G realm have been lost throughout the ages. Nowadays, people don't know how the G realm came to be or how to obtain it. Only in the libraries of very large sects in high-ranked cultivation countries are there some descriptions of the G realm. At some point during the ancient times, a genius cultivator was born in the country of Wuxia. At the age of 10, he had already reached the core formation stage and his sect was wiped out by other sections 5 years later. A mysterious cultivator appeared and within 1 month's time, he killed over 10,000 cultivators. Blood covered the sky. With only early-stage nascent soul cultivation, not only was he able to easily kill others in the same rank as him, but he was even able to kill spirit-severing cultivators. In the end, both the orthodox and demonic sects sent out a soul transformation cultivator and finally killed him. In ancient times, the country of clear water was destroyed and the king of the country entered a sect. 30 years later, he left and went on a killing spree of all cultivators. It didn't matter if they were male or female, old or young, he would kill them. In only 7 days, there were no cultivators left in the country of clear water. Not even his own sect was able to escape. Blood dyed the ground of clear water red. Just as the higher cultivation countries prepared experts to kill him, the blood in clear water boiled. Using the blood to kill his enemies, the king disappeared among the chaos. Some believe that he underwent divine retribution. All of these things have one common point. All of these cultivators had the G realm. As for how these people obtained the G realm, no one knew. Some people believe that they underwent a change and some believe that they all had the same magic treasure. With the inheritance of that treasure, it would allow whoever owned the treasure to have G realm. Numerous speculations spread, but with the disappearance of the ancient cultivation world, all of these rumors died out too. No one knew that at this moment in the rank 3 cultivation country of Zhao, a country that no one really paid any attention to, in a small place called the Juming Valley, a cultivator named Wang Lin was walking toward the true G realm. If Tang Huayuan knew all of this, then no matter what, he wouldn't be the person that would be the catalyst for the birth of a G-realm cultivator. Wang Lin half knelt on the ground. Everything within half a dozen meters of him had been covered in ice. On his chest, the heaven-defying bead emitted a never-seen-before black light as it moved and floated above his head. Teng Huayuan used the connection of Wang Lin and his family to leave a message in his mind. "I'll wait for you outside the Juming Valley. If you don't come by the time the valley is open, then I'll destroy the soul flag and your family's souls will be gone forever." The 2 male and 1 female cultivators from the Tiandao sect caught up. They suddenly stopped a dozen meters away because the ground covered in ice caused their hearts to tighten. The youth in the middle of the ice was especially terrifying. The destructive aura that he was giving off even made the mid-stage Foundation establishment disciples skin crawl. After hesitating for a bit, the mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator made a decision. He waved his hand and said, "Retreat!" Just as he was about to leave, the female stared at the heaven-defying bead above Wang Lin's head and said, "Senior apprentice brother, that bead looks very familiar." The other male said, This is the bead ancestor told us about. Wait, no, the carvings on this bead are different. The bead the ancestor showed us had clouds, but this one has leaves." The mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was startled. He took a closer look and immediately became more serious. But soon greed gripped his heart. Aside from the carvings, everything else about the bead matched the bead the ancestor showed them. The thought of the prize for the bead suddenly entered his mind. Whoever turns it in will be given a soul transformation level magic treasure. Their sect will receive 10 puppets that are at the level of spirit transformation, and their country's rank will be raised by 1. The mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator decisively said, "It doesn't matter if it is the right one or not, we should take it." The female took out a voice transmission jade and was about to send out a message when the mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator stopped her and whispered, "Although this person is strange, if us 3 give it our all, we can kill him for sure. If you notify other people and this bead really is the one in the description, then the credit will definitely not be ours. Similarly, if we are wrong and make a fuss about it, we will be scolded." "Are you dumb?" The girl was startled. She hesitated for a bit, then put away the voice transmission jade. The 3 of them immediately took out their magic treasures and used them without a word. At the same time, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes were no longer bloodshot. They were as clear as water. A huge amount of killing intent escaped from his body. As the killing intent appeared, the spiritual energy in his body moved. The first effect of the G-realm displayed its might. Against cultivators of the same rank, the G-realm is invincible. Staring at the 3, Wang Lin gloomily waved his hand. With a flash of blue light, the ice on the ground moved and instantly surrounded the 3. Their expressions and actions froze the moment they acted. Wang Lin stood up. He reached out with his right and retrieved the heaven-defying bead. After he put it back near his chest, he moved past the 3. Cracks appeared on the ice that covered the 3. The ice broke and the 3 died. Wang Lin silently moved through the Juming Valley when a flying sword suddenly arrived before him. A young man appeared. Without a word, he pointed his finger at Wang Lin and the flying sword shot toward him. Wang Lin didn't stop moving. The moment the flying was about to pierce his body, ice appeared in front of the sword, and in the blink of the eye, the flying sword was frozen. The youth was shocked and quickly backed up. He originally saw that Wang Lin was by himself and only at the early stage of Foundation establishment, so he wanted to come here, kill Wang Lin, and steal his treasures. However, he didn't expect that Wang Lin wouldn't even need to move to destroy his flying sword. He panicked. The only thought in his mind was to run. But before he could take more than a few steps back, a ray of green light flashed by. The small flying sword pierced through his chest. His body turned to ice and fell to the ground. This whole time, Wang Lin didn't stop even for a second. One day later, somewhere inside the valley, there were 8 people from the demonic and orthodox sects fighting each other with several people of each side watching. At some point, Wang Lin's lonely figure walked out. He walked forward as if he couldn't see them at all. Among the people watching, a middle-aged man from the demonic sect frowned. Without a word, He threw out a thunder talisman toward Wang Lin. Suddenly, thunder appeared from the sky and struck Wang Lin, but when it was about to hit him, ice appeared. It was even able to freeze intangible things like lightning. This scene caused everyone to stop fighting as they stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin, who was walking toward them without any expression on his face. Soon, the chest of the middle-aged man who threw out the talisman glowed green. His body then froze and he died. Everyone was surprised. Before they could react, Wang Lin was already in front of them. Before him stood 4 people. Before they could speak, they saw a blue light and they froze, following the middle-aged man's footsteps. At that moment, everyone withdrew to the sides as a white-robed disciple clasped his hands and said, "What sect is fellow cultivator from?" "I'm Yuan Tian sect's disciple, Zhou Quan." Wang Lin ignored him and kept walking forward. Gradually, everyone moved out of his way. As Wang Lin walked out 100 meters from the crowd, a young disciple of a demonic sect stared at Wang Lin and sneered in his heart. "You killed my senior apprentice brother. I'll remember you." Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He felt a strong killing intent coming from behind him. He turned around and coldly looked at that demonic sect disciple. Under Wang Lin's gaze, that disciple felt his entire body, inside and out, became as cold as ice. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Wang Lin. Every cultivator who saw those eyes sucked in a breath of cold air. Those eyes were completely dead and were filled with killing intent. Anyone who saw those eyes felt their entire body turn cold. After staring at the cultivator for a bit, Wang Lin turned around and kept walking forward. A flash of green light appeared on that disciple's chest. He coughed out blood and fell to the ground. His body immediately froze. Even the blood he coughed out turned to ice before it hit the ground. No one dared to take a deep breath, and after Wang Lin left, no one wanted to fight anymore, so they all scattered. Just like this, Wang Lin traveled through Juming Valley. If anyone offended him, he froze them with a wave of his hand. Not even late-stage foundation establishment cultivators could resist. After killing a few people, they all ran away. In 3 days' time, the number of cultivators that died by Wang Lin's hands were countless. Aside from certain special circumstances, there is only one way for countries below rank 5 to increase in rank. An individual's rise in cultivation from core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, and soul transformation will raise a country's rank. If someone in a rank 1 cultivation country reaches the core formation stage, then that country will automatically be raised to a rank 2 cultivation country. If they have a nascent soul cultivator, then the country is raised to a rank 3 cultivation country. Following this, when someone reaches the spirit severing stage, the country is raised to a rank 4 cultivation country. With soul transformation, a rank 5 cultivation country. Rising in rank requires a large amount of luck. The higher it goes, the harder it is to raise in rank. Ranks the 2nd and the 3rd of May take thousands of years. As for ranks 3 to 4 and 5 to 6, tens of thousands of years is not enough at times. Although the process is difficult, it is the only way. As time goes by, there will be people who are talented enough, lucky enough to have some kind of encounter or receive help from others. Someone who meets the requirements needed for their country to rise in rank will eventually appear. These people will, without a doubt, become the leaders of their cultivation countries. After a cultivation country reaches rank 4, they have the right to participate in the foreign battleground. However, in terms of power, rank 4 cultivation countries can't compare with rank 5 cultivation countries at all. The gap in cultivation level is not something that numbers can make up. For example, the most powerful cultivator of a rank 4 cultivation country is at the late stage of spirit severing. If you put them into a rank 5 country, they will instantly be second class and will look like a fragile child before the soul transformation experts. It is not over-exaggerating to say that without any special circumstances, a soul transformation cultivator can wipe out a rank 4 country. This kind of thing has happened more than once before. So in reality, the role of the rank 4 cultivation countries in the foreign battleground is really just to fight for the rank 5 cultivation countries that back them up. The real decisive battles have to be fought by the rank 5 cultivation countries. Once a cultivation country has reached rank 5, the first big problem they encounter is the lack of resources and materials. A large country must maintain countless cultivators. If they can't solve this problem, the country will collapse. Robbing lower-rank cultivation countries does not solve the problem of material and resource shortages. The only real solution is to rise to a rank 6 cultivation country. To rise from rank 5 to rank 6 is not as simple as a single person's cultivation level increasing. In order to rise up in rank as a high-rank country, the only way pertains to the foreign battleground. The foreign battleground is a place filled with cracks in space. It is an endless battleground filled with rifts in space and void winds that can easily kill a spirit-severing cultivator. Once someone is hit by the void wind, if they aren't at least soul transformation cultivators, they will turn to dust. Aside from the void winds, the most dangerous things are the rifts in space that can randomly appear anywhere. Once caught, not even a soul transformation cultivator will have an easy time. Only the experts from rank 6 cultivation countries can move as they wish in the foreign battleground. Every few hundred years, there is a huge war in the foreign battleground between the rank 4 cultivation countries. This battle is allowed and promoted by the Cultivation Union. Anyone who can win 1,000 times in a row will have their cultivation country raised to rank 6 and receive a large amount of resources and cultivation methods. In addition, the winning country can send one person to the Cultivation Union to learn a special cultivation method. That person's cultivation level will be brought to a level beyond soul transformation. Of course, the most important reward that makes all of the rank 5 cultivation countries crazy is that they will be given their own planet by the Cultivation Union to use as their new home. Cultivators care a lot about the spiritual energy of the land and the naturally formed treasures of the land. It can even be said that the basis of cultivation is spiritual energy and materials. Having your own planet is the symbol of a rank 6 cultivation country, but the Cultivation Union is very strict about the requirements to become a rank 6 cultivation country. The first step is to win 1,000 times in a row in the foreign battleground to acquire their own planet. The second step is that within a given period of time, there must be several rank 1 to 5 cultivation countries on the planet of the rank 6 cultivation country. The battle at the foreign battleground is the only way for rank of 5 cultivation country to be promoted. This rule applies to almost every single cultivation planet. In general, the rank 6 cultivation country on the planet won't intervene between the battles of rank 5 cultivation countries, but everything has an exception. If a rank 6 cultivation country keeps the rank 5 cultivation countries down, then there is no way for a second rank 6 cultivation country to appear on the same planet. However, these situations are very rare. Various rank 5 cultivation countries speculate that rising from rank 6 to 7 has to do with how many rank 6 cultivation countries there are on a planet. The high frequency of battles in the foreign battleground leaves a lot of bodies and materials that need to be cleaned up. The rank 6 cultivation countries have very strict rules when it comes to cleaning up the foreign battleground. Only rank 3 or below cultivation countries can come clean up. Some of the materials there can be considered heavenly treasures to lower rank cultivation countries. The foreign battleground is split into areas based on the various rank 5 cultivation countries backing up the rank 4 cultivation countries. Disputes exist everywhere, no matter what rank. In order for Zhao to gain the chance to clean up the foreign battleground, the Juming Valley was created. Outside of the Juming Valley lies a very large formation. Several thousand years ago, a spirit-severing cultivator came to lay down this formation under orders. No core formation or nascent soul cultivators are allowed to enter the valley thanks to this formation. This is why after Teng Huayuan found out that Wang Lin was inside the Juming Valley, he was unable to go inside to kill him. Juming Valley is not only the location to battle for the right to clean up the foreign battleground, it is also the only entrance to the foreign battleground in Zhao. Aside from having to be a rank 3 or lower cultivation country, the only other requirement the rank 6 cultivation countries have is that the people entering can't be higher than the core formation stage. In general, after the eligibility has been determined, the foundation establishment cultivators inside the valley are directly sent in and won't come out for 50 years. It is precisely because Teng Huayuan knew of this that he killed Wang Lin's family and used their souls to force Wang Lin to come out. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill Wang Lin, he would have to wait 50 years. At the moment, Almost the entire Juming Valley knew that there was a demon-like killer whose cultivation level was beyond comprehension running around. Some people speculated that he was already at the core formation stage and used some unknown method to enter the valley. Wang Lin kept walking north through the Juming Valley as his spiritual energy surged through his body. The killing he had done in these past few days not only didn't lower his urge to kill, but increased his killing intent greatly. His mind was completely blank. He doesn't know how many people he had killed, and he didn't know that the people who were still alive in the valley would turn pale and shiver whenever they saw him. A few days later, a deeply confused Wang Lin arrived at the southern edge of the Juming Valley. This place had a very steep cliff. Once he climbed out of there, he would have left the Juming Valley. Of course, under the effect of the ceiling formation, anyone who tries to leave will be teleported back the moment they touch the formation. In these past few days, every time Wang Lin thought of his parents, his heart would ache. It hurt so much that he wanted to rip his chest open. It hurt so much that he would sometimes cough out several mouthfuls of blood. As time passed, his body became weaker and weaker, but the spiritual energy in his body was getting closer and closer to the Ji realm. Standing at the bottom of the cliff, Wang Lin looked at the sky. He suddenly dropped to his knees and kowtowed a few times. 2 streams of blood flowed down his cheeks as he thought in his heart, "Mother, Father, Taizhu is unfilial." Ah! A sigh echoed in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin stayed kneeling for a long time before getting up. His eyes were cold as he said, "When did you wake up?" Situ Nen said, 5 days ago. Wang Lin, I heard Tung Huayuan's message. That soul flag is a nascent soul-level flag that can seal souls. As long as the souls are intact, there is a way to revive them. Wang Lin pondered for a while, then nodded. That Tung Huayuan killed your family because he was afraid that you would run off, so he is forcing you to appear. Wang Lin, I don't have much essence left, only enough for you to teleport 3 more times. You must use them wisely. I'm going to continue to sleep, but I suggest you go to the foreign battleground. Once there, my recovery will be much faster. Situ Nan's voice became softer and softer until it disappeared. Wang Lin's head suddenly became clearer than ever before. He frowned and muttered to himself, 3 times. In the past 3 months, the demonic and orthodox sects had battled each other many times. Whenever either side saw Wang Lin, they would stop fighting and would open up a path. After Wang Lin left, they would continue to battle. After Wang Lin made an offering to his parents, he was no longer confused. He found a cliff, dug a cave, sat down inside, and began to think. First was the spiritual energy in his body. Although his spiritual energy had the power to freeze before, it was far from the power it displayed now. This point confused Wang Lin greatly, and not even Situ Nan could figure out the reason for it. This showed that the Ji, Dao, and Shi realms had disappeared completely from the rank 6 cultivation countries. This spiritual power's sudden increase in strength made Wang Lin a bit more confident. He felt the spiritual energy in his body and suddenly felt very strange. It seemed there was something extra in his spiritual energy. It was as if there was some mysterious substance inside his spiritual energy, and it was because of this substance that his spiritual energy's power had increased greatly. Before, he didn't notice this because there wasn't much of that substance inside his body, but the amount of that substance had increased. The moment that thought came about, it began to expand uncontrollably. Wang Lin slightly frowned and concentrated on his body as he moved his spiritual energy. He started at his dantian, then through his body, then back to his dantian. As he examined it, Wang Lin gradually found some clues. His spiritual energy was now dark blue. However, that was not the spiritual energy's true color. It was because of some dark blue threads. This dense bulk of threads was the cause of the change in his spiritual energy. Wang Lin waved his right hand and spiritual energy came out. The spiritual energy gathered into a ball of ice, and inside it were countless dark blue threads. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin reached out and grabbed the air with a serious expression. The ball of ice began to shrink. Every time it shrank, large amounts of sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. Just as the ball of ice shrunk to, of its original size, some of the threads collapsed. Soon, More threads collapsed as if they couldn't handle the pressure. Wang Lin frowned. He sent out another wave of spiritual energy to replace the dark blue threads as he continued to refine. As time passed, Wang Lin had sent out several waves of spiritual energy, but every time, only a small number of the dark blue threads remained. Under the continuous injections of spiritual energy, the rate at which the dark blue threads disappeared couldn't match the speed that Wang Lin was replacing them. Finally, after several hours, the refining was complete. Although Wang Lin was tired, his eyes were shining. The ball of ice had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice and the color had changed from dark blue to cyan. This cyan grain of ice was composed entirely of dark blue threads. It emitted a dangerous aura. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he grabbed the grain and left the cave. He paused in the air for a while, then quickly flew toward the closest jungle. Standing outside the jungle, he waved his hand and the grain hit a nearby tree. At the same time, there was a faint glow of cyan light and the tree turned to ice. A dark blue ripple appeared. Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed and he backed up. In almost the blink of an eye, everything in a 300-meter radius turned into a blue world. Within the radius of 300 meters, no matter if it was trees, animals, flowers, insects that were underground. Basically any living thing within a 300-meter radius died. Even Wang Lin himself was hit by the blue light. It caused his body to become stiff, as if a wave of cold energy entered his body. It was a good thing that the energy was the same as the spiritual energy in his body. After it was absorbed by him, he recovered his mobility. Filled with uncertainty, he looked at the center of the blast. He wasn't sure if he would still be okay if he had been at the center of that blast. It has to be said that the cyan grain was refined by him using only the dark blue threads in his body. There was nothing else like it. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "This cyan grain is the best magic treasure I have." After silently standing there for a bit, he turned around and left. After he returned to the cave, he once again invested a lot of time to obtain another cyan grain. Staring at the small grain, Wang Lin sighed and put it away. Making one already took a lot of spiritual energy. It seemed he was a bit too weak after making two. Although the grain was very powerful, producing it took too much spiritual energy. Wang Lin wryly smiled as he took out some spiritual liquid and drank it down to recover. By the time night came, he had recovered 70 to 80% of his spiritual energy. His eyes lit up and without a word, he started to refine another grain. 3 days later, 3 grains of rice floated before Wang Lin. His expression was very serious. 3 seemed to be his limit. It wasn't that he didn't try to make a fourth one, but every time he tried, one of the earlier 3 would dissipate. After several experiments, Wang Lin gave up on the idea of making the fourth one. After the 3 days of observation, although the grain's power was great, it was still not enough to harm nascent soul cultivators. If he could throw out a dozen of these grains, he would have a chance, but no matter what, Wang Lin couldn't make the fourth grain. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin came up with an idea. If he could fuse the 3 into one, then its power would increase for sure, and since he would only have one, then he should be able to make more. Thinking about that, Wang Lin hesitated for a bit before putting up a few defensive formations with the surrounding rocks. After that, he took out some protection talismans that he had stolen, sat down, then put 2 grains close to each other. Wang Lin's heart was about to come out of his throat as he prepared to escape at any moment. Slowly, the 2 grains touched. Wang Lin saw an illusion. It was as if time had stopped the moment the 2 grains touched. But shortly after, the 2 grains fused into one without any sound. The new grain had no change other than its color becoming darker. Wang Lin was startled. After pondering for a while, he fused the new grain with the remaining grain. When those 2 grains touched, there was a flash of cyan light. Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed, and he used one of the few teleports he had left to disappear from the room. The moment he disappeared, the cyan light expanded and everything within a 1-kilometer radius turned into a world of ice. Wang Lin appeared 1 kilometer away. Although he was outside the cyan light, he could still feel the cold enter through his feet. Looking at everything before him, Wang Lin began to ponder. Although he had to waste a teleport, it was worth it. It seemed that fusing 2 grains was the limit. When he tried a third, it would immediately explode. He obviously couldn't use that cave anymore. Wang Lin bitterly smiled as he found another place and dug out a huge cave. Using a few days of time, Wang Lin replenished his supply of grains again. He easily controlled them to fuse together and was finally able to successfully create a 4th grain. This confirmed his previous hypothesis that 3 grains was the max, but if they fused into 1, then it only counted as 1. The 3rd and 4th grains fused together. Later, Wang Lin carefully put the 3 grains into his bag of holding. 2 of them had a darker color than one of them. After sorting out all of the grains, more than a month had passed. It was close to the time that the Juming Valley would open up. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground. After cultivating for a while, he opened his eyes and spat out a green light. The small green sword hummed as it circled around Wang Lin, almost as if it had intelligence. Wang Lin raised his hand and the sword landed in his palm. He touched the sword and felt the sword's bone-piercing coldness. The small green sword was blood refined by him, so when his spiritual energy changed, it caused the flying sword to also gain G attributes. Just as he was about to use his changed spiritual energy to refine the sword, he suddenly stopped. He immediately noticed more than 100 sword lights flying in his direction. It seemed they were all chasing one person. Wang Lin's face became as cold as ice as he muttered, "It's that person!" As he walked out of the cave, Wang Lin coldly looked around and saw 100 or so people split into 5 groups. They were surrounding a young man. A middle-aged man walked out of the mob of people. He clasped his hands and said, "Junior brother Li Shan, your Shen Dao sect already has a token. Why do you need so many? If you hand it over, we won't trouble you anymore." Among the disciples of Wu Feng Valley, a disciple snorted and said, "Li Shan, hand over the tokens or you will die for sure." The person they surrounded was Li Shan, someone that Wang Lin had met back in the Hangyu sect. He was here to represent the Shen Dao sect and was the only Qi condensation disciple from the Shen Dao sect. The Juming Valley only had an upper limit and not a lower limit on who could enter, so even a Qi condensation disciple was allowed inside. Most sects wouldn't send a Qi condensation disciple though. Li Shan was able to come because he was good at making fake magic pills and he was a master of sneak attacks. With these abilities, Pan Nanzi broke the rules and let him go. Pan Nanzi also gave him a magic treasure that made it so people wouldn't be able to detect him. The downside of this treasure is the more he uses it, the less effective it becomes. Li Shan really did have some skill. Thanks to the protection of his fellow disciples, he was able to steal quite a few things during battles, including 2 tokens. Adding on the token the Shen Dao sect already had, they now held 3 tokens. The sects that lost their tokens attacked non-stop in the hopes of taking one back, which was why there were so many battles before. But it was also because Li Shan was too greedy. After he entered the Juming Valley, every time he saw someone, he would use that treasure to hide his presence and steal something. As he used it more and more, the magic treasure gradually lost its effect, and when he was stealing the 4th token, the magic treasure completely lost its effect. He was found out, but the Shen Dao sect disciples reacted quickly enough to save his life. The news spread out and all of the sects that had lost a token stopped fighting and rushed toward the Shen Dao sect's gathering place. The Shen Dao sect's disciples were trapped there, so he secretly escaped using the tunnel he had dug ahead of time. However, what he didn't expect was to be found and forced to flee the moment he came out of the tunnel. He only ran a few steps when he turned around and saw more than 100 sword lights chasing after him. He almost fell to the ground because every one of them was at the foundation establishment stage. And this is how the situation played out. Li Shan knelt down and threw 2 tokens on the ground without any hesitation. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. The 2 sects that had lost their tokens had several people charge out, but how could the other sects just let them take the tokens back? Thus, they sent out people to stop them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the 2 tokens on the ground. He moved quickly toward the tokens. Someone noticed him coming and went to stop him, but Wang Lin activated his attraction force technique and threw that person away. Just like that, after several steps, Wang Lin was almost at the tokens. The 2 groups that were fighting finally noticed Wang Lin. The people who were informed of the happenings within the Juming Valley recognized Wang Lin. They all secretly complained, but stopped and didn't dare to move forward. However, there were still some cultivators who had only heard about Wang Lin but never saw him, so they charged forward without any hesitation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and a small, green sword suddenly appeared and began to flash. Every time the sword flashed, a cultivator would be frozen in ice and would die on the spot. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He had noticed a few days that there was something wrong with the flying sword. Ever since his spiritual energy changed, it was harder to make the sword move as he wished. However, he just needed to concentrate more on controlling the sword, and he wouldn't have any more problems. With the power of the G-realm spiritual energy, no foundation establishment cultivator could stand in his way. Even the magic treasures their elders had given them all fell to his G-realm spiritual energy. It has to be said that for a G-realm cultivator, their best weapon is their G-realm. Wang Lin walked another 5 steps. For every single step, several people died to the flying sword. Gradually, there were less and less people around him as most of them quickly backed away, not daring to move forward. Wang Lin easily arrived before Li Shan. Li Shan was so scared that he didn't even dare to raise his head. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and grabbed the 2 tokens. He pondered for a while, then put the 2 tokens in his bag of holding. As his cold gaze swept past everyone, he said, "Hand over all of your tokens or die." Li Shan, who was lying on the ground, noticed that the voice was familiar, so he worked up the courage to raise his head. Suddenly, he felt like he was struck by lightning and said, "You, Wang Lin." Wang Lin gazed at Li Shan. This scared Li Shan so much that he shivered and immediately shut up, but there was a storm in his heart. It has to be said that the name Wang Lin was very famous in the Xiandao sect. Wang Lin, who arrived like a storm in the exchange between the Hongyu sect and the Xiandao sect, was the goal of many core disciples of the Xiandao sect. He was also the person that Li Shan wanted to surpass the most, even in his dreams, especially after the incident with the stink bomb. Li Shan's life was hard after that event. During that time, Li Shan cursed Wang Lin on a daily basis. But even so, he still believed that there would be a day when he would surpass Wang Lin, and after he reached the 14th layer of qi condensation, this thought became even more entrenched in his mind. But now he was dumbfounded as he found out that the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. It had only been a few years and Wang Lin already had the ability to easily kill foundation establishment cultivators. In Li Shan's eyes, Wang Lin's progress was simply too amazing. After hearing Wang Lin's words, the people around him couldn't help but remember Wang Lin's reputation in Juming Valley and how he had easily killed all those foundation establishment cultivators just now. Their hearts turned cold. After a long time, a white-clad youth sighed. He looked deeply at Wang Lin and asked, "Fellow cultivator, can you tell me what your cultivation level is?" Wang Lin plainly said, "Foundation establishment." The person was startled. He thought that Wang Lin wasn't willing to tell the truth, so he bitterly smiled. He slapped his bag of holding, threw out a token, turned around and loudly said, "The Piao Miao sect gives up their chance to enter the foreign battleground. Once the valley opens, we are leaving." With that, he led a group of cultivators southwest and slowly disappeared. With someone leading the way, the sects that had already lost their tokens explained their situation and even opened up every disciple's bag of holding. After that, 3 more sects left. The He Huan sect was the last sect with a token. The female disciple leading the group didn't hand over the token, but looked at the other remaining sect, Wu Feng Valley. The leader of the Wu Feng Valley was an old man who looked like he was close to death. He was already at the pseudo-core formation stage and would only need to go into closed-door training for a few years to form his core. He stared at Wang Lin and sneered, "Little baby, this old man has to thank you for gathering all these tokens for me. Leave behind the tokens and you can scram." The He Huan sect's leader's brow loosened. After taking to the members of the sect, they all slowly backed away. Wang Lin's gaze swept past them before landing on the arrogant old man. Then, without a word, he slapped his bag of holding and a cyan grain of rice appeared in the air. It was clear from the expression on the old man's face that he was looking down on Wang Lin. He felt that he could have killed those people as cleanly as Wang Lin did. In this eyes, Wang Lin must have been hiding his strength, but at most, it was only the peak of late-stage foundation establishment. He believed that his cultivation level was the same as Wang Lin's. Because he was at the same cultivation level and was holding one of Wu Feng Valley's key treasures, the heavenly lightning wind fire fan, he had no doubt that his victory was assured. Now seeing that Wang Lin took out an unimpressive little point of light, a condescending smile appeared on his face. He shouted to his fellow disciples, "All of you, back up and watch how I destroy this arrogant brat." With that, he waved his hand and a small 3-inch fan appeared in his hand. There were many golden flame symbols on the fan, making it look very pretty. The expressions of the other Wu Feng Valley disciples changed when they heard the old man's words and saw the fan. They unconsciously backed up. Some even backed up more than 100 feet before they relaxed a bit. Wang Lin moved and grabbed the dumbfounded Li Shan as he quickly backed up. As he backed up, he used his attraction force technique to control the grain of rice to go toward the old man. The old man's face was filled with disdain. He hit the fan and the fan opened. As the fan opened, a beam of golden light shot out. Suddenly, a strange wind appeared and flew around the fan. Then, the golden flame on the fan seemed to be alive, instantly heating up the area. Just at that moment, the cyan grain hit the outer edge of the strange wind. The next instant, the golden fire surrounded the grain. Wang Lin's expression was normal. His feet didn't stop as he thought in his head, "Explode!" In the midst of the strange wind and golden flames, a cyan light burst forth. When the light reached its peak, it exploded with a boom and formed a ring of cyan light that began to spread like a tidal wave. This scene was like 10,000 horses galloping. In an instant, it covered everything within more than 300 meters. Wind was normally an intangible thing, but under the power of the G realm, the wind turned into pieces of blue ice and fell to the ground. Next was the golden flame. The flame didn't even have time to go out before it was frozen. If one looked closely, it would look like the flame was still burning inside the ice. As for Wu Feng Valley's treasure, the heavenly lightning wind fire fan, it maintained its open form as it was covered by blue ice. The pseudo-core formation old man didn't even have time to react. His face was filled with disdain and pride when the ice froze him. Behind him were 17 disciples of Wu Feng Valley. Even the ones that backed away more than 100 feet weren't able to escape. They all became ice sculptures. Within a 300-meter radius, nothing was left alive. Anything that breathed was killed. This became a forbidden area for life. Li Shan's mind went blank as he stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before him. His heart was shocked to the limit. He opened his mouth, but was unable to speak. His gaze toward Wang Lin became much more respectful. The disciples of the He Huan sect managed to escape it because they were 500 meters away, but they didn't dare to move because Wang Lin's cold gaze locked onto them. The disciples of Wu Feng Valley turning into ice sculptures before them left the He Huan sect disciples in a state of shock. Looking at the 10+ ice sculptures, the leading female disciple's face was pale as she took out the token without any hesitation. After she carefully put the token on the ground, Wang Lin shouted, "How many tokens are there in total?" The female disciple's body shook. Suppressing her fear, her voice trembled as she said, "There are 7 in total." Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he secretly calculated. Wu Feng Valley didn't have a token, and in his hand he had 1 from the Piao Miao sect, 2 from the Shen Dao sect, and 1 from the He Huan sect. He had 4 in total. Only 3 more and he would have them all. But the token belonging to the corpse sect disappeared into the formation along with the late-stage foundation establishment disciples. Excluding the 1 from the corpse sect, there were 2 more. Before entering Juming Valley, he heard from Yi Zizai that the competition in the valley was to steal the others' tokens. According to this and from Situ Nan's explanation of how to enter the foreign battleground, he gained a vague understanding of everything. He turned to the female disciple and suddenly said, "How many slots are there to enter the foreign battleground?" The female disciple was startled. She hesitated, but after seeing Wang Lin's cold gaze, her body shivered and she quickly said, 3. There are only 3 slots. With that, she was afraid that her explanation wasn't enough and would anger Wang Lin, so she quickly added, there are a total of 7 tokens, but if there are more than 3 tokens that are not destroyed, Zhao loses its chance to enter the foreign battleground. Wang Lin glanced at her and the female disciple immediately became scared. She anxiously said, fellow cultivator of the 3 remaining tokens, I know where one of them is. If you let us go, I can tell you. Wang Lin's expression was normal as he coldly said, speak. The female disciple clenched her teeth and quickly said, it is at the gathering spot of the Shen Dao sect. There should still be people sieging the place. We were in a rush to chase Li Shan, so we didn't bother staying there, but I'm sure they have a token. Li Shan's expression suddenly changed, but then he let out a bitter smile because Wang Lin's gaze fell on him. It is in Elder Lu Mei's hand. He wanted to lie, but the moment he saw Wang Lin's gaze, he couldn't help but tell the truth. He never had this kind of feeling even when meeting Ancestor Pun Nanzi. Elder Lu Mei? Wang Lin pondered a little. The image of a very beautiful young woman came to his mind. He looked at Li Shan and asked, she reached the foundation establishment stage? Li Shan nodded with envy and said, Ancestor Pun Nanzi personally helped her reach the foundation establishment stage. Wang Lin pondered a little and couldn't help but think of everything that had happened back at the Hangyu Mountain. Scenes of his parents appeared in his mind and his heart couldn't help but ache. He reached out, grabbing the female disciple and Li Shan as he jumped into the air. The female disciple panicked and a damp spot appeared on her pants as her face turned very red. Tell me where the Shen Dao sect is. Wang Lin frowned as he held the female disciple a bit further away. The female disciple weakly pointed to a direction and Li Shan also gave in and gave a more detailed direction. Wang Lin didn't say a word and quickly moved forward. After a short period of time, they arrived at the gathering ground of the Shen Dao sect under the two's guidance. The ground was in complete disarray. It was clear that there was a harsh battle here before. After Wang Lin arrived, he waved his hand and the female disciple and Li Shan fell to the ground. You can leave. Wang Lin looked at the female disciple and walked toward the gathering spot of the Shen Dao sect. The female disciple carefully backed up. After backing up more than 200 meters, she jumped on her flying sword and escaped as fast as she physically could. Wang Lin's tone was plain as he said, Li Shan, call out the people of the Shen Dao sect. I only want the token, not to kill people. Li Shan's forehead was covered in sweat as he took out a jade from his bag of holding with a bitter smile. He held it against his forehead. After a while he tossed it forward. The jade shot out like an arrow until it was out of sight. After a while, rings of light appeared on the ground. They then became pillars of light. Inside the pillars there were 10 people sitting cross-legged on the ground. Among them was a beautiful girl that would make anyone's heart pound faster. Her expression was solemn. Her hands formed the shape of a vase, and there was a duster floating above her head. This duster was like white hair as waves of white light spread out from it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the faces of these 10 people. The girl suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw Li Shan at first, she didn't care, but when she saw Wang Lin next to Li Shan, she was startled. After carefully looking at Wang Lin, her eyes revealed a strange light. She waved her hand and the duster landed in her hand. The pillar of light slowly dissipated. Among the 10 people, there was 30 or so year-old young man who looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression and said, Wang, senior brother Wang, long time no see. This person was Lu Mei's brother, Lu Feng. Wang Lin scanned him with his divine sense and found that he had reached the early stage of foundation establishment too. However, his spiritual energy was unstable. It was clear that he had just entered the foundation establishment stage. Wang Lin stared at them and let out a sigh as he said, Shen Dao sect, forget it. Hand over your token and I won't make it hard on you guys. One of the 10 Shen Dao sect disciples, an old man, stood up and sighed. What an arrogant junior, asking us to hand over our token right away. Lu Feng, Do you know him? Lu Feng wryly smiled and said, Senior Apprentice Ma. He is Wang Lin. The old man named Ma was startled and then he sneered. So it's you. But even if you have reached the foundation establishment stage, you don't have the right to be arrogant before us. Scram! With that, he waved his hand and a huge gust of wind blew toward Wang Lin. Wang Li didn't even dodge. Just as the gust of wind got within 5 meters of him, it turned into pieces of ice and fell to the ground. At the same time, there was a flash of green light and the old man named Ma's body shook as a giant hole appeared in his chest. Then, his entire body froze and he died. Wang Lin had a strong feeling that after his spiritual energy changed, there was powerful killing intent in his mind. He had almost lost control of it many times, so he just gave up on controlling it. The sword flashed green as it circled around Wang Lin with the tip pointed at the Shen Dao sect. If one looked closely as the sword flew, it would pause, but Wang Lin would quickly force it to move again. The expression of the Shen Dao sect disciples changed greatly, and Lu Feng was dumbfounded as his heart shivered and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had always seen Wang Lin as his goal, and when he reached the foundation establishment stage with the help of Pun Nanzi 1 year ago, he thought that he had surpassed Wang Lin. But looking at it now, not only had Wang Lin already reached the foundation establishment stage, but his cultivation was also very strange. Senior apprentice brother Ma, who was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, died after one attack from Wang Lin. What cultivation level had Wang Lin reached? The more Lu Feng thought about it, the more scared he became. Lu Mei unexpectedly didn't reveal a surprised expression, but after looking at Wang Lin, she decisively took out the token and tossed it at him. From beginning to end, she didn't say a word, but her eyes were always on Wang Lin. After putting away the token, Wang Lin coldly looked at Lu Mei. He then turned around and disappeared into the distance. After a long time, Lu Mei withdrew her gaze and sighed. Her unparalleled charm seemed to have no effect in front of Wang Lin. After returning to his cave, Wang Lin took out the 5 tokens. After pondering for a bit, he crushed 4 of them without any hesitation and placed the remaining token in his bag of holding. He used his attraction force technique to move rocks to block the entrance of the cave. After setting up a few defensive formations, he began his closed door training. He needed to be fully prepared for the battle in 2 months. There were a total of 7 tokens. Wang Lin got 2 from Li Shan, 1 from the Piao Miao sect, 1 from the He Huan sect, and 1 from the Shen Dao sect. In total, he had 5. Ignoring the one that belonged to the corpse sect, there was still 1 more remaining. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He had already found all of the sects in the Juming Valley, but he still hadn't found the last token. Of course, that didn't rule out the fact that someone could have hidden one somewhere. He wasn't going to bother searching for it. After all, he already had 5 of the 7 tokens, which was enough to secure his spot in the foreign battleground. After he stopped wondering about the token, he started thinking about the battle in 2 months. First were his cyan grains of rice. He had already recovered the one he used earlier and now had 3 in total once again. One was a single grain while the other 2 were supercharged grains from fusing 2 normal ones. After carefully putting away the 3 grains, Wang Lin pondered a bit and started looking through his bags. He had killed quite a few people recently, so he still had a lot of stuff to go through. After searching for a long time, Wang Lin took out a round bead. This bead was only 1/10 the size of a fist. It was very smooth, without any designs on it, and there were some cracks on the side. After picking up the bead, he couldn't help but think of the strange man named Adai. This was the first gift Adai had given him. He looked at the bead as his eyes lit up. After a long time, his mouth curved upwards as he let out a cold smile. He put the bead back into his bag of holding, took a deep breath and spat out a green light. The green flying sword floated before him, motionless. Wang Lin felt like ever since his spiritual energy changed, there was something constantly obstructing his control of the flying sword. It was not easy as before. Although the flying sword's power had increased greatly, a flying sword he couldn't fully control was not something he would allow. Therefore, Wang Lin decided to use this time to refine the flying sword again. Both of his hands formed a seal as he sent out spiritual energy to surround the flying sword. Then Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a gourd. The flying sword was his blood-refined weapon, so he was willing to expend a lot of resources on it. He clenched his teeth and poured out 1/3 of the liquid that was stored inside. Under Wang Lin's control, the spirit liquid filled with yin energy floated in the air and condensed to one droplet of water. The water droplet released waves of yin energy that covered the cave in frost. Wang Lin pointed at the water droplet and the droplet immediately moved toward the flying sword. The droplet landed on the tip of the sword and rolled down the sword's blade, all the way down to end of the hilt. Soon, the flying sword became crystal clear. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He bit his tongue and spat out blood. As he spat out the blood, he waved his hand and the blood turned to mist, which then covered the flying sword that was covered in spirit liquid. The blood mist slowly entered the liquid. Soon, the spirit liquid that covered the flying sword was light red. Wang Lin took a few breaths. He spat out more blood as his hand created symbols. After each symbol was made, he would toss it at the flying sword. Gradually, more and more symbols appeared, and after a short while, all of the blood was used up. Wang Lin looked at the flying sword and without a word, he hit his chest as the spiritual energy in his body surged. He pushed his chest inwards and spat out a bit of his essence blood. Wang Lin's face became pale, but he didn't hesitate as he drew a symbol with that blood. As more and more symbols appeared, along with the help of the essence blood, the spiritual liquid around the flying sword was already dark red and was even turning purple. After the last drop of blood gathered on the flying sword, Wang Lin concentrated and shouted, "Gather!" With a hum, the flying sword shook violently and started to tremble faster and faster. Wang Lin didn't panic as he looked at the flying sword. His hand was constantly forming seals. Shortly after, the spiritual energy surrounding the flying sword started to boil and release white smoke as if it were being baked. As more and more white smoke appeared, the amount of liquid decreased. Eventually, all of the liquid disappeared. Looking at the flying sword, although it was still green, there were red veins on its surface and it was only half of its original size. What surprised Wang Lin the most was that the sword's hilt was almost completely gone. Before, the sword's hilt to blade ratio was 1:5, but now the ratio was 1:15. One could basically ignore the hilt at this point. What Wang Lin didn't know was that this flying sword that had been blood refined by him was slowly evolving. Once this evolution reaches the final phase, the flying sword will gain the G realm property and will become very powerful. Wang Lin tested the flying sword and found that it moved several times faster than before. When he used his full power, it was so fast that he couldn't keep track of it with his eyes anymore. Adding on to the flying sword's teleportation ability, this flying sword was a very terrifying existence. At the very least, if a core formation cultivator without a defensive treasure active were to be hit by the sword, whether or not they'd come out alive would be uncertain. This was the power of the G realm on a magic treasure. It allowed the magic treasure to break past its boundaries and reach an extreme. But when going against a nascent soul cultivator, it was still not enough. After all, Wang Lin was only at the foundation establishment stage. Even with the G realm, he was simply too weak. The G realm will only display its true power when Wang Lin breaks into the nascent soul stage. That is when the terror of the G realm commences. The current small, green sword was even more delicate. Slivers of blue ice appeared and disappeared from the flying sword. It all looked very strange. Wang Lin swallowed the flying sword again. His eyes lit up as he calculated the time and found that he had spent 1 month refining the sword. Wang Lin decided to spend the remaining month cultivating inside the heaven revolting bead. He was confident that he could break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment by the end of the month. Once he reaches the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he will be able to use several powerful techniques like one from the corpse sect that will allow him to summon ghosts to fight for him. In order to get the soul flag from Tung Huayuan during their fight, Wang Lin was racking his brain for ideas. After making a decision, he took out a gourd with spirit liquid, touched the bead, then entered the heaven-defying bead space. Wang Lin hadn't cultivated inside the bead in a long time. Looking at the boundless space, there was a mass of gray gas above him. He felt a powerful pressure coming from the gas. The area was surrounded by thin and long lights that were very dim. When Wang Lin first entered the bead, these bodies of light didn't move, but after the water element was complete, the bodies of light began to move randomly. Wang Lin stood inside the space and tried to touch a body of light, but his hand went directly through it. It seemed that Wang Lin and these bodies of light were on different planes, so no matter how hard he tried to touch them, he never could. Although he couldn't touch them, he could easily control them with his mind. With just a thought, the light would start to move, form a pattern, scatter, or condense. As long as Wang Lin thought it, the light would react. Wang Lin had asked Situ Nan about the lights, but even Situ Nan wasn't sure what was going on. According to Situ Nan, this heaven-defying bead was very strange. This space was only one of its functions. Aside from time manipulation, Situ Nan hadn't figured out anything else about the bead. Situ Nan only knew that with his identity as the strongest cultivator of a rank 6 country, no one in his cultivation planet dared to mess with him before he had obtained the bead. But after the bead came into his possession, some extremely powerful cultivators appeared and tried to kill Situ Nan. They forced him give up his body and to hide inside the heaven-defying bead only to barely escape with his life. Situ Nan had told Wang Lin before that based on his analysis, the people who were chasing him were definitely not from his planet. Situ Nan was very sure because by the time he reached his current cultivation level, he knew all of the experts on the planet, and for someone that was called the number 1 cultivator in his planet, his cultivation level was very high. Most of the people that attacked him had the same cultivation level as him, and he was sure that only one of those people had surpassed him. If it wasn't for that fact that that person acted, Situ Nan wouldn't have given up his body. It has to be said that Situ Nan had many friends. If it was only people of the same cultivation level as him, he wouldn't have to give up his body because he was the number 1 cultivator in his planet, giving him a home field advantage. When that person acted, Situ Nan knew that it would be pointless to get people to come and help. They would die one by one because Situ Nan knew that that person's cultivation level was not the same as his. Situ Nan's heart formed an answer. That person must have came from a rank 7 cultivation country. Thinking about this answer, the heaven-defying bead became even more mysterious. Something that even a rank 7 cultivation country would fight for must be a very precious treasure. Situ Nan told Wang Lin all of this and warned him time and time again to be careful. If anyone were to find out about this bead, then both of them will die for sure. Situ Nan calculated that if that person really was from a rank 7 cultivation country, then it would be easy for them to send a search order to a rank 6 country. Thus, they had to be very careful. Wang Lin thought about all of this deeply in his heart. But ignoring the fact that this heaven-defying bead might have any other functions, just the time manipulation was already heaven-defying enough. To cultivators, cultivation level is life. Every time one reaches a new level of cultivation, their lifespan increases. In addition to that, let's not forget about the feeling of being above everyone once you're at the top. It has to be said that in the cultivation world, cultivating is very important. What are mortals and chi condensation cultivators to a foundation establishment cultivator? Although saying that they aren't even on the same level as dogs and pigs is a bit ugly, that is what the cultivation world is like. Similarly, in the eyes of nascent soul cultivators, core formation and foundation establishment cultivators are viewed the same as mortals and chi condensation cultivators. And if someone is at the soul transformation stage, then anyone at the spirit severing stage and below are people they can kill as they wish. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a determined look. He had already experienced the harshness of the cultivation world. The cultivation world was much crueler than the mortal world, and he must become stronger if he wished to survive. He must become so strong that everyone fears him. Only then will he not be bullied by others. If my cultivation level was spirit severing or soul transformation, not to mention Tengli, even if I killed the entire Teng family, Teng Huayuan wouldn't dare to say a word and wouldn't even dare to go find my parents. Power, everything is centered around power. Only after becoming a powerful cultivator can one determine the life and death of a person. Wang Lin's heart was in pain as his eyes turned cold. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and his divine sense spread out inside the dream space. Shortly after, both of his hands formed a seal. He then reached out and grabbed with his right hand. All of the lights gathered and formed a door. This was a function that Situ Nan figured out after the heaven-defying bead had completed its water element. Using the surrounding light to form a formation that allowed Wang Lin free movement in and out of the dream space. Wang Lin stepped into the door. This place was still inside the heaven-defying bead space, but the surroundings looked different. Before Wang Lin, there was a giant over 30 feet tall that was floating in the air while sitting cross-legged. There were countless objects emitting light surrounding the giant. Upon closer examination, the giant's figure was very plain, but there seemed to be an energy gathering around him. His body was not solid, especially his chest, which had a giant hole and seemed to be ready to disappear at any time. There were waves of spiritual energy fluctuations around his body. At this point, the giant's eyes were closed, its body glowed, and it completely ignored Wang Lin. Wang Lin stared at the giant. This wasn't his first time seeing Situ Nan's nascent soul. Every time he saw it, he was shocked. He thought that if his nascent soul was so large, how large must Situ Nan's body be? Situ Nan told him that during the soul transformation stage, the nascent soul transforms and becomes larger. However, the body doesn't grow at all, and the nascent soul was only this large when it's outside of the body. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, took out the gourd, took a big gulp, and began charging toward the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The reason he was doing this here was because Situ Nan once told Wang Lin that doing this would help him recover. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the deadline for the trial to enter the foreign battleground was almost here. A lot of cultivators had arrived outside the Juming Valley months ago. They all found the best locations to watch the Juming Valley's only exit. As more and more cultivators arrived, the area outside the Juming Valley became more and more lively. Of course, if anyone with grudges met, they would start a big fight. Due to the foreign battleground opening up every 100 years, the area within 1,000 kilometers of the Juming Valley had been prepared with buildings. It has to be said that the opening of the foreign battleground gathers all of the top cultivators in Zhao. When the time for the foreign battleground to open is near, these buildings become the biggest marketplace in Zhao. All of the cultivators in Zhao meet in these buildings, making them very lively. Many materials and rare magic treasures appear here. On this day, countless cultivators gathered outside of the Juming Valley. There were cultivators from all of the numerous sects in Zhao. Aside from the very large sects who had their own area, everyone else was clumped in groups. The remaining people were from very small families, small sects, or were independent cultivators. These small families, small sects, and independent cultivators didn't have the right to enter the foreign battleground. They showed up hoping to get something. Every time the foreign battleground opens, a large amount of spiritual energy leaks out. Absorbing just a bit of that spiritual energy would equal to weeks of cultivation. Seeing that the Juming Valley was about to open, everyone found somewhere to wait for the opening. At noon on this day, the sky was blue and the sun was high in the sky. The temperature was slowly rising. It was extremely hot, but none of the cultivators outside minded as their attention was focused on the exit of the Juming Valley. Cultivators with experience all knew that the Juming Valley would open exactly at noon. If one were to look from the sky at the Juming Valley, they would find that it was shaped like a gourd. The mouth of the gourd was the only entrance. On each side of the entrance were two very tall mountains, and at the entrance was an octagon formation. The formation suddenly began to shine. Not far from the entrance, the nascent soul cultivators of the demonic sects gathered. Among them was Teng Huayuan's thin figure. His eyes were filled with excitement and killing intent as he stared at the formation at the entrance. The formation became brighter and brighter. Then 8 people slowly walked out. Teng Huayuan's eyes were filled with disappointment as his right hand took out a flag. He squeezed the flag and one of the souls on it disappeared. Seeing the 8 people walking out, the cultivators of the Juming sect started to point and talk. They came out. Look, they came out. Normally, the first ones to come out are the ones that have lost their token. I wonder which sect that is. What is this? Why are there so many people? Normally, the first sect to come out has the least amount of people. They came out. I see Zhou Yu. They are disciples of the Piao Miao sect. The Piao Miao lost their token last time and now they lost it again. It seems one of the largest of the orthodox sects isn't that great. If my Fu Tian sect went, we would probably be stronger. Brother Zhang, the strongest person in your sect is only at the early stage of core formation. The Piao Miao sect can send any ancestor and they will wipe out your sect. If you ask me, the Piao Miao sect failed because the disciples of the demonic sects are too strong. Among the top 8 sects, aside from the Xianxia sect, whose nascent soul cultivator had died, which made them lose the right to participate, all of the nascent soul ancestors of the remaining 7 sects were present. Currently, the Piao Miao sect's sect head, Xianxia's face was dark as he silently stared at the entrance. The 8 members of the Piao Miao sect walked out with strange expressions on their faces. Seeing all of the people outside the valley and hearing their chatter, their faces turned red as they walked with their heads down toward Xianxia. Xianxia tried his best to contain his anger. He had spent a lot of resources for the right to enter the foreign battleground. He sent a total of 25 disciples. 3 were at the late stage and 8 at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Although the remaining disciples were all at the early stage, he handed out a lot of magic treasures. He was dead set on qualifying this time no matter what, but looking at it now, only 8 out of 25 people survived. While Xianxia was looking at the 8 disciples, the ancestor of the Yuantian sect, named Shangguanyun, was nearby and laughed at him. He said, "Brother Xian, it's not that big of a deal to lose the battle to enter the foreign battleground. The clean-up of the foreign battleground is quite dangerous. Normally, only 1 out of 10 disciples come out alive. Now you don't have to worry about your disciples anymore. It's only 100 years until the next one." Xianxia sneered, "Brother Shangguan, there is no need to be sarcastic here. Since I lost the bet, I won't back out on our agreement." With that, he looked at the 8 disciples and gloomily asked, "Your eldest apprentice brother died." One of them knelt on the ground and whispered, "They all died. All of the other disciples are dead." The remaining 7 all knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear. Shangguanyun sneered in his heart, but on his face he showed mercy as he silently shook his head. Xianxia's face sunk as he said, "So many people died. Good. Which sect killed them?" The first disciple that knelt on the ground hesitated. Xianxia waved his hand and a barrier surrounded the Piao Miao sect disciples. Shangguanyun raised his head and sneered in his heart. After blocking out other people's divine senses, Xianxia motioned for the disciple to talk and the disciple quickly spilled everything. After Xianxia finished listening, he was startled and his eyes turned cold. After a while he coldly snorted and said, "You guys stay behind me. I have to see who he really is." With that, he waved his hand and the barrier disappeared. Shangguanyun, who was on the side, said, "Why isn't fellow cultivator Sume here?" Xianxia looked at Shangguanyun and said, "Senior brother went to greet the messenger from Heaven's Tower. I believe he will be here soon." At that moment, the formation lit up again. Everyone outside the valley stopped their chatting and turned to watch. Teng Huayuan clenched his fists as he gloomily stared at the formation. He had already made up his mind that the moment Wang Lin appears, he will use the curse to teleport next to him and make him suffer all the torture in the world. The formation shined brightly and 13 people walked out. Teng Huayuan's face became even more gloomy as he pinched another soul in the flag. He sneered in his heart, "Wang Lin, if you're really cold-hearted enough to not care about your family and don't come out, then I'll admit that I underestimated you. But even if you manage to get away, once I reach the mid-stage of nascent soul, I can increase the power of the curse to find you." The cultivators outside of the valley began to talk again. The qualification battle this time is too strange. Before, the first to come out always had the most people and then the number of people decreases from there on. Why is it that the second group has more than the first group? Strange. I have a feeling that the matter this time is very strange. What sect is it this time? If any of you know, speak quickly. It's the He Huan sect. I know that slut Wang Ying. As long as she appears within 100 feet of me, I can smell her stench. That is correct. That is the He Huan sect. As people talked, the faces of the two nascent soul cultivators of the He Huan sect, Cheng Huan and Chen Yen, darkened. They sighed as they looked at each other. Then their expressions returned to normal. The disciples of the He Huan sect gloomily rushed toward Cheng Huan and Chen Yen with complex expressions on their faces. The leading female disciple quickly threw a voice transmission jade to the two nascent soul cultivators when they arrived. Chen Yuan frowned. He placed the jade on his forehead and was startled. Then, he quickly looked at Wang Ying and asked, "Is this true?" Wang Ying respectfully said, "Ancestor, we saw it with our own eyes." The disciples behind her all seemed to already know the contents of the jade and all quickly nodded. Chen Yen looked at everyone, then took the jade from Chen Yuan. After scanning the jade for a long time, she let out a cold laugh and crushed the jade into dust. Suddenly, a pair of eyes from one of the orthodox sects looked at them. Chen Huan and Cheng Yen immediately turned and saw Xianxia nodding at them. Chen Huan and Chen Yen noticed Xianxia's reaction when the Piao Miao sect disciples came out, but couldn't guess why. However, after seeing the jade, they realized what happened. Teng Huayuan frowned as he looked at Chen Huan, Chen Yen, and Xianxia. He suddenly felt that something big was going to happen, but he didn't know what the problem could be. After speculating for a bit, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. So he let out a cold snort and destroyed another soul in the flag. At that moment, not only Teng Huayuan, but all of the other sects realized that something was wrong. They didn't know what the disciples could have said to make the faces of three nascent soul cultivators become so dark. Even the small families, small sects, and independent cultivators noticed that something was wrong. So they all gathered together and started talking. Just at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened and a circle of light silently appeared. The circle of light floated to the middle of the sky, then expanded to 10 meters in radius. For people walked out of it. The person in the front was fat like a ball with a smile on his face. But the moment he appeared, all of the nascent soul cultivators flew into the air and respectfully stood at his side. This person was the messenger that was left at Zhao, Lin Yi. Li Yin let out a laugh and said, "Everyone, I'm here to help the messengers of the higher cultivation countries open the gate to the foreign battleground. I won't mess with your right to enter, so please rest assured." The three people behind Li Yin were Punanzi, the white-haired cultivator from the Piao Miao sect, and the skinny cultivator from the Tiandao sect. These three accompanied Li Yin and landed in the middle of the clearing. All of the other nascent soul cultivators quickly followed and stood at their sides. Xianxia took the chance to stand next to the white-haired old man and sent over some voice transmissions. This white-haired old man was the Piao Miao sect's #1 expert, Shui Mei. After he heard Xianxia's message, he calmly nodded. The formation lit up again and 5 people walked out. The moment those 5 appeared, a wave of cold energy spread out. The 5's eyes were bloodshot. They looked around and found a corner to sit in. What sect are they from? Everyone immediately started to talk again. After a long time, no one could figure it out, so everyone started guessing what sect these 5 were from. Shui Mei, who was standing beside Li Yin, suddenly laughed and said, "Lord Messenger, look at these disciples of the corpse sect, filled with hostility. I heard that the corpse sect has a secret technique that allows their disciples to fuse with their corpse puppets. I guess those 5 are these so-called human puppets." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Those 5 are indeed human puppets." The skinny man from the Tiandao sect looked around and frowned as he said, "Why isn't fellow cultivator Yi here?" Lin Yi shook his head and said, "The corpse sect didn't follow the rules of keeping the token within the Juming Valley, so they are disqualified. Even if he doesn't come, it doesn't matter." With that, he casually looked at crowd in the northwest and secretly thought, "The corpse sect, this time, several more people will finish the possession and recover their cultivation." Thinking about that, Lin Yi suddenly turned toward to Wufeng Valley's nascent soul cultivator and said, "Wufeng Valley also didn't keep their token and is disqualified, but they gave their token to another sect. so that sect is allowed to have 2 tokens because there is no limit on the amount of tokens you can have. The nascent soul cultivator of Wu Feng Valley was an old man in black. His expression didn't change as he looked at Teng Huayuan. Teng Huayuan was also silent. Even though he was a guest elder, he still paid a huge price to get the token. The formation lit up again. Suddenly, Teng Huayuan's heart pounded as he felt the curse. He stared at the formation, waiting for Wang Lin to appear. The moment Wang Lin appears, he will immediately teleport out. The formation shined and one person walked out. Teng Huayuan was about to teleport out when he suddenly stopped. Fury erupted in his heart because that person wasn't Wang Lin at all, but an early-stage Foundation establishment disciple from Wu Feng Valley. Teng Huayuan's face was extremely gloomy. With his right hand, he crushed a dozen or so souls before he calmed down. The moment the disciple appeared, he quickly ran to Teng Huayuan and the black-robed old man. He knelt to the ground. His voice was filled with fear as he said, "Dead. They are all dead. Even senior apprentice brother Wang Peng is dead. I was far away, so I was able to escape." The black-robed old man looked at the disciple. He suddenly hit the disciple on the head with his palm and said, "If they are dead, you shouldn't be the only one alive." With that, the disciple's head shattered like a watermelon. A gentle wind blew and the smell of blood spread. All of the small families and sects became silent as they looked at the old man's direction. No one dared to talk about Wu Feng Valley anymore. Suddenly, the surroundings became silent as the formation started to shine again. This time, a very large number of people walked out. They walked out one after another, and Teng Huayuan realized that they were disciples of the Shen Dao sect, but he still carefully looked at them. Suddenly, Teng Huayuan's expression changed. His face was filled with killing intent. His body suddenly moved and disappeared. He reappeared next to a Shen Dao sect disciple and said, "You finally came out." With that, his hand reached toward the head of a youth that had just walked out. The youth's eyes flashed cold. The moment Teng Huayuan's hand reached out, the youth disappeared and reappeared in the air as several people exclaimed, "It's him. It is him who killed senior apprentice brother. He stole our token. Ancestor, it was him. I also saw him kill everyone from Wu Feng Valley." All of the disciples that had come out of the valley became very excited and started to shout. Inside the valley, they were all afraid of Wang Lin and had suffered for more than 3 months because of him. But now that their elders were all here, they became brave. Teng Huayuan didn't think that Wang Lin could teleport and was startled. That's why Wang Lin got away. His face was gloomy as he shouted, "Wang Lin, I want to see where you can run to." Just at that moment, a scream came from the He Huan sect. All of the tokens that were inside the valley are in his hands. He has at least 5 tokens. The moment those words came out, all of the cultivators that were present started talking as they looked at the youth. Even Lin Yi became interested as he looked at the youth. He revealed a surprised expression as he chuckled and silently shook his head. Teng Huayuan shouted, "Fellow cultivators, this person killed my great-great-grandson. So we have a personal grudge. Today, I'll kill him and I won't take any of the items on his body. But if anyone dares to obstruct me, then don't blame me for making you my enemy." Lin Yi suddenly laughed. "Okay, none of the cultivators of Zhao will dare to get in the way. I want to see if you, Teng Huayuan, dare to kill him." The moment Lin Yi's words came out, everyone was stupefied. Although it was not convenient to talk about it, everyone had their own guesses on the meaning of those words. Teng Huayuan didn't dare to be arrogant before Lin Yi, but he couldn't help but frown as he was unable to understand the meaning of Lin Yi's words. Pun Nanzi's eyes lit up as he looked at the youth in the air with a strange expression. The more he looked at the youth, the more familiar the youth seemed. But after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't think of who it was and became very confused. He thought that no matter how he looked at this youth, he was only at the Foundation establishment stage, so why wouldn't Teng Huayuan dare to act? Not only him, but all of the nascent soul cultivators were very confused. Just at that moment, the eyes of the youth in the air turned cold. He didn't fear the people present at all as he raised his head and an enormous aura fell from the sky. It was as if the heavens were crashing down. The youth's hair and clothes were moving without wind as slivers of spiritual energy escaped from his body. All of the surrounding cultivators, especially the experts from the top sects, were shocked. Even Teng Huayuan, who was about to teleport, suddenly stopped. In their eyes, the youth's cultivation level had increased at a rapid rate. This was something they had never seen before in their lives. The youth's cultivation level went from the early stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage, then to the late stage. It rapidly increased to early stage core formation, then to mid-stage core formation, and finally late-stage core formation. It was not over yet. When he reached the late stage of core formation, an invisible ripple started from the youth and spread out. A 1-foot-tall nascent soul appeared and quickly went back into the youth's body. The surroundings were so silent, it was scary. They would have never thought that they'd see someone's cultivation level climb from early-stage foundation establishment to early-stage nascent soul. And it was still not over. The youth raised his hand and his cultivation level climbed up to mid-stage nascent soul. Only once he reached the mid-stage of nascent soul did he finally stop. At that moment, the youth's face was filled with an evil aura. His hair moved strangely, and he pointed at Teng Huayuan and asked, "Do you dare to fight with me?" At that moment, to everyone present, the pressure from this youth was 100% genuine pressure from an expert. Even the nascent soul cultivators had looks of disbelief in their eyes. Lin Yi rubbed his fat chin. He faintly smiled as he observed the youth and secretly thought, "Which family's little brat came to play in my territory? He holds the 1,000 illusion bead from a rank 5 country. I believe that his backing isn't small. These 1,000 illusion treasures are uncommon even in illusionary city. I remember that this bead is split into 3 ranks, from nascent soul to soul transformation. The stronger the bead, the higher that person's position." Teng Huayuan's face was extremely ugly as he looked at the youth in the sky. He suddenly understood the meaning of Lin Yi's words. After he hesitated for a bit, he coldly snorted and said, "Wang Lin, I don't believe that you're at the nascent soul stage. How could you have entered the Juming Valley? If you're below the spirit-severing stage, it is impossible to enter." Teng Huayuan didn't immediately act as he was very unsettled. In his heart, he didn't believe that Wang Lin could have reached the mid-stage of nascent soul at all. But the scene before him said otherwise. Whether it was Wang Lin's aura, spiritual energy, or divine sense, they were all at the nascent soul stage. Adding on the fact that he had just teleported, Wang Lin really was at the nascent soul stage. If Wang Lin was only at the early stage, then Teng Huayuan would still be willing to fight. But the cultivation level Wang Lin displayed was mid-stage nascent soul. So Teng Huayuan couldn't help but be cautious. Everyone present was so focused on the youth in the sky that no one noticed the formation shine again as another youth walked out and blended into the crowd. He stared at Teng Huayuan, who was in the air. Then his eyes locked onto the black flag in Teng Huayuan's hand. Teng Huayuan focused all of his attention on Wang Lin. Even though he felt a fluctuation in his curse, he still stared at Wang Lin. He waved his right hand and a soul came out of the small flag. He cursed the soul with a cold smile and put the flag back into his bag of holding. At that moment, the sky darkened and the pressure from 3 months ago appeared again. The entire sky was covered by dark clouds. Soon after, a giant pair of hands came out of the clouds and pushed them apart. A giant head appeared. This giant was the same one from 3 months ago. When he appeared, the first thing he noticed was the youth in the air. He revealed a strange expression, but he muttered a bit to himself, then ignored the youth. He shouted toward the cultivators of Zhao. 3 months have passed. The passage to the foreign battleground will open. With that, he shot 2 beams of black light from his eyes. The 2 beams of light intertwined and formed a giant circle in the air. The moment the circle appeared, the sky seemed to have lost all light. The circle seemed to suck away all of the surrounding light and became the only light source in the sky. The giant waved his hand and threw out a rock. The moment the rock appeared, it exploded into pieces that transformed into strange symbols. The symbols quickly imprinted on edge the circle. All of the spiritual energy in Zhao was quickly gathering in the circle. The spiritual energy for the first time became visible as a thick fog of spiritual energy was gathering to be absorbed by the circle. As the circle absorbed spiritual energy, the symbols on the circle became brighter. Eventually, a thin film appeared in the circle. The film was almost transparent. One could clearly see that inside the film was an empty space filled with broken bodies, magic treasure, and materials that floated around. Wang Lin was currently hiding among the crowd. He wasn't looking at the circle, but at Teng Huayuan's waist, because there hung his black bag of holding. The change in the sky was outside his expectations and messed up his plan, but shortly after, his eyes lit up and he quickly calculated. Slowly, he let out a smile. The giant suddenly cut his finger and shot out a drop of blood. The drop of blood moved like a meteor and landed on the thin film. The thin film rapidly melted like hot water poured on snow. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he poured spiritual energy into the treasure Adai gave him and muttered, "Attack!" Wang Lin had carefully studied this magic treasure during those 2 months of closed-door cultivation and found out that the person it forms could be changed. After absorbing his spiritual power, it even managed to take a sliver of the curse. The youth in the sky quickly waved his hand and a purple dragon came out of his body. It was as if his body had turned into a giant purple dragon. The dragon roared and sent out giant sound waves. Teng Huayuan's expression suddenly changed greatly. He was now sure that Wang Lin was indeed at the mid-stage of nascent soul. There was no way for Wang Lin to give off such a powerful aura otherwise. The dragon's body moved and shot toward Teng Huayuan like lightning. The dragon showed its teeth and the smell of blood in its mouth pounded Teng Huayuan. Teng Huayuan quickly backed up as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. The blood transformed into several large mosquitoes that charged forward to try to stop the giant dragon. After that, Teng Huayuan quickly slapped his bag of holding and took out a 7-foot-long flag. The moment the flag appeared, a cold wind started blowing. Thousands of individual faces appeared on the flag. Their expressions were filled with pain as they screamed like crazy. Teng Huayuan's right hand waved the flag and the faces inside it were thrown out. One by one, the disembodied heads charged toward the giant dragon, their eyes filled with pleads for death. Linny rubbed his chin as he looked at the flag and shook his head. This soul flag is not enough. With only 30,000 souls, it hasn't even reached the first level of completion yet. Han Nanzi heard it and nodded. What Lord Messenger says is correct. Back when I was in the foreign battleground, I saw a soul flag with more than 1 million souls. Its power was indeed terrifying. Linny chuckled and shook his head. That is only a partially complete soul flag from a rank 4 cultivation country. The soul refining sect in the rank 5 country of Pailu has a soul flag as their sect treasure. It is said the number of souls inside that flag surpasses 1 billion and was gathered throughout the thousands of years of the sect's history. Teng Huayuan waved the soul flag and 30,000 souls flew toward the giant dragon. In the blink of an eye, the souls surrounded the dragon and entered it. But then something strange happened. The souls didn't meet any resistance as they went into the dragon. It was as if the dragon didn't exist. The souls entered on one side and exited through the other. The 30,000 souls went in and out of the dragon as if they were having a party. Teng Huayuan was stunned as the dragon passed through the souls and charged toward him. Teng Huayuan's expression became very unsettled. However, he didn't have any time to think and quickly backed up. He threw out several defensive magic treasures to stop the dragon. But no matter what the magic treasures did, they couldn't stop the dragon. The dragon passed through them as if they weren't there, let out a roar, and swallowed Teng Huayuan. Lin Yi's expression was strange. He looked at the giant, who was enjoying the show, and found that the giant's expression was also strange. The two looked at each other, and then the giant laughed and looked at the dragon with a playful expression. Teng Huayuan only felt a gentle wind as the dragon devoured him. The dragon looked very fierce, but the moment it touched him, the dragon disappeared without a trace. It had been a long since Teng Huayuan had felt cold sweat, but at that moment, his back was covered in sweat. Illusion. Tang Huayuan's face went from green to red. Finally, he couldn't hold it in and curse it out loud. This was the first time he had cursed since reaching the core formation stage a few hundred years ago. He was scared to death by an illusion in front of all of the cultivators of Zhao. Tang Huayuan's anger suddenly reached its limit. He gloomily slapped his bag of holding to take out the black flag and kill Wang Lin's family members one by one right in front of him. But just at that moment, points of light appeared in the air. The light gathered and the youth appeared again. Without a word, he waved his hand and a flash of cyan light filled with coldness shot toward Tang Huayuan. Tang Huayuan sneered. Not only did he not back away, he went forward instead. He reached out with his hand and sarcastically said, "The first one was an illusion, but the second one might not be. Is this little trick all you have, Wang Lin?" With that, his hand grabbed the flying sword. There was a flash of green light and the flying sword disappeared. It reappeared behind Tang Huayuan and mercilessly charged toward his back. There was a tink sound as the sword stabbed at a piece of metal. The sword bounced back very far. From the torn piece of Tang Huayuan's clothes, one could see a golden plate of armor. A cold light flashed across Tang Huayuan's eyes as he moved forward with a dark expression. He appeared before the youth and grabbed toward him with black lines that extended from his fingernails. At the same time, he waved his left hand and 8 blood pillars appeared. The 8 pillars joined together to form a cage. At the same time, the youth in the air not only didn't panic, but revealed a mocking expression. As Tang Huayuan's hand drew close to him, the youth's body turned into a point of light and slowly disappeared. 2 cyan grains of light, one big and one small, appeared where the youth was. The 2 cyan grains quickly collided with each other. Tang Huayuan's expression suddenly changed. At that very moment, a wave of cyan light spread out and instantly covered everything in a 1-kilometer radius. Everything within 1 kilometer became an ocean of ice. Linny narrowed his eyes and thought, "Interesting. This little guy is interesting. He not only has the Illusion City's 1000 illusion bead, he also has the underworld sex blue ice. That flying sword is also not normal. Although it is an imitation, it is still powerful." The giant in the sky was also startled as he looked toward the formation at Juming Valley and let out a strange smile. In the sky, the film in the circle formed by the 2 black dragons had almost completely melted. It was about to open. The 8 blood pillars around Tang Huayuan let out cracking sounds as they were instantly frozen over and lost their effect as a prison. At the same time, waves of blue ice quickly climbed up Tang Huayuan's legs. He felt waves of coldness enter this body, causing it to become stiff. However, he didn't panic. This level of coldness wouldn't affect him much. He cycled spiritual energy through his body and recovered. At the same time, Wang Lin, who was at the entrance of the Juming Valley, suddenly used one of his 2 remaining teleports. He appeared just as the blue light spread out. With his body's resistance to the cold, he wasn't affected and silently appeared behind Tang Huayuan. He knew that with his strength, he had no chance in a fight against a nascent soul cultivator. Tang Huayuan would only have to raise his hand to kill him countless times. So Wang Lin didn't even think about getting revenge. Even though he was filled with killing intent, he suppressed it. He reached out and grabbed toward Tang Huayuan's bag of holding. Tang Huayuan noticed Wang Lin when he appeared behind him. He suddenly turned his head and saw that it was Wang Lin. He understood what was going on, but his body was still recovering from the stiffness. So his movements were slow and Wang Lin's appearance was sudden. By the time he saw Wang Lin was already on his bag of holding. Tang Huayuan revealed a hideous expression and shouted, "Explode!" A destructive force suddenly came out of the bag of holding when Wang Lin's hand touched it. The force entered his body and ran through his arm. The explosion started at his fingertips and rapidly spread. Wang Lin clenched teeth. The flying sword appeared, cut off his hand, and he used the force of the explosion to push himself back. At the same time, his left hand moved and grabbed the bag of holding with his attraction technique as he quickly escaped. When Tang Huayuan regained his mobility, he took a step forward. He instantly moved out of the area of the cyan light and chased after Wang Lin. He caught up in the blink of an eye, reached out and shouted, Wang Lin, do you think that just because you have my bag of holding, you will be able to open it? Since you killed my great-great-grandson, I'm going to refine your soul into the soul flag and let you suffer torture worse than death. Wang Lin's right hand had completely shattered. He used his spiritual energy to freeze his arm to stop the bleeding. He didn't dare to touch Tang Huayuan's bag of holding. He was holding it with his attraction force technique. Tang Huayuan felt very annoyed as having to deal with a Foundation establishment junior before everyone was already a very shameful thing. If he had instantly caught or killed Wang Lin, it wouldn't have been too bad. But he was tricked into a sorry state by an illusion, and then that blue ice restrained his body for a while. On top of that, even though it was only for a short period of time, Wang Lin had managed to steal his bag of holding. He wasn't feeling any less insulted than if had been slapped in the face. And this wasn't just one slap, it was like being slapped repetitively. What annoyed him the most was that Wang Lin clearly wouldn't be able to survive one hit, but knew how to teleport. This shocked Tang Huayuan greatly, as teleporting was something only nascent soul cultivators could do. In addition to all of this, what shocked Tang Huayuan the most was Wang Lin's determination and decisiveness to cut off his own right hand to stop the explosion from spreading. At this point, Tang Huayuan couldn't help but praise Wang Lin, but that praise was quickly submerged by hatred. The more decisive Wang Lin was, the more Tang Huayuan wanted to kill him. Wang Lin, you can't blame anyone for killing my great-great-grandson, but you can rest assured, after I kill you, I'll go wipe out old man Jima, who sent Tang Li after you, and his disciples to accompany you in hell. Tang Huayuan sneered in his heart and waved his hand. Suddenly, a cold wind started to blow. 30,000 souls came out and charged at Wang Lin. In order to prevent Wang Lin from using teleportation again, Tang Huayuan hit his own chest and his nascent soul appeared above his head. With a roar, his nascent soul shrunk greatly. A ball of blood came out of the nascent soul's mouth. The moment the ball of blood appeared, it began to expand until it enveloped the area. Due to the effect of the curse, the moment the blood surrounded the area, Wang Lin found that his body was immediately immobilized. He was about to teleport away until he looked straight ahead and saw something that made his body tremble. He stared at the souls coming at him and wept 2 streams of blood. The souls he was looking at had expressions filled with pain, and one of them was his father. Tang Huayuan noticed Wang Lin's expression. He suddenly decided not to rush things. He eerily laughed. Did you see it? Did you really think I would put your entire family's souls in just one soul flag? Wang Lin, you're too naive. With that, he pointed with his hand and the 30,000 souls stopped. Then, Wang Lin's father's soul separated from the group and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin gritted his teeth as a stream of blood leaked out of his mouth. He watched as his father's soul entered his body. While enduring the awful pain, he started to laugh miserably. His laughter became louder and louder as he coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. He raised his head and shouted, "So this is the cultivation world. Good, good." He slammed his forehead and spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy. He carefully wrapped it around his father's soul in a way that wouldn't freeze it. Tang Huayuan watched Wang Lin and suddenly felt a chill in his heart, but shortly after, he felt that it was kind of funny that he would be scared of a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, he couldn't stop the chill in his heart from intensifying. He waved his hand again and another soul came out of the cluster of 30,000 souls. This time it was Wang Lin's mother. Wang Lin's body shook as he let go of the bag of the holding he was holding with his attraction force technique. That bag was now useless to him. Memories of his childhood, of before he entered the Hangyu sect, flooded into his mind. Wang Lin, see how merciful I am, to let you reunite with your parents? As Tang Huayuan talked, he pointed with his finger and Wang Lin's mother's soul entered Wang Lin's body. The pain in his body was nothing compared to the pain he felt in his heart. Wang Lin could feel that his heart was bleeding. He coldly stared at Tang Huayuan as he once again used his spiritual energy to freeze and preserve his mother's soul. Tang Huayuan let out an eerie smile and said, "Okay, let the games end. I know you want to use the tunnel to the foreign battleground to escape. You can give up on that idea." With that, He reached out and Wang Lin's bag of holding flew into Teng Huoyuan's hand. He crushed the bag of holding, destroying everything inside along with the tokens. At the same time, the 30,000 souls charged into Wang Lin and began to devour his flesh and spiritual energy. Countless human faces appeared under his skin. There were even ones that charged toward Wang Lin's parents' souls, which were surrounded by Wang Lin's ice. But Wang Lin used his body to protect them. Shortly after, Wang Lin's left hand was devoured at a visible rate before him. After that were both of his legs. Throughout this entire time, Wang Lin didn't let out a sound as he stared coldly at Teng Huoyuan. This caused the chill in Teng Huoyuan's heart to become even stronger. The giant in the sky stared at Wang Lin and excitedly thought, "Hostility aura! This is hostility aura." As the 30,000 souls rampaged through him, his body slowly dissipated. Teng Huoyuan revealed a serious expression as he muttered to himself, "Li Er, your great-great-grandfather is getting revenge for you. Watch, it's not over yet. Once his body is destroyed, I'll take his soul." Wang Lin let out a miserable laugh. He couldn't feel the pain in his body. He took the chance while he could still breathe to use his attraction technique to wrap around the ice that contained his parents' souls and move them to his chest. This was the only thing he could do. Even if he were to die, he wanted to die with his parents. He didn't regret coming out of the Juming Valley. He knew that if he were to hide, he would only be able to temporarily escape. But even if there was a sliver of hope, he wouldn't give up on it. Coming out gave him a sliver of hope in stealing back his parents' souls. If he had stayed inside, he wouldn't have even that tiny sliver. His body was locked within this blood prison. He had already tried to teleport away, but found that he was unable to. Right now, there was only hatred in Wang Lin's heart. Father, mother, Taizhu is unfilial. If there is another life after this, I hope I'm not your son because I am unworthy. Without me, you guys wouldn't have to suffer. Wang Lin wept blood as he closed his eyes. Just then, an ancient voice came from Wang Lin's chest. Shortly after, Wang Lin's body exploded. The 30,000 souls escaped Wang Lin's body in a panic as a beam of light grabbed Wang Lin's parents' souls, broke through the blood prison, and entered the foreign battleground. The film that was more than 80 to 90% melted suddenly collapsed under the impact of the ray of light. The giants and Lin Yi's expressions suddenly changed when they saw that ray of light. Lin Yi shouted, "It's..." Just as he started, he immediately shut his mouth and jumped toward the foreign battleground. However, the moment he touched the circle formed by the two black dragons, he was bounced back. The giant revealed a look of greed and laughed. "Good, good. The credit for this is going to be mine. Today's harvest is pretty good. First, I got to see the hostility aura and then I saw the bead. Lin Yi, if you dare to fight with me, I'll kill you." With that, the giant came out of the cloud. His body was more than 100 feet tall. It gave off an aura that suppressed people. Cracking sounds came from his body as he shrank to the size of a normal person. There was a mark of a hammer on his forehead. Lin Yi shouted, "Tsh, what do you mean?" The giant stared at Lin Yi and walked into the circle. After entering, he waved his hand and the circle turned back into two dragons. The portal disappeared without a trace. The sky immediately lit up again and the clouds disappeared. Lin Yi's expression was very ugly as he coldly looked at the still dumbfounded Teng Huoyuan. He let out a cold laugh and then disappeared into the horizon. Every cultivator outside the Juming Valley remembered the youth that dared to fight with a nascent soul cultivator. The Foundation establishment cultivator named Wang Lin was carved into everyone's hearts. Zhao's right to enter the foreign battleground was ruthlessly taken away. It didn't matter if there were any remaining tokens because the Lord Messenger that came to open the tunnel had already left to chase something. Why would he still remember something as small as this? Lin Yi was filled with anger as he watched the item the Cultivation Union was looking for taken being away before his eyes. This feeling made him want to cough up blood, especially when he thought about how the bead had always been in Zhao and how he was the overseer of Zhao. If this got out, it would be too embarrassing. Teng Huoyuan's face was sullen because he didn't know if Wang Lin had died or not. He believed Wang Lin to be dead, but he couldn't get rid of this feeling of terror in his heart. The people outside the Juming Valley gradually left and the story of Wang Lin spread with them. Eventually, every cultivator in Zhao knew of Wang Lin. Hunnanzi took the disciples back to the Xian Dao sect. There was a female disciple behind him. That was Lu Mei. She watched everything and felt bitterness in her heart. She didn't know why, but she had a sliver of affection for Wang Lin. This sliver of affection not only didn't disappear with time, but would resurface in her heart in the dead of night. Wang Zhua and Wang Hao also came to know about what had happened outside of the Juming Valley. The hatred they had toward Wang Lin for the destruction he brought gradually disappeared. The two of them knew that they didn't have the guts to fight against nascent soul cultivators. But this didn't mean that the two of them had given up on revenge. Wang Zhua and Wang Hao were set on killing Tang Huayuan. It was their lifelong goal. After Hunnanzi came back, he learned of the Wang family's tragedy. Under Lu Mei's plea, he accepted Wang Hao as a disciple. Lu Mei knew that this was the only thing she could do to help Wang Lin, even if he will never know about it. Tang Huayuan returned to Tang family city with that feeling of terror and went into closed-door cultivation. He swore that he wouldn't come out until he has reached the late stage of nascent soul. The entire country of Zhao seemed to suddenly quiet down. The foreign battleground was filled with rifts in space and steel wind. At this very moment, there were thousands of people from dozens of rank 3 cultivation countries here to clean up the battleground. The highest level cultivator here was at the late stage of foundation establishment. With this cultivation level, they could barely take a step without being in danger, so how could they complete the task of cleaning up the battleground? In fact, when they entered the foreign battleground, the Lord Messenger that opened up the tunnel gave each of them a piece of jade. This jade protected them from the steel wind and will teleport them back to their own country after 50 years. But against the mysterious spatial rifts that could appear anywhere, these jades were powerless. The foreign battleground is still very dangerous for these foundation establishment cultivators, but if they are careful and lucky, they can still make it out alive. Generally speaking, the survival rate of the foreign battleground is 30%. Although it is not high, considering all of the materials and magic treasures they can find while cleaning up, it is not so bad. After all, cultivation is a heaven-defying thing, so the higher the risk, the better the reward. And anyone who returns safely from the foreign battleground will have a higher status within the sect. Their cultivation level will also be higher as cultivating in the foreign battleground is far faster than back at their sects. After all, the foreign battleground has very dense spiritual energy. That and years of constant danger forces their cultivation level to rise rapidly. Basically, every time the cleaning is completed, there will be people who have successfully formed their core. This is why so many foundation establishment cultivators risk their lives to come here. At this moment, in the foreign battleground at the 67th northeast angle, there was a youth in white digging at a body with a knife. If one looked closely, this person was cutting at the gap of the body armor on the body. He clearly wanted to get the body armor. The body armor was already heavily damaged and covered in burn marks. The chest portion of the armor had been completely shattered, revealing a fist-sized wound. In addition to that, on the body of the giant there was a very faint image of a hammer. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't see it at all. This youth's name was Mai Liang. He was a cultivator of the War God Temple in the country of Ho Fun. He had already been at the foreign battleground for more than 30 years, so he was very experienced. There needs to be a little explanation here. In the foreign battleground, one doesn't age, but when they leave, they will rapidly age the years that they have been inside. As he was digging, his expression suddenly changed and he immediately laid down. Just then, a ray of black light shot by and past him. The youth was stunned. He thought that he had seen a bead in the ray of black light, so he gave up on the armor and chased after the light. He had been here for 30 years, but aside from his peers, he hadn't seen another live person. However, he had seen several magic treasures that could fly on their own. Although no one had managed to get their hands on one, Mai Liang had heard about them. These magic treasures with their own consciousness were very powerful. Mai Liang used his fastest speed to chase after the bead. The more he chased, the more excited he got, especially because this area was kind of desolate. In the past year he had been here, he hadn't met another peer. Thinking about that, his heart started beating even faster and he secretly thought, my luck has finally arrived. If I could get that treasure and return to the sect, then Junior Apprentice Sister would admire me. Then, I'll give this treasure to the sect head and have him make Junior Apprentice Sister form a cultivation pair with me. Wouldn't that be wonderful? My Liang used every ounce of his strength to chase after the bead with that fantasy in his mind. But that bead was simply too far. My Liang hadn't chased very far before the gap grew. My Liang clenched his teeth and pulled out an item from his bag of holding. This item was a shuttle. It was red and released slivers of heat. This was the biggest harvest he had while cleaning the foreign battleground. He normally wouldn't dare to take it out because he was afraid it would be stolen. However, right now the treasure was about to get away. He couldn't be bothered with keeping it a secret, so he took out the shuttle and threw it forward. The shuttle instantly grew to several times its normal size and with a hum, charged forward at a very quick speed. My Liang was clinging onto the shuttle from the moment it grew. He could only feel the wind hitting his body like punches. It was a long time before he could finally open his eyes and see that he had already closed quite a bit of the distance between him and the bead. Filled with excitement, My Liang clinged onto the shuttle and chased after the bead. Time quickly passed. Although My Liang wasn't getting left behind by the bead anymore, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't overtake or catch up to the bead. He could only maintain the current distance between him and the bead. It wasn't until 3 days later that My Liang noticed that he had entered a foreign part of the foreign battleground. He became nervous. It has to be said that besides the steel wind and spatial rifts, the most dangerous things in the foreign battleground were foreign places. A foreign place had many dangers. A large amount of spatial rifts could suddenly appear and devour everything. My Liang had heard from the elder that the foreign battleground was simply too large, and they were only cleaning a small portion of it. And just in that small portion, there were places that contained a lot of spatial rifts. As he was hesitating, he suddenly noticed that rows of very dense white stripes appeared before him. Looking at the stripes, My Liang's expression changed as he forced the shuttle to stop and quickly back up. He was too familiar with these white stripes. When spatial rifts appear, they first appear as these white strips. Soon, the white stripes will fuse into a large spatial rift that will devour everything. My Liang's face was pale as he looked around. After realizing that there were only spatial rifts in front of him, he relaxed a bit. He wryly smiled and said, "Forget it. It's not worth dying for a treasure that I don't even know the effect of. I haven't been able to do pair cultivation with Junior Apprentice Sister yet. I don't want to die needlessly here." Just at that moment, a small white stripe appeared before the ray of black light. Without any hesitation, the ray of black light went into the spatial rift. My Liang sighed and cursed. "Spatial rift, you swallowed yet another treasure. In the 30 years I've been here, you have swallowed so many. If not 10,000, it has been 8,000. Why can't you leave one for me?" He had just finished cursing when he felt a chill as someone patted his shoulder. He was instantly covered in cold sweat as he slowly turned around to see a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression was very ugly as he asked My Liang, "Little guy, did you see that black light?" The My Liang was able to instantly see the hammer pattern on the middle-aged man's forehead. He took a deep breath because he had seen this pattern many times during his 30 years here. He had seen one just a few days ago. He heard from some of the elders that this pattern was the symbol of the giant demon clan from a rank 5 cultivation country. The members of the giant demon clan were born with spiritual energy, so they had the best bodies for cultivation. They were also the only rank 5 cultivation country that contained only one sect in the entire country. The people of the giant demon clan could only freely change their bodies once they reached the soul transformation stage. Since this person looked like a normal person, he must be a soul transformation expert from the giant demon sect. My Liang's throat was dry. He was too scared to lie, so he quickly said, "Senior, I saw that ray of black light. It went over there and was swallowed by a spatial rift." The middle-aged man was the one who had chased after Wang Lin from Zhao. He chased it the entire way as quickly as possible, but the more he chased, the more shocked he became. That bead's speed was the same as his. It was even able to dodge all of his interceptions. Not only that, but the bead's speed gradually became even faster until it was able to lose him. In addition to all of that, there were still the spatial rifts. Even though he wasn't afraid of spatial rifts, it would be very annoying if he were to get caught in one. With his early-stage soul transformation cultivation, he could only prevent himself from being sucked in. He could not move around as he wished. With the obstruction of the spatial rifts, his speed became even slower. Even with teleportation, he could only prevent himself from getting left behind. On the way, he found Mai Liang. He was shocked to find that Mai Liang was able to travel faster than him thanks to that shuttle. After hearing Mai Liang's story, his face was sullen and he was very angry. Although the foreign battleground was very large, it still had borders, but there were no borders inside the spatial rifts. Even if he were to go back home to get a late-stage soul transformation cultivator to help him, it would still be like searching the ocean for a needle. There wasn't much hope. Thinking about that, he looked at Mai Liang. He reached out, took the shuttle from Mai Liang, and shouted, "This thing is now mine!" With that, he moved and flew back toward where he came from without even looking at Mai Liang. After that person left, Mai Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead, let out a breath, and quickly left the area. Mai Liang didn't know that that person was extremely famous in his rank 5 cultivation country. However, he was famous because he always had to take something or it would be a waste otherwise, like the time when he took Lin Yi's light tower. The spatial rifts in the foreign battleground occur due to the countless battle that happen here. If it wasn't for the fact that the Cultivation Union comes and stabilizes this place, it would have already collapsed. What is on other side of the spatial rifts is a sea of stars. That place is filled with energy and strange creatures. It isn't like no one that has entered the rifts have come out. However, those late-stage soul transformation cultivators teleported out almost as soon as they had entered, before the suction force reached its maximum strength. The scariest thing about the spatial rifts in the foreign battleground is the suction force. Even soul transformation cultivators have trouble with it. The suction is so powerful that it can even suck out spiritual energy, so don't even think about escaping. That's just one reason that they're dangerous. The other reason is that no one knows exactly where the spatial rifts connect to. They had only heard from some very powerful cultivators that the space is pitch black and that your divine sense is trapped inside your body once you get there. A point of light suddenly appeared in the spatial rift and floated within it. If one looked closely, they could see a soul fire glow faintly. Time slowly passed. After unknown amount of time, that point of light kept floating in space. That soul fire showed signs of dissipating. Time passed and the light was still very faint. Only a faint ember remained of the soul fire. One day, a giant shadow suddenly floated toward the light. Upon closer inspection, that shadow was a large corpse. This body seemed to be the same as a giant demon clan member's body. However, if one looked closely at that body's forehead, there wasn't a hammer, but an axe. A black axe. If any giant demon clan members were here, they would instantly recognize that as a sign of their ancestral tribe. The moment the body touched the light, a sliver of smoke came out of the body. The smoke took the figure of a person and revealed a greedy look as it jumped at the light. This was a special type of creature that lived inside the foreign battleground. It devoured everything, whether it was bodies, magic treasures, or souls. It jumped toward the body, but it let out a scream and tried to escape. However, the light instantly absorbed the creature, leaving behind only the body. After absorbing that creature, the light became brighter and the soul fire inside it became stronger. At that moment, Wang Lin woke up. To be more accurate, his soul woke up. When he woke up, he didn't have any consciousness as he was only a ball of soul fire. A very cold feeling came from within his soul. There was a very large fire next to his soul. Although this fire released an evil aura, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to jump toward it. The light suddenly went into the giant's head and slowly settled inside. Wang Lin's soul could be considered to be surrounded by a demonic flame as the coldness went away and his soul gradually calmed down. Time slowly passed by again. This period of time was even longer than the one before. During this long period of time, the body Wang Lin was in slowly floated in the foreign battleground. It wasn't certain if it was because that body contained Wang Lin's soul, but more of those creatures appeared to try to devour Wang Lin. However, they were all devoured by him instead. His divine sense grew larger and his soul fire grew stronger. The stronger he became, more of these creatures emerged like crazy, wanting to devour him. Wang Lin didn't know that the body he was in was like a giant beacon in this dark world. Wang Lin didn't exactly know how much time had passed. Ever since he had awakened, he felt hungry and had devoured several of those creatures. He only knew that every time he devoured one, he could feel his mind become clearer. Finally, one day Wang Lin remembered the moment of his birth, the 16 years with his parents, the days at the Hangyu sect, and he finally remembered Teng Huayuan. A wave of sorrow came from his soul as he realized what had happened. At the last moment, Situ Nan risked himself to save him and had brought him into the foreign battleground. The moment it went into the spatial rift, the heaven-defying bead underwent a change. To be more accurate, it disappeared without a trace. But Wang Lin could clearly feel that the heaven-defying bead hadn't disappeared. It had mysteriously fused into Wang Lin's soul. It could be said that the heaven-defying bead had melted and fused with Wang Lin's soul. It was because of this that he was able to devour all of those mysterious and powerful creatures. Situ Nan didn't die, but entered a permanent state of slumber. The last thing he did before falling asleep was wrap Wang Lin's parents' souls with his nascent soul to slumber with him. Wang Lin's parents were not cultivators, so they had no chance of being revived or possessing a body. Wang Lin just wanted to keep his parents around so they don't disappear. After he recovered all of his memories, he realized that his divine sense had become huge. The giant's body seemed to be unable to withstand it anymore and had started to break down. Helpless, Wang Lin left the giant's body. The coldness returned once more. He floated through the space, looking for the next body to possess. This process of traveling through the void to find a different corpse lasted for a long time. Likewise, the mysterious creatures kept coming to him to be devoured. His divine soul became even more powerful. Devouring these powerful creatures gradually became Wang Lin's habit. He stopped devouring them while defending himself, but he actively sought them out when he wasn't. Or it could be said that Wang Lin had been here for too long. Long enough for him to search through his own memories multiple times. He began to analyze everything that he had done. After he finished analyzing everything he had done, he realized that he had nothing left to do. That was when he suddenly remembered that formation book he had bought. He immediately recalled the contents of the book and began to study them. When he had completely mastered the basic formations in the book, he fell back into the state of having nothing to do. In these countless years, Wang Lin had seen many spatial rifts that led to the exit, but his divine sense had become far too large to leave through these small spatial rifts. But he found out that as his divine sense grew larger, the spatial rifts would crack when he slammed into them. However, after 1 or 2 collisions, the spatial rift would automatically disappear. 1 or 2 collisions weren't enough to cause the spatial rift to collapse. That was because his divine sense wasn't powerful enough. So Wang Lin started to devour those creatures like crazy. He completely gave up on the idea of finding a body to possess. Instead, he quickly moved through the void. Every time he came across one of those mysterious creatures, he would quickly rush up and devour it. This life continued for a long time. Every time he saw a spatial rift, he would slam into it. He knew that he would be able to cause the spatial rift to collapse in 1 or 2 hits one day. But as time passed, Wang Lin found that the mysterious creatures in the void seemed to have disappeared. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find another one. So he increased the scope of search. One day, Wang Lin felt a divine sense similar in size to his own. This was the first time that Wang Lin had found a divine soul as powerful as his. A fuzzy voice entered Wang Lin's soul. "You passed the trial," it said. Wang Lin was startled. He quickly used the same method to send out a message. "How can I leave here?" "Leave? Why would you want to leave? There is no way to leave." After the owner of the voice sent out that message, he slowly backed away and disappeared. Wang Lin pondered a little. He could hear some coldness in that soul's words. He realized that within this void, there were souls with divine senses as powerful or more powerful than his. They must each have their own territory. Once Wang Lin enters another's territory, it will be a battle to the death with them. After this unexpected encounter, Wang Lin went in other directions and found that there were 3 more souls with large divine senses like his. Through some exchanges, Wang Lin found out that, with this current strength, he was unable to break through the spatial rift in 1 or 2 hits. But Wang Lin's determination to return was strong. He came up with a crazy idea. He spread out his divine sense to cover his entire territory. The wider his divine sense spread, the stronger the disturbance it caused. Wang Lin carefully watched over the area his divine sense covered. To his right, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin sent a piece of his divine sense into the spatial rift. The moment the divine sense entered the spatial rift, he cut off that part of his divine sense. As the spatial rift disappeared, he lost contact with that piece of his divine sense. Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he waited for the next spatial rift to appear. Su Hao was a 6th-generation disciple of the spirit art sect in the rank 3 cultivation country of Julu. He sat on top of a giant rock. He was sorting his gains from throughout the years when his transmission jade suddenly started to shake. Su Hao's brow furrowed as he placed the jade on his forehead. A very hurried voice entered his mind. Quickly, come to the 48th degree northwest. A piece of divine sense without any owner appeared. The person who sent the message was a good friend that he had met at the foreign battleground named Guyang. They were both late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. They often teamed up to kill people for their treasures, so their relationship was very good. The moment Su Hao heard this, his expression immediately changed. He became very excited. Divine sense was the most precious thing in the foreign battleground, even more so than working magic treasures. Only powerful cultivators whose nascent souls had escaped from their bodies, but then died, had a small chance of leaving behind a bit of divine sense. Su Hao didn't understand the specific uses of divine sense, but he knew that when he entered the foreign battleground, the messenger listed out the things that the higher cultivation countries wanted, and divine sense placed in the top 10. The stuff on the list must be turned in once they obtain it, and they would receive certain reward for them. Thinking about it, Su Hao quickly flew northwest. After he arrived, he found out that a large amount of people had gathered here. In the distance, there was a large barrier surrounding a blue spot. This blue spot just floated in the air motionlessly. Su Hao's eyes revealed greed as he slapped his bag of holding, took out a black fork, and charged over. As for Wang Lin, he quietly waited for spatial rifts to appear. Suddenly, 8 spatial rifts appeared within his divine sense. Pieces of Wang Lin's divine sense quickly entered the rifts and were cut off. He had sent out 8 portions of his divine sense. This process continued as Wang Lin's divine sense became smaller and smaller as he sent out countless portions of divine sense. In these 3 years, the foreign battleground had entered a crazed state. Since that time, when Su Hao and Guyang took that portion of divine sense would appear daily, causing everyone in the foreign battleground to go crazy. It was unimaginable for this much divine sense to appear in the foreign battleground. If the upper cultivation countries found out about this strange event, it would have immediately caught their attention. But in these 3 years, they hadn't sent anyone to check the foreign battleground. The foreign battleground entered an unstable state. For some unknown reason, the people inside couldn't leave and the people outside couldn't go in. The cause of the problem were the spatial rifts. In this past decade, there were too many spatial rifts. A few entrances were filled with countless spatial rifts. The experts of the rank 4 and 5 cultivation countries came to the conclusion that the foreign battleground was about to collapse. If even a nascent soul were to go in right now, it could cause a collapse. As for asking the rank 6 cultivation country to repair it, the price was simply too great. Even if they knew about the large quantities of divine sense that was appearing inside the foreign battleground, they still wouldn't do it, and that's taking into consideration the fact that the price would be split among the rank 5 cultivation countries. And most importantly, there was more than one foreign battleground, so there was really no need to fix this one. The general rule was once a foreign battleground can't be maintained anymore, it was simply abandoned. But what caused all the experts to scratch their heads was that this foreign battleground should still have lasted thousands of years before collapsing. What could have happened in the last decade to speed up its collapse? They didn't know that all of this was caused by Wang Lin. If it wasn't for him slamming into all of the spatial rifts, this wouldn't have happened. The flow of time in the void was different from the flow of time in the foreign battleground. 100 years in the void was only 1 year in the foreign battleground. To be more accurate, the time Wang Lin had spent slamming into the spatial rift was 7 years outside, but 700 years in the void. 700 years of continuous blows from Wang Lin caused the foreign battleground to collapse even faster. Right now, no cultivator from the rank 4 or 5 cultivation countries dared to enter the foreign battleground. They could only send messages to the cultivators inside. They told them to cancel the cleaning, work together to gather all of the divine sense, and leave through a transfer array. Wang Lin had lost track of time as his soul became smaller and smaller. Right now, he no longer had to cut off his divine sense. He was waiting for a large rift. On this day, within Wang Lin's divine sense, a spatial rift several times larger than normal appeared. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin entered. My Liang had set his sights on a magic treasure. This magic treasure was very similar to the black light he had seen before. Both could fly on their own. He had chased this treasure down for 3 days and was completely worn out. He wryly smiled at the purple sword before him and secretly thought that if his shuttle wasn't stolen, he could have easily caught up and wouldn't be so tired right now. Thinking about the shuttle, he couldn't help think about that black light. In these 10+ years, he couldn't help but fantasize about that treasure. Since that treasure was being chased by a member of the giant demon clan, it must have been some heaven-defying treasure. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but sigh. My Liang muttered to himself, "The transfer tunnel to leave here won't open early or late, but exactly when my 50-year time limit is up. But no matter what happens, I can finally go home. In these past few years, it has become too dangerous. It is all because of the divine senses that have been appearing. After I get that flying sword, I'll return to the gathering point. Junior apprentice sister, you have to wait for me. You can't turn down senior apprentice brother. I am a brute and only I truly love you. But 50 years have passed. What does junior apprentice sister look like now? Well, she cultivates the war god method and I heard that it has the ability to make you stay looking young, so at most she would look 30. If she has become an old lady, then I might as well give up. Humph humph, of the dozens of people from the war god shrine that came here, only 10 or so remain. Once I return, the elders will focus resources on me to help me cultivate. And the bottle of pills I received before is very powerful. Just 1 pill will keep me young. After I leave, I will only look like a 20-year-old young man. Thanks to that, I can have any woman I want." My Liang let out a mischievous smile as he suddenly gained motivation. Just as My Liang was feeling proud, 2 beams of light suddenly closed in. In the blink of an eye, they arrived next to My Liang. One of the lights charged past him towards the purple sword, revealing a 30-year-old young man. His expression darkened as he caught the flying sword and threw it into his bag of holding without a word. He then turned to stare coldly at My Liang. The other ray of light revealed a middle-aged man in black. He stood behind My Liang and faintly smiled at him. My Liang's expression changed as he said, "Su Hao, Guyang." He complained in his heart. He had seen these people from a distance before. These 2 had bad names because they liked to kill people to steal their treasures. My Liang decisively tore off his bag of holding and threw it to Su Hao. "Fellow cultivators, here is everything I have found during my time here. You guys can have it all. I just want my life," he begged. Su Hao was startled. He took the bag of holding and scanned it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "You are the most spineless person I have ever met, but also the most practical. Fine, I'll let you go this time. Scram." My Liang relaxed and was about to back away when his expression suddenly changed. He coughed out a mouthful of blood as a flying sword pierced through his chest. His body shook as he felt his life draining away. He forced his body to turn around and look at Guyang as he said, You! Guyang waved his hand. As the flying sword flew back to him, he said, I didn't say I'd let you go. With that, he left without even looking at Mai Liang. Su Hao made a sound and shook his head. He knew that Guyang killed Mai Liang because he hated the fact that Mai Liang gave the bag of holding to him. He and Guyang had an agreement. The bag of holding belongs to whoever gets a hold of it first, and they couldn't fight over it anymore. If Ma Liang had given the bag of holding to Guyang, Su Hao would have done the same. Mai Liang's consciousness was already fuzzy as an image of his junior apprentice sister appeared before him. He gradually closed his eyes. Just at that moment, a large spatial rift appeared next to Mai Liang and a large soul charged out. The moment the soul appeared, it paused and quickly drilled into Mai Liang's body. Mai Liang's eyes suddenly opened. Beams of golden light shot out of his eyes. The wound on his chest healed at a visible rate. Soon he had completely recovered. A cold voice came from his mouth. Tung Huayuan, I, Wang Lin, am back. Divine sense. Return. Suddenly all of the divine sense in the foreign battleground that belonged to Wang Lin, whether it was inside someone's bag of holding, refined by someone inside someone's body, or being fought over, all of it began to tremble. The pieces of divine sense one after another gathered toward Wang Lin from the foreign battleground. A panic that had never occurred before appeared in the hearts of every cultivator who had a piece of the divine sense.